The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 9th, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Addison P. McDowell to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and the minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and the minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember Riley O'Neill, a dedicated Chicago Department of Transportation worker who was killed in a tragic accident last week while biking. A graduate of Lane Tech and DePaul University, Riley was a true Chicagoan, passionate about making biking safer, more accessible, and equitable for everyone. He was instrumental in increasing bike infrastructure across Chicago. In his honor, the bike racks he helped install throughout the city will now be called Riley Racks. Through his work, he helped create a city where more people can walk, bike, and travel with confidence and dignity. His legacy is not only found in the projects he worked on, but in the countless lives that will benefit from them for years to come. Every safer intersection, every protected pedestrian walkway, and every improvement that helps people get home safely reflect the commitment to public service. Riley will be remembered for his kindness and ability to connect with people. Our thoughts are with his family and friends during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, on June 15th, we mark the 14th anniversary of the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrival program, better known as DACA. DACA has allowed hundreds of thousands of dreamers to build careers and families in the only country many have ever called home. It has allowed them to make significant economic contributions to our country. DACA recipient households pay approximately $9.5 billion annually in federal, state, and local taxes. But the Trump administration is using its racist and anti-immigrant agenda to try and push these young people back into the shadows and out of the country. Since 2025, more than 300 DACA recipients have been detained and more than 90 have been wrongfully deported. The Trump administration is doing everything it can to make life impossible for people with DACA, including by creating massive delays in processing renewals. As a consequence, DACA recipients are losing their jobs and struggling to make ends meet as their work authorizations expire while they wait for an answer, even after submitting their renewal applications well in advance. Communities are losing their teachers, doctors, nurses, small business owners, and restaurant workers. Families are losing their economic and emotional stability. The uncertainty that DACA holders and other immigrants around the country are facing is a direct result of Congress's failure to enact immigration reform. That's why I'm proud to have led almost 100 members in demanding an end to DACA renewal delays. But for true relief, we must prioritize passing legislation that would create pathways to citizenship like the Dream and Promise Act. We cannot allow DACA recipients who are solid members of our community to continue living in limbo. Today, I say to all the DACA recipients and their families, we stand with you and we will keep fighting against these attacks and finally build an immigration system that respects your dignity and your humanity. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Horn in the West outdoor drama that is in its 74th season in Boone, North Carolina. Horn in the West tells the story of famous frontiersman Daniel Boone and the settlers of the Blue Ridge Mountains in their struggle to preserve their freedom during the days before and during the War for Independence. This drama is inspiring, Mr. Speaker. It helps tell the story of our founding as a nation in dramatic fashion that is enjoyable for people of all ages. Many people are traveling from near and far to visit our nation's capital in advance of the semi-quincentennial, and rightfully so. This city has immense history as it relates to the Revolutionary War and the founding of our nation. But we should also take the time to look around locally, for there are many opportunities to learn about the fundamental components of America's story, like what Horn in the West conveys through drama. Mr. Speaker, I remain in admiration of everyone who has played and continues to play a part in keeping Horn in the West alive and running since it first began in 1952. This outdoor drama kicks off in late June and runs through July. It's always well attended and supported by people from North Carolina and surrounding areas, even by those who may not be from the area. I encourage everyone to learn more about Horn in the West and even consider traveling to Boone to watch it firsthand. You will not be disappointed. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Kosovo Liberation Day. On this day, 27 years ago, the military technical agreement was signed and mandated the Yugoslavian and Serbian forces to retreat from Kosovo. Under Serbian oppression for over a year, approximately 13,000 ethnic Albanians were killed. 1 million Kosovars were displaced, and around 1,600 people are still missing due to the violent conflict. During the Clinton presidency, NATO stepped in militarily to aid Kosovo in repelling its aggressors and was soon able to declare victory after a year and a half of systematic ethnic cleansing, mass expulsions, and violence against the civilian population. Although it has been decades since the conflict ended, Serbia still does not recognize Kosovo's autonomy. Furthermore, Serbia has never been held accountable for well-supported allegations of ethnic cleansing and sexual violence. Meanwhile, Kosovo's sovereignty has been recognized by over 100 countries worldwide, including the U.S., since its formal declaration of independence in 2008. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of this body, during the 250th year of American independence, we honor Kosovo's young democracy. On this important day, Kosovo's values of liberty and justice resonate with our own Declaration of Independence. Mr. Speaker, let me recognize the exceptional contributions of Bishop Wilbert Preston to the Fairview, Greenburgh, and White Plains communities. The bishop will be leaving his post as the spiritual leader for Christ Temple Church in Fairview later this year. More will be said about that at another time. But this past weekend, we celebrated the completion of his tenure as chair of the Greenburgh Housing Authority with a celebratory luncheon. Bishop Preston first joined the Housing Authority Board 26 years ago, and during that time, including exemplary service as chairman, he fought for the best interests of those in need of housing in this urban neighborhood. Federal housing resources have never met the demand for housing for the needy, making it difficult for any local housing authority to satisfy the need that they see. Bishop Preston was an articulate spokesperson for those needs and understood the necessity to overcome structural racism, to address poverty and unemployment as elements of effective housing strategy. As he leaves his housing authority post, from the floor of the United States House of Representatives, we salute his moral leadership and managerial skill in his service on the board of the Greenburgh Housing Authority. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize PTSD Awareness Month. Post-traumatic stress disorder can affect anyone, and due to its invisibility, often resulting in getting overlooked, it isn't always properly treated. It is well documented that service members disproportionately suffer from PTSD alongside of 9/11 survivors and many others. The National Center for PTSD estimates that 23% of veterans reliant on the VA for care and treatment have had PTSD at some point in their lives. Despite PTSD's known treatability and the VA's efforts to connect affected individuals to the proper resources, the Trump administration continues to stand in the way of veterans' well-being. Since the inauguration of the president, employees have been forced from the VA in droves, including, of course, hundreds of dedicated mental health staff on the front lines of tackling the mental health crisis facing our country's servicemen and women. During this Awareness Month, I encourage this administration to cease neglecting the needs of our most vulnerable servicemen and veterans, and to whom this country owes far more than empty gratitude. And we recognize all who deal with PTSD in their everyday lives, and we show support for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, June 14th, our nation will celebrate Flag Day. It was on that date in 1777, by resolution of the Second Continental Congress, that our nation adopted Old Glory as the flag of the United States. It was and is the single most recognizable symbol of the great American experiment, and has endured through our nation's greatest triumphs and its greatest hardships. From Revolutionary War to the World Wars, from the age of space exploration to the fight for civil rights, the Stars and Stripes has stood as a symbol of American courage and resolve. It is worn by those who serve their country in uniform, and it's been draped over the coffins of those who sacrifice their lives for what it represents. And yet Congress, the constitutional body charged with making our nation's laws, does not have the legal authority to decide how our most sacred symbol, the flag, should be protected. We've seen folks burn and desecrate the flag, an act that shows deep contempt for those who know and understand what this flag symbolizes. But Congress can take the first step to restore its authority and the American people's First Amendment right to demand its protection. That's why I've proposed a constitutional amendment returning to Congress that power to prohibit the physical desecration of the American flag. This issue was once debated, legislated, and settled through the democratic process, but it's been untouchable for nearly 4 decades following a decision by the Supreme Court. That decision overturned laws in 48 out of 50 states that protected our flag from desecration. If the American people remain united in their commitment to protect our nation's flag, Congress should do its part. Mr. Speaker, this is a historic year. It is our nation's 250th anniversary. I can't think of a better year for Congress to step up in the spirit of self-governance and make an effort to give our flag the protection it deserves. On this Flag Day, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reflect on what the Stars and Stripes means to them and to join me in restoring Congress's constitutional authority to protect it in accordance with the will of the American people. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Brown, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to rise to recognize Juneteenth, a defining moment in our nation's history. On June 19, 1865, Union soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas, carrying news of liberation. More than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, enslaved Black Americans gathered to finally learn that they were free. Juneteenth teaches us that freedom delayed is not freedom. Children face fire hoses and police dogs in pursuit of their rights. And it continued at the ballot box through the long fight to secure not just the right to vote, but the right to have that vote count equally, and the right to claim a full and equal voice in American democracy. The story of freedom in America is inseparable from the story of Black political power. The ability to vote, the ability to be heard, the ability to elect leaders who understand our communities. Those rights were not gifts. They were victories won through sacrifice. And today, those victories are under attack. As we celebrate Juneteenth and America's 250th anniversary, we must ask a simple question. What does freedom mean if Black Americans are again denied a meaningful voice in this government? That question is known well in Ohio's 11th Congressional District because of the leadership of one of my predecessors, the late Louis Stokes. Before he became the first Black member of Congress from Ohio and a founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus, Stokes was fighting against efforts to dilute Black representation in Northeast Ohio. He understood something that remains true today. You do not have to stop someone from voting to take away their power. You can accomplish the same thing by drawing lines differently. Lou Stokes spent his life proving that freedom requires representation and that democracy requires vigilance. The battles he fought and that so many fought before him were not supposed to be fought again. The ground that was won through marches and blood, court cases and passed laws sacrificed and courage was supposed to be secure, yet here we are. Ideological extremists on the Supreme Court have again shattered the very protections that generations of Americans fought to secure. The same Voting Rights Act that Lou Stokes helped defend, the same law that transformed Black political participation in America, the same law that helped ensure communities could not simply be carved up, divided, and silenced, that same law has been ripped to shreds by a Trump-dominated Supreme Court. Every generation inherits the responsibility to protect what previous generations sacrificed to achieve, and now it is our turn. We cannot retreat. We cannot surrender the gains that were purchased at such a high cost. We must defend the equal representation with the same determination that won it in the first place. So, Mr. Speaker, I will not watch our rights be taken away, not without a fight. Juneteenth isn't just a celebration, it is a promise to protect and preserve the freedom we were first denied, especially at a time like this. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the pride of Northeast Ohio, Olympic gold medalist Layla Edwards of Cleveland Heights. Earlier this year, Layla helped lead the Team USA to their first gold medal win in women's hockey, playing in all 7 games and contributing 2 goals and 6 assists. Her performance inspired fans across our nation, but back home in Northeast Ohio, we couldn't be more proud to call Layla one of our own. From learning to skate at the Cleveland Heights Community Center to becoming the first Black woman to represent our country in Olympic hockey, Layla has broken barriers and demonstrated determination without ever forgetting where she came from. This weekend, Cleveland Heights will host a parade in her honor, and I couldn't think of a better way to celebrate her, as children can now look at the ice and see new possibilities. To Layla Edwards, thank you for representing our country with excellence, lifting up our community with pride, and inspiring the next generations. Congratulations on your gold medal, and congratulations to the Cleveland Heights community for raising such a remarkable champion. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor Wash State University's Bill Stevens as he retires after 21 years of excellence helping shape the story of Cougar athletics. Bill held the title of a Sports Information Director and Senior Associate Athletic Director for Strategic Communications, and has officially closed a chapter that spanned 5 athletic directors, 7 football coaches, and endless memorable moments in Cougar history. Bill served as one of the chief storytellers of WSU athletics and helped shape how Cougar student athletes and programs were presented to the world. He graduated from WSU in 1987 and arrived back in Pullman in 2005 after spending 9 years with the Sacramento Kings and 5 years at UC Davis, and later went on to become one of the most respected communications professionals in all of college athletics. Bill was able to quickly adapt to a fast-changing world of social media and evolve WSU communication strategies to what we see today. And some of the challenges Bill faced during his time were significant. Of course, one of Bill's favorite memories came in October of 2018 when ESPN's College Game Day finally came to Pullman after years of anticipation, fueled by flying the famous Old Crimson flag at every game day across the country. Bill was heavily involved in coordinating the media events surrounding this historic event. His efforts led to a national showcase of WSU and was capped by a dramatic victory over the University of Oregon, the fourth consecutive time that Washington State University beat the University of Oregon Ducks in football. Bill, I thank you for your decades of hard work with Cougar Athletics. The program wouldn't be where it is today without you. And of course, one of the most memorable coaches that Bill Stevens helped work with was the one and only Mike Leach. When Mike and I taught the insurgent warfare and football class together, I saw firsthand Bill's incredible work in communications. That class received a lot of national media attention, and I thought Bill did a wonderful job of not only celebrating the Cougs, but allowing Mike Leach to be Mike Leach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor one of this year's Gold Medal Congressional Award winners, Scarlett Kinville from Spokane, Washington. The Congressional Award is a public-private partnership by Congress to promote and recognize achievement, initiative, and service in America's youth, age 14 to 23. Scarlett completed over 400 hours of public service, volunteering as a therapeutic writing assistant, 200 hours of personal development as she managed a youth social enterprise focused on coffee, 200 hours of physical fitness by increasing stamina through her daily biking routine, and a 5 days, 4 nights expedition trip where she planned and led a teen storytelling expedition to Portland. Scarlett had this to say about her experience, quote, "The process of gaining the gold medal was fun. I gained the ability to manage my time and participate in meaningful activities and community. I learned important life skills such as leadership, teamwork, confidence, and responsibility. And I was able to help the community in ways I wouldn't have strived for otherwise. I believe I am more resilient and have developed a strong determination to grow and succeed personally and as a citizen since starting the Congressional Award process. It is an honor to represent young leaders like Scarlett in Congress. Her achievement is a testament to her hard work, her character, and her commitment to serving others. I congratulate Scarlett on this well-deserved recognition and look forward to all she will accomplish in the years ahead. Scarlett, it is great to have you visiting Washington, D.C. this week, and all of Eastern Washington, and indeed all of Congress and the nation, share in the pride of your accomplishment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the member from Delaware, Representative McBride, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the legacy and contributions of dedicated volunteers at the Cheer Community Center in Sussex County, Delaware. Recently, Cheer hosted its annual Volunteer Appreciation Awards ceremony in Georgetown to recognize neighbors who have tirelessly given their time to supporting older adults across the county. Cheer's volunteer base is critical to their ability to provide meals, transportation, activities, companionship, and support services to the thousands of older adults they serve. Last year alone, over 750 volunteers provided a combined 40,000 vital services that made Cheer's work possible. Cheer's work and services are absolutely critical to the entire state, and especially Sussex County, where 1/3 of the population is 65 or older. Maggie Smith, who volunteers daily at the Long Neck Center, where she assists with meals and running a weekly nickel poker game, among other responsibilities, was awarded the 2026 Cheer Volunteer of the Year. Maggie greets each new member by name and ensures those with mobility concerns are able to get their meals. This honor, rightfully earned, represents something that we could all use more of: selfless dedication to the well-being of our neighbors. Congratulations to Maggie and to all the nominees for the award, and thank you for all that you do to keep Delaware's communities running, and to deliver critical services to our neighbors. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the liberation of Delaware from the corrupt and tyrannical yoke of the British Crown and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. 250 years ago, Delawareans stared fate and history in the eyes, picked up the quill, and began to write a new chapter. Our Delawarean forebears said plainly and with outsized ambition and determination, we can govern ourselves and our future is ours to make. No tyrant, whether they're in Pennsylvania or England, will have authority over the first and greatest state in the Union. Separation Day is celebrated with overwhelming pride in my state, with my neighbors coming together annually each June in Old Newcastle, one of the most historic towns in America, to honor our legacy and mark another year free from the despotism of the past. Of course, Separation Day is about more than the past. It serves as a reminder that democracy is not guaranteed or inherited. It calls on each generation to face challenges with resolve and to take action to secure our liberties. Just as Delawareans have always reminded our fellow Americans, the real heroes of democracy are the ordinary people who believe that a better future is worth fighting for. More importantly, 250 years ago, those patriots understood something we should all remember today. There are no kings in a democracy. So this year, as we mark the semi-quincentennial of both the greatest state in the Union and our country, may we recommit ourselves to the unequivocal rejection of tyranny in all of its forms. To my friends from Pennsylvania, you wish you were us. And to all my friends and constituents in Delaware, happy Separation Day. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize and honor the late Mrs. Ruth Patrick Thomas, an Omaha icon and pioneer for the North Omaha community. Living a wonderful and blessed 105 years, Mrs. Thomas's life was marked by service and love for all, touching the hearts of many in each of the various roles she maintained. Graduating from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln in 1943, Mrs. Thomas wed Mr. Francis Thomas the same year and joined him in caring for the home and family business, the Thomas Funeral Home. Active in the community, she also devoted her efforts to the League of Women Voters for nearly 2 decades, directed the YWCA, and focused on cultivating kinship within her neighborhoods. Behind her service to others, Mrs. Thomas championed many milestones, such as being one of the first board members to vote in favor of desegregating Omaha public schools, the first of 3 women at Zion Baptist Church to be appointed to trustee, and in 1954 enrolling and graduating from the College of Mortuary Science in St. Louis as the only female and African-American person in her class. Her lifetime of accomplishments has been recognized by the NAACP with the NAACP Freedom Fighters Award and with the Diamond Award bestowed by the Delta Epsilon Omega chapter of the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority for over 75 years of service. Mr. Speaker, to the family and North Omaha friends of Mrs. Thomas, I offer my deepest condolences on her passing, and I stand with pride to have had such a wholesome and selfless person be a part of developing our community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and recognize a true example of resiliency, generosity, and commitment to serving others, my friend, LaVon Stennis Williams from Omaha, Nebraska. LaVon is a woman of many titles: attorney, author, entrepreneur, and mentor. But perhaps her most defining characteristic is her unwavering commitment that our past does not define our future, and that history, when preserved, can be a powerful tool for healing. A graduate of Creighton University with her bachelor's and Juris Doctor degrees, LaVon has spent her life building bridges. In 2012, drawing from her own personal journey, she founded Reconnect Incorporated. This nonprofit has served over 500 individuals, helping those currently or formerly incarcerated navigate the difficult transition back into society. Through her Success Prep curriculum, she teaches a philosophy that our communities desperately need: the mindset of being better but not bitter. But LaVon's service to Omaha doesn't stop at professional development. She understands that to move forward, we must also look back. She transformed her private doll collection into the Doll Museum of African American History. This museum houses a collection of over 3,000 historic dolls, and it's free for all. Far more than simple artifacts, these figures serve as a unique lens through which people can examine these 3 centuries of Black history and culture. This museum stands as a testament to her belief that understanding where we have been is essential to determining where we are going. Whether she's writing children's books to honor the legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen through her publishing house, 2B Publishing, or coaching a client towards a new career path, LaVon Stennis-Williams is a builder of dreams. LaVon Stennis-Williams has made extraordinary contributions to Nebraska's 2nd District, and we are grateful for her tireless work in preserving our nation's history while empowering its future. Thank you, LaVon Stennis-Williams. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mr. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor and celebrate Jackie Algie, a powerful and loving champion for justice, humanity, and solidarity. As the daughter of civil rights activists from the South who marched alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Jackie's political education began at home. She was raised on the stories of neighbors fighting side by side to defend their dignity and to realize their collective liberation. Those early lessons shaped her consciousness and became the foundation on which her impressive life's work is built. For decades, Jackie has organized people to build power, to demonstrate solidarity, and to stand up and fight back against injustice. Whether as the board president and founding member of Chicago's Women's March, her work with the Poor People's Campaign, or her current service as the vice president of external relations for SEIU Healthcare, Jackie has not only been on the front lines for some of the most significant struggles, she is a light that has guided our movements with fierceness, joy, authenticity, and powerful love. But the work she holds closest to her heart unfolded over 2 decades ago. After the murder of her son and only child, Kenneth was a victim of gun violence. And as an assignment of love, Jackie helped organize one of the biggest marches in the nation's capital and the nation had ever seen, the Million Mom March in Mother's Day of 2000. In front of the White House, she held up Kenneth's picture, honoring her son and every single child we have seen lost to gun violence. You see, for Algie, marching is a sacred act. When we march, we resist despair. When we stand up and press on, we demonstrate that we will keep fighting until we are, in fact, victorious. When we lock arms, we remember that we are not alone. That is the gift of Jackie Algie. For so many of us, she has motivated us to persist, to face the light, to never give up, and to hold out hope because we, in fact, are not alone. Whenever she can be, she is right next to us, arm in arm, marching on. So on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my honor to commend Jackie Algie for her lifelong commitment to building the beloved community, championing civil and worker rights, and practicing solidarity across our intersections, across our identities, and across our issues. Thank you, Algie. You are a spiritual mother for me, and we know that all power is to the people. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the life and legacy of Kevin Gonzalez, my 18-year-old constituent who was a U.S. citizen boy who lived his last few weeks of life fighting to be reunited with his parents, showing us all the power of love. Kevin nació en Chicago y era ciudadano estadounidense. Su familia fue separada después de que sus padres, Isidoro y Norma Anabel, fueron deportados a México. Para mantener a la familia unida, Kevin se mudó a México con sus papás. Sin embargo, durante una visita reciente a Chicago, se enfermó y fue diagnosticado con cáncer de colon terminal y comenzó a recibir tratamiento en enero. Cuando Kevin dejó de responder al tratamiento, sus padres solicitaron permiso para viajar a Estados Unidos y para poder estar con su hijo. El Departamento de Seguridad Nacional, DHS, les negó las visas. Desesperados por poder llegar hasta él, intentaron reunirse con su hijo, la única manera que un padre y madre podría, cruzando la frontera. Pero en lugar de reencontrarse, fueron detenidos por la migra y detenidos en la frontera por un mes. Fue entonces cuando Kevin nos mostró el poder de amor. Luchó incluso mientras estaba muriéndose para poder reencontrarse con sus padres. Alzó la voz y mientras la comunidad se unía para lograr este reencuentro, Kevin se mantuvo con vida hasta que los pudo ver una vez más. Los esperó. Y Kevin falleció menos de 24 horas después de haberse reunido con sus papás. El ejemplo de Kevin nos invita a amarnos unos a otros de una manera que desafía fronteras, que desafía la muerte y los autoritarios y a todos aquellos que pretenden separar nuestras familias y buscar nuestra destrucción. Por eso, en el nombre del tercer distrito, es mi honor reconocer a Kevin González, honrar su memoria y luchar para un mundo compasivo donde nuestros niños no tienen que pelear para poder ver a sus padres antes de morir. Kevin, descansa en paz. Kevin, rest in power. Thank you for showing us the power of love, the power of a boy who just wanted to be reunited with his parents one last time. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman will provide an English translation of her remarks for the record. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McDowell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Kyle Busch, a fierce competitor, a legendary race car driver, and most importantly, a great man. Kyle was a husband to Samantha, a father to 2 beautiful children. He was a brother, a son, a businessman, a driver, an entertainer, and one of the greatest competitors to ever get behind the wheel racing cars. If I sat here and listed every checkered flag that Kyle Busch ever won, my time would expire before I could finish. Kyle Busch was a winner. Kyle won 234 races across the top 3 series in NASCAR, including 63 wins at the Cup level, making him the 9th all-time winner on the Cup Series. Kyle was a fierce competitor. It was like he hated losing more than he loved winning. We all got an inside look at that through listening to his team radio on race days. Kyle had an expectation that if he was behind the wheel of a car, he should win. He had every right to believe that because he was that good. We all remember the Michael Jordan flu game during the 1997 NBA Finals. Imagine Michael Jordan playing every game after the All-Star break with the flu and still winning MVP, because that's what Kyle Busch did. In February 2015, Kyle wrecked hard at Daytona and compound fractured his right leg and broke his left foot. After multiple surgeries, by early May, Kyle was back racing in the All-Star race. And by November, Kyle Busch was a NASCAR champion. Behind the wheel, Kyle Busch was fast. Truth be told, sometimes he was too fast. Even NASCAR couldn't contain him, and he was regularly penalized for speeding off of pit row. This would infuriate Kyle, but he was so fast that by making him go to the back of the pack, that didn't mean he wouldn't still win. Mr. Speaker, Kyle Busch's story was that of race legends, racing with incredible teams. He started in the Truck Series for Jack Roush and Roush Racing. He spent time with Hendrick Motorsports racing for Rick Hendrick. From 2007 to 2023, Kyle drove the number 18 for Coach Joe Gibbs at Joe Gibbs Racing. Then in 2023, he joined Richard Childress Racing in Welcome, North Carolina, racing in the number 8 car, proudly representing my hometown. He also drove for 2 of the best team presidents in NASCAR, with Dave Alpern at Joe Gibbs Racing and Mike Verlander at Richard Childress Racing. Both call the 6th District of North Carolina their home. But Kyle's impact across the NASCAR family was massive. He inspired a generation of drivers that are working their way through the ranks right now. That impact alone is an incredibly strong legacy to leave. But the track is only part of Kyle Busch's story. Alongside his wife Samantha, they started the Bundle of Joy Fund to advance access to fertility treatments through care and coverage, building awareness and providing support for the many who have struggled to bring children into the world. Because of his efforts on the track, he was able to make an impact on countless families and couples' lives by providing support and to let them know that they were not alone. Most importantly, Kyle was a devoted husband and a loving father. It was obvious that above all of his racing success, all of the trophies that he won, nothing mattered more to him than his precious family. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to shower the Bush family with prayer, and as we grieve this loss alongside Kyle's wife, Samantha, his children, Brexton and Lennox, and his entire family, let us remember that Kyle Bush will forever be a legend. There are heroes and there are legends, and heroes get remembered, but legends never die. Kyle Bush was a legend behind the wheel, and in that sense, he is immortal. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend the Charter Oak High School cheer and stunt team for making history by becoming the first San Gabriel Valley school to win a CIF Southern Section Stunt Cheer Championship. Your hard work and dedication paid off. You should all be very proud of yourself for capturing the Division II title. Congratulations to Coach Ashley Garcia for all the time and energy she spent in training these talented athletes. An additional shout out to sophomore Juliet Ramirez for being the top power player and point earner, and to senior Kaylin Kazida, who made a triumphant return from injury this season. She came back stronger than ever and scored 249 points in 265 rounds. Not really sure what that means, but it sounds incredible. Kaylin was also named the Valley Vista League MVP, and that I do know is incredible. Congratulations on that achievement. This is a remarkable season capped by a historic victory. I'm incredibly proud of Charter Oak's team, and I hope you enjoy your major win. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to extend my congratulations to the Edgewood softball team for their impressive victory in the CIF Southern Section Championship. Your teamwork, hard work, and devotion to the game paid off with this success, and you should be so proud of your achievement. A special shout out to junior Alexis Hurtado for her amazing performance. You pitched a complete game, played great defense, and helped guide your team to victory. The entire team demonstrated dedication to athletic excellence and made our district proud with this impressive game. Congratulations on your accomplishment. You earned it through your hard work and dedication. Good luck to you all in the CIF Southern Section Regional Playoffs. I will be rooting for you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Pride Month and celebrate the strength, resilience, and diversity of the LGBTQI+ community in California's 31st District and across the country. It was just over a decade ago that the Supreme Court announced their decision to affirm marriage equality as the law of the land. This historic step forward remains a landmark legal victory for the LGBTQI+ Americans in the fight for equality, but today that fight continues. There is always more work to be done to make this country a more inclusive and welcoming place for all. This Pride Month is about coming together as a community to celebrate the freedom as we all deserve, because everyone deserves to love who they love and to live openly, authentically, without fear of discrimination. I also want to take a moment to reaffirm my commitment to fighting for trans equality. I will always defend your right to live as who you are. As a member of the Congressional Equality Caucus and an original co-sponsor of the Equality Act, I am proud to champion your fight for equal justice, equal dignity, and equal rights. Happy Pride Month. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Gun Violence Awareness Month and to honor the thousands of Americans who lost their lives to gun violence. In 2025, gun homicides killed an estimated 15,000 people. This number represents children taken from their parents, young people with bright futures stolen from them, beloved community members, and so many families torn apart by the cruel injustice of an act of violence permitted by our broken policies. I know family and friends who have lost loved ones due to an act of gun violence. For them, it is pain that will live on forever. Thoughts and prayers are not enough. It is time for us all to confront this epidemic head-on with long overdue gun reform. Common sense gun safety laws are not controversial. In fact, the majority of Americans say it is far too easy to legally obtain a gun in this country. No one should have to bear the trauma of losing a loved one to a preventable incident of gun violence. I promise you that I will fight every day to forge a better tomorrow where everyone is safe from this inconceivable harm of gun violence. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Schmidt, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a devoted public servant, educator, and proud Kansan, my friend Bob Tomlinson, who passed away in February 2025 at his home in Kansas. Bob Tomlinson lived a life defined by service to others, whether in the classroom, the Kansas State House, or around the family dinner table. Bob believed deeply in showing up for people, listening carefully, and leaving every place a little better than he found it. From an early age, Bob demonstrated a passion for public service and civic engagement. In fact, his family recalls that his first campaign began in junior high school when he ran for student council. That sense of responsibility to contribute, to lead, and to serve never left him. As a young man, Bob attended Boys State, worked with Republican U.S. Senator Bob Dole and Democrat State Senator Anthony Hensley, and built a bipartisan spirit that would become a hallmark of his public life. Bob understood that public service was never about headlines or partisanship. It was about people, especially those who felt unheard or overlooked. Bob earned his bachelor's degree from the University of Kansas and later a master's degree from Baker University. He went on to spend nearly 2 decades working in education, serving as a social studies teacher and counselor at the Shawnee Mission School District Alternative Education Program at Horizons High School. Those who knew Bob understood that he had a special heart for students who needed extra care, extra patience, and someone who believed in them when much of the world often did not. Bob did not simply teach history. He taught young people that their lives mattered and that they could still shape their own futures. Bob's commitment to his community naturally led him into elected office. He served on the Roland Park City Council before representing Kansas' 24th House District in the Kansas State House of Representatives from 1993 to 2003. During his decade in the legislature, Bob earned respect on both sides of the aisle for his thoughtful approach, his kindness, and his ability to build genuine friendships across political differences. He later served as Assistant Insurance Commissioner for the state of Kansas from 2003 to 2012, continuing a career centered on protecting and serving Kansans. And if you knew Bob, you knew there was always a joke. There was always a story. In every situation, he could find a way to lighten the mood and make people feel at ease. He never met a stranger who would not later become a friend. Bob loved Kansas deeply. He traveled to every corner of the state multiple times during his years in public service. He cared about rural communities, small towns, working families, and the people whose voices too often went unheard. He believed government worked best when leaders listened first. But of all the titles Bob carried, the title he treasured most was family man. Bob and his beloved wife, Carol, shared 38 years of marriage. Together they raised 2 sons, Philip and Christopher, and later welcomed a granddaughter, Audrey, who brought Bob enormous joy. Family traditions mattered to Bob. Every summer, the Tomlinsons would pack up and travel together to visit historic sites and state capitals across America. Thanks to Bob's love of history and their travel, his sons can say they visited 48 state capitals and our nation's capital here in Washington. Those trips reflected Bob's belief that learning never stops and that the best memories are made together. And while Bob could discuss history, public policy, or baseball with anyone, his granddaughter, Audrey, may have known him best for yet another talent entirely, his unforgettable Donald Duck impression, which he happily performed for hours just to make her laugh. That was Bob Tomlinson, accomplished but humble, serious about service but never about himself, a man whose greatest joy came not from recognition, but from bringing joy to others. On behalf of so many people in Kansas and of this U.S. House of Representatives, I extend my deepest condolences to Carol, Philip, Chris, Megan, Audrey, and the entire Tomlinson family. May they find comfort in knowing that Bob's life made a lasting difference in the lives of so many others. May he rest in peace. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Oversight Committee's task force on defending constitutional rights and exposing institutional abuses held a hearing last week focused on allegations of home and community-based services in my state of Ohio. And I have some thoughts. First, fraud is wrong. People misusing the system undermines the very purpose of safety net programs. If taxpayer dollars are misused, there must be accountability. Vulnerabilities must be fixed and oversight should be strengthened. I support that effort. However, what I do not support is using allegations of fraud to mischaracterize an entire program, promote racist and xenophobic ideologies, limit the care of our most vulnerable citizens by presenting only part of the story. Unfortunately, that is what happened last week. Before the hearing, my Ohio Democratic colleagues and I were told we would have an opportunity to engage in the hearing as Ohioans and folks who are closest to the issue. But at the last minute, we were shut out. That decision cut off a fuller conversation about both rooting out fraud and protecting services relied on by more than 122,000 Ohioans. Home and community-based services provide in-home support, including medication assistance, therapy, meals, and personal care that allows older adults and individuals with disabilities to remain at home rather than in institutions. This flexibility allows families to remain close with the added benefit of lower costs and better health outcomes. It's one of the many reasons these programs have long enjoyed bipartisan support. Since the 1980s, Ohio has participated in these home-based and community waiver programs, including the past 15 years under a state government fully led by Republicans. During that time, these programs have been designed, funded, administered, and repeatedly approved by state and federal officials. As a former state legislator, I served on the Finance Committee, and I was the ranking member for the Health and Human Services Subcommittee that oversaw the funding and activities towards the home-based and community services and Medicaid as an entire agency. The move towards home-based services were led and championed by Governor Kasich, the Republican from Ohio. A feature of the program was to move towards agency-based services and away from independent providers to, you guessed it, combat fraud and abuse. At last week's hearing, Ohio Auditor Keith Faber, who was a witness, but does not currently set Medicaid policy, at least not today. However, as a former state legislator and a former state Senate president, he supported expanding HCBS and removing barriers to improve access and reduce costs. While not only just that, he negotiated multiple budgets under his leadership, increasing funding for these programs. But now as the state auditor, he enjoys wide discretion to audit programs and state agencies. But why weren't those oversight concerns not acted on more aggressively? What has been going on in the auditor's office for the past 7.5 years if there is so much fraud, waste, and abuse? And further, why weren't there any notable flags in the ACBS program in the last state audit of the Department of Medicaid? In 2013, Ohio created the Joint Medicaid Oversight Committee to strengthen accountability when the state expanded Medicaid under Republican Governor John Kasich. But that committee was dissolved last year by a Republican supermajority in the legislature and signed by the Republican governor while it was actively reviewing Medicaid administration, including contracts with major claim processors. If vulnerabilities have existed for years, Ohioans deserve answers as to why stronger safeguards were not implemented and enforced for the last 15 years of Republican-led state of Ohio. Additionally, why was the Oversight Committee abolished just in December of 2025? During the hearing, we also heard testimony from an investigative reporter of the Daily Wire, whose testimony repeatedly focused on immigrants and ethnic communities in ways that blurred the line between identifying wrongdoing and casting suspicions, and quite frankly, racist suspicions on entire groups of people. Fraud should be investigated wherever it exists, but oversight must be driven by evidence, not rhetoric that casts doubt and blame on entire communities. The hearing also featured testimony from State Representative Mike DeVilla, who described oversight failures and data fragmentation that he argues persisted for years within Ohio Medicaid system. Again, this is Rep. DeVilla's second tour in the State House. Where have you been, Representative? If those conditions are as long-standing and widespread as described, then Ohioans deserve to know why stronger safeguards were not implemented when state leaders, Republican state leaders, including those who govern and shape policy decisions over the past 15 years, had and still have the authority to act. The vast majority of caregivers and providers are not engaged in fraud. They are workers and family members providing essential care every day to our most vulnerable. Fraud must be investigated and prosecuted, but solutions must be targeted and not risk disrupting care for the most vulnerable in our communities. As I see it, Mr. Speaker, it is the state of Ohio, under the leadership demanded by the change of Republican governor.
The gentlewoman is no longer recognized. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take you back 100 years. The year is 1926. Calvin Coolidge was president. We only had 48 states. Silent films were all the rage, and Americans were just beginning to discover the joy of the family road trip. It was a year of optimism, growth, and community spirit. It was also the year the Rotary Club of Fernandina Beach, Florida was founded. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 100th anniversary of this remarkable organization for a century of service and fellowship. Mr. Speaker, for me, it's personal. I've had the honor of being a member of this club, joining in 1990, and even serving as its club president. One of my most memorable moments as my Rotary journey was swearing in my own son, Bradley Bean, as president not too long ago. For 100 years, the Rotary Club of Fernandina Beach has strengthened our community by supporting local students, advancing literacy, leading humanitarian projects both locally, nationally, and even internationally, and living out the values that has defined Rotary since its founding in 1905 by Paul Harris. Mr. Speaker, you may ask, is there going to be a party? And the answer is, yes, there will be. There will be a gathering of both current and former members to celebrate the milestone as well as all the accomplishments in 100 years. They'll honor every member who has given their talent, their time, and heart to make Fernandina Beach and the world a better place. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating the Rotary Club of Fernandina Beach on 100 amazing years of service above self. I wish them another century of impact, leadership, and community. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Rivas, for 5 minutes.
The San Fernando Valley mourns the loss of Nancy Oda. Nancy was born in the Tule Lake Segregation Center during World War II, where her family was persecuted for their Japanese heritage. Her family's hope was that she would bring harmony into the world and overcome the challenges and discrimination they were facing at the time. Nancy did what she could to bring that harmony by choosing a life of service to her community. She spent 32 years with LA Unified School District, first as a teacher, then retiring as an elementary school principal. Nancy's work didn't stop in the classroom. Nancy served as president of the San Fernando Valley Japanese American Community Center and the Tuna Canyon Detention Station Coalition, where she worked tirelessly to preserve the history of Japanese American incarceration and ensure that future generations would understand its impact. She believed that preserving history was not simply about remembering the past, it was about protecting the future. She used her voice to advocate for immigrant communities and ensure that they can live their lives with dignity. Nancy will be remembered for her commitment to education, her devotion to the community, and unwavering belief in justice throughout the San Fernando Valley. Her memory will live on through the students that she taught, the history she preserved, and the communities she strengthened. We were all fortunate to have met Nancy. I ask for a moment of silence in her honor. Today, we celebrate the life and service of Salvador Torres from Pacoima. Salvador was born and raised in Pacoima with his 12 siblings. After serving our country in Vietnam, Salvador came back to the Valley where he worked at General Motors as a line worker to support his wife and 3 children, Marco, Fabiola, and Flor. According to Marco, Salvador's love and kindness can be seen and felt in everyone that he knew. Salvador was able to form a bond with anyone, whether it be over stories from military service or their shared love of the LA Dodgers. This was evident at his memorial service, where over 400 people attended to pay their respects and celebrate a beloved neighbor, veteran, and leader. Salvador's legacy lives on in his family, friends, and the community that he loved so dearly. He will be missed. I ask for a moment of silence in honor of Salvador. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Berra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Juhi Parikh, a student at Intercom High School in Sacramento, for winning my office's essay contest commemorating America's 250th anniversary. As our nation prepares to celebrate 250 years of independence, students across my district were invited to reflect on what America means to them. Juhi's essay stood out for its thoughtful reflection on community, belonging, and unity. I would like to share her essay in her own words. As I look out onto my street in a Sacramento suburb, I see a lovely Chinese family with 2 daughters achieving their dreams in college, a black family with 2 daughters in high school with me, a Mexican family with 3 children that loved playing soccer, college students renting a house, 3 generations of a white family and their cute dog named Liesel, who pass out homemade cinnamon rolls every Christmas to each house, and my own immigrant family. This isn't just a show of diversity, but unity. To me, America is this street. It's easy to look at a country and only see its fractures and divisions. America might have many imperfections, but that's not all it is. What I see from my window tells a different story, one that feels personal to me. What strikes me most about my neighborhood isn't our differences, it's that we don't care about how different we are. The kids kick the soccer ball into the street and everyone navigates around it without complaint. The college students wave. Liesel trots over to anyone who will scratch her ears, noticing their kindness first before their backgrounds. At Christmas, cinnamon rolls arrive at every door, not just the ones that look familiar. These little details repeated daily are what a culture is actually made of. My dad came to America first alone for his job, building the foundation to raise a family here. My mom followed him, leaving behind everything familiar to join him in a country still new to both of them. This risk is not unique to us. Nearly every family on my street has their own version. A sacrifice made, a life turned upside down, a bet placed on this country. And somewhere along the way, all those separate stories merged into one shared street. This shared life revealed itself most clearly on the day Liesel passed away. I had once been small enough that that Great Dane and I were nearly the same size, the two of us growing up together. She had belonged to one family, but in truth, she belonged to all of us. When she was gone, every family came to the door. Some brought food, some simply came to honor her memory. An entire street grieved together. And I understood that what we had built was not just proximity, it was genuine care. This care is the truest thing I know about America. We are so defined by our differences, our backgrounds, our languages, or our histories. But on my street, those things are only the beginning of the story, not the end of it. Similarly, America's story is not finished either. To me, America means possibility. The possibility that people from every corner of the world can land on the same street and become part of each other's lives. It is not a perfect country, but it keeps producing diverse streets like mine, and that is enough to believe in. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 20th anniversary of the Citrus Heights Police Department. For 2 decades, the men and women of the department have served the Citrus Heights community with dedication, professionalism, and an unwavering commitment to public safety. Every day they work to keep families safe, respond in moments of crisis, and strengthen trust across the community. I was proud to help secure $540,000 in federal funding for the department's Emergency Communication Enhancements Project to upgrade emergency communications to ensure first responders can communicate reliably during emergencies, coordinate with neighboring jurisdictions, and keep Citrus Heights residents safe when every second counts. I want to thank Chief Alexander Turcott and every officer, dispatcher, and staff member for their service and sacrifice. Their work reflects the very best of public service and dedication to our community. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord God, bless the work we do today. Bless all of it, not just the issues we individually have invested in, but bless the work we do together to address the concerns each of us brings to the table. Use our everyday tasks, even those that seem mundane and routine, to your glory. Whether it is a meeting with constituents who come with a myriad of concerns, a review of every line of a bill and markup, another phone call or another media interview, may our approach to each task reflect our faithful service, not just to our communities and to our country, but ultimately to you. In this, may we commit ourselves to doing not just the minimum, but our best. May we acknowledge that the responsibilities you have entrusted to us far exceed our intentions for this day and deserve our full attention. May we do all that we do with a heart for you, giving of our whole selves to you and to the duties you have set before us. Let us offer our work and our words as a psalm of praise to your name, that each day we may live what we profess, our faith in you. In the promise of your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Donald Trump has overhauled workforce training, creating jobs, high-paying jobs without crushing debt. Trump means jobs. The Working Families Tax Act expanded savings for training in plumbing, electrical work, welding, and cosmetology, covering expenses for tuition and books. This initiative creates jobs. Today is primary day in South Carolina, and in every election, I have stood in front of a polling location to thank voters for participating. With the close votes we are having here today, I'm remaining in Washington, appreciating my Republican colleagues and being loyal to Trump policies. In the governor's race, Donald Trump will be a winner, with all talented candidates, Trump supporters, Nancy Mace, Ralph Norman, Ron Reddy, and Alan Wilson. Loyalists urge President Trump to endorse both runoff candidates in the upcoming runoff 2 weeks from today, as Trump will be a winner. In conclusion, God bless our troops, and Trump is reinstating peace through strength, creating and revealing war criminal Putin lies, as war criminal Putin talks lovely in the morning and war criminal Putin mass murders in the evening. Our prayers for American patriot Butch Wallace at the Lexington Medical Center. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The chair will receive a message. Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S. 1157, an act to direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services to conduct a review to evaluate the status of research on lung cancer in women and underserved populations and for other purposes, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Mason Lee, a young violinist from Tarrytown, New York, who was recently selected for one of Carnegie Hall's national youth ensembles. Since the start of this program in 2013, the National Youth Ensemble encourages artistic development and cultural exchange for musicians ages 14 through 19. Alongside his fellow members of the National Youth Orchestra of the United States, Mason will spend 2 weeks in New York before traveling to Europe to perform at some of the world's most greatest musical venues. As there are only 6 violinists chosen for the National Youth Orchestra, this opportunity is reserved for the most accomplished young musicians. From the floor of the House of Representatives, I congratulate Mason for this exemplary achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the 56th Annual Pennsylvania Special Olympics Games and the incredible athletes and volunteers who helped make this event so special. Established in 1970, the Pennsylvania Special Olympics provides children and adults with intellectual disabilities with the opportunity to compete in sports. Since its founding, the competition has grown every year, and this year, more than 1,000 volunteers made the event possible. Last week, 1,400 athletes from across the Commonwealth competed in various events such as tennis, swimming, basketball. Top athletes from last weekend's events will be invited to Minnesota later in the month, representing Pennsylvania in the National Special Olympics. The competition kicked off Thursday evening at Medlar Park when the Special Olympic torch was lit. These games are not just about sports, but help participants build existing skills, develop confidence, and foster friendships that last a lifetime. This annual event brings thousands of spectators to Center County each year, demonstrating Pennsylvania's strong communities. Mr. Speaker, I commend every athlete, coach, family member, and volunteer whose dedication made this fantastic event possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Julie Gallego, a devoted wife and mother, a gifted educator, and a beloved member of the Tucson and Southern Arizona community. Julie passed away yesterday on June 8th, following a courageous year-long battle with pancreatic cancer. While her loss is deeply felt by her family and loved ones, it is also felt across Tucson and beyond by the generations of young people whose lives she touched. Julie served as a director of Viva Performing Arts Studio on Tucson's South Side. She created a place where hundreds of children learned folklorico, mariachi, connected with their culture, developed confidence in themselves, and found a sense of belonging. Through her leadership, Viva became a cornerstone of the community and a second home for so many families. Those who had the privilege of knowing Julie will remember her warmth, compassion, and ability to make everyone feel welcomed, valued, and loved. Julie's legacy lives on in the students she remembered and mentored, the people she inspired, and the vibrant cultural tradition she worked hard to preserve and pass on to the next generation. My thoughts and prayers are with her family, friends, and everyone mourning this tremendous loss. May her memory be a blessing. Julie, your legacy will live on. Que en paz descansa. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. For what purposes does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize a dedicated public servant, a stalwart of justice in Northeast Nebraska, Joe Smith. Madison County Attorney for 42 years, 36 years as the actual county attorney, Smith has built a legacy defined by unwavering commitment to public safety. Since joining the office in 1984, he earned the trust and respect of law enforcement officers, public officials, his colleagues, citizens across the county, and the entire state. After serving as acting county attorney in 1989, he was elected in 1990 to what was the first of 9 full terms in that position. Whether prosecuting cases, mentoring deputy attorneys, or his role serving neighboring Antelope County, Smith's leadership and dedication have strengthened Nebraska's justice system and have benefited countless communities. Congratulations, Joe, on a truly remarkable career. While you will be missed in Madison County, we know that your continued work in Antelope County will be appreciated there as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. For what purposes does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to have an economy that is working great for the very rich, but not for the average working person in my district or anywhere across the country. In the first quarter of this year, average wages rose by 0.8%. Corporate profits rose by 2.7%. This is not a sustainable trend. We have two economies in this country. You're doing great if you're a billionaire partying at Mar-a-Lago or a hedge fund manager. But for the average working person, this does not work. And what did this Congress do last year? We passed a $4 trillion tax cut for the rich and big corporations. How about instead we spend some of that money to make health care better for the American people, to make education better? How about we focus on lowering costs instead of letting big corporations price gouge people? This is not working. It is driven by the corruption in this city, and it has to stop. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize a remarkable American, a distinguished physician, and a personal mentor, Dr. David Satcher. Dr. Satcher made history as the first black Surgeon General of the United States, dedicating his life to improving the health and well-being of all Americans. His leadership in public health, medical education, and healthcare access has left an enduring mark on our entire nation. I had the privilege of learning from Dr. Satcher at Morehouse School of Medicine, an institution founded to expand opportunities in medicine for underserved communities and to train the next generation of healthcare leaders. As a student, I witnessed firsthand his commitment to excellence, compassion, and service. He's inspired countless physicians, including myself, to see medicine not just as a profession, but as a calling. I ask my colleagues to join me today in honoring his extraordinary legacy and offering our prayers and our best wishes to him and his entire family. The impact of Dr. David Satcher's life will be felt for generations to come. And I am grateful for the example he set for me, for the medical community, and for our entire country. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, for generations, the sound of a Harrier over eastern North Carolina meant one thing: Marines were ready. As a Marine Attack Squadron 223, the Bulldogs completed a Harrier sundown ceremony, the final operational flight of the AV-AB Harrier II at Cherry Point on June the 3rd. We honor decades of service, sacrifice, and excellence. The aircraft made history, but the Marines behind it built the legacy. To every Bulldog who wore the patch, turned a wrench, launched a mission, or brought a Harrier safely home, thank you. Your service is forever part of Cherry Point, Eastern North Carolina, and Marine Corps history. I yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields back the balance of his time. For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1345 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 79, House Resolution 1345. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 8312, to establish fraud prevention and program integrity functions and data sharing authorities within the Department of Treasury and a permanent government-wide Inspector General for fraud, accountability, and recovery and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 8464, to amend Title 31 United States Code to authorize pausing and segmenting payments and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 3, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House the resolution. House Resolution 1335, condemning actors seeking to defraud the United States government and expressing the sense of the House of Representatives that government-wide fraud and improper payment prevention reforms will meaningfully improve the financial prosperity of the United States, and that federal program eligibility should be verified before payment. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as order on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or the respective designees. Section 4, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, Senate 2, to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 33. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to commit.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
House Resolution 1345 provides consideration for 4 measures. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 8312, H.R. 8464, and H.Res. 1335 under closed rules, with 1 hour of debate each, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit for H.R. 8312 and H.R. 8464. The rule also provides for consideration of S2 under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to commit. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule in support of the underlying legislation. The rule before us provides for consideration of 4 measures that address 2 of the federal government's most fundamental responsibilities: safeguarding taxpayer dollars and protecting the American people. At a time when Americans are demanding greater accountability from Washington, these measures represent common sense steps to ensure that government is carrying out the basic responsibilities that taxpayers expect it to perform. Mr. Speaker, every year, Washington loses hundreds of billions of dollars, taxpayer dollars, to fraud, improper payments, and abuse. And every year, Americans are told the same exact thing: nothing can be done about it. Well, if you don't try, nothing can be done about it. Taxpayer dollars go out the door. Fraudsters cash the checks. Government bureaucrats write reports about what happens after the fact, and taxpayers are left holding the bill. And Americans are frankly tired of it. They're tired of watching Washington lose track of billions of dollars while hardworking families are expected to just pay the tab and not worry about it. And nowhere has this failure been more visible than in the state of Minnesota. Americans watched as massive fraud schemes ripped off taxpayers and exposed just how vulnerable government programs become when oversight disappears and accountability takes a back seat. The lesson should be obvious. When government fails to verify eligibility, fraudsters take advantage. Republicans believe that taxpayers deserve better than that. Mr. Speaker, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 8464, the Stopping Fraudulent Payments Act. The idea behind the legislation is very simple. If government officials identify warning signs that a payment may be fraudulent, why taxpayers should be forced to send that money out the door anyway? Why? No family should knowingly write a check to someone they believe may be trying to scam them. Yet that is effectively what Washington has allowed to happen time and again for years. H.R. 8464 helps put an end to that government mentality. Instead of waiting for taxpayer dollars to disappear and then attempting to chase them down after the fact, this bill focuses on preventing fraud before it occurs. It allows agencies to pause, segment, or stop payments that present elevated fraud risks before taxpayer dollars are lost. That is simple common sense. The federal government should not knowingly send money to fraudsters and hope everything works out on the back end. Mr. Speaker, the rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 8312, the Fraud Prevention and Accountability Act. The COVID pandemic exposed serious weaknesses in the federal government's ability to protect taxpayer dollars. In the rush to move money out the door, fraudsters saw a cash register. Billions of taxpayer dollars were stolen. Criminals exploited gaps in oversight. And Americans were left wondering how much and how can so much money disappear with so little level of accountability. H.R. 8312 helps ensure that the federal government never again starts from scratch when confronting large-scale fraud. The bill establishes a permanent government-wide anti-fraud capability, preserves the successful oversight tools developed in response to taxpayer spending and scamming, and strengthens the ability for inspectors general and watchdogs to identify fraud before billions more taxpayer dollars disappear. Fraudsters are constantly adapting, and government oversight should not remain stuck in the distant past. This legislation ensures future administrations have the tools necessary to protect taxpayers when the next emergency inevitably arrives. Mr. Speaker, the rule also provides for consideration of HRES 1335. At its core, this resolution recognizes a simple truth. Fraud is not a victimless crime. It says fraud should be condemned. It says Congress should stand on the side of the taxpayers rather than fraudsters trying to exploit the system. Taken together, these measures represent a clear change in approach by government. Instead of chasing taxpayer dollars after they disappear, Republicans are focused on preventing fraud before it happens. And instead of looking the other way when billions of dollars are lost and stolen, Republicans are demanding accountability. Mr. Speaker, whether it's protecting taxpayer dollars from fraud or protecting communities from criminals, cartels, traffickers, and dangerous narcotics, the principle is exactly the same. Government has a responsibility to do the job that the American people expect it to do. And that brings me to the importance of fully funding Customs and Border Protection and immigration enforcement. Mr. Speaker, the rule also provides for consideration of S2, the Secure America Act. One of the most significant success stories of the last year and a half has been the dramatic improvement in security at our southern border. The border crisis that President Trump inherited was not by accident. It was the direct result of deliberate policy decisions made by the Biden administration. For 4 years, Americans watched the cameras on the southern border as the federal government abandoned proven enforcement policies, weakened deterrence, and expanded catch and release practices, and allowed millions and millions of illegal immigrants to enter the country. Nothing short of an invasion. Human traffickers profited. Fentanyl flowed into our communities across the country. Border Patrol agents were forced to process migrants instead of securing our border. The result was one of the worst border crises in our nation's history. Under President Trump, we have reversed the course. It started instantly. The border was closed. Since taking office, illegal crossings have fallen dramatically. Border encounters have plummeted, and law enforcement officers have once again been empowered to enforce the laws already on the books. No new laws have been passed. We're enforcing the laws on the books. The results speak for themselves. In April, southern border apprehensions were 94% lower than the monthly average experienced under the Biden administration. And at the same time, CBP has seized significantly more dangerous narcotics attempting to enter our country, helping keep deadly drugs out of our backyards, our American communities. Those improvements did not happen by accident. They are the result of stronger enforcement, better policies, and President Trump's commitment to restoring the rule of law at our border. But success doesn't mean the mission is complete. The cartels, they haven't disappeared. Human traffickers have not disappeared. Criminal smuggling networks continue to operate every single day. That is why the funding provided in this legislation remains necessary. Mr. Speaker, Customs and Border Protection serves as one of the most important first lines of defense for our nation and for our homeland security. Whether securing our borders, facilitating lawful trade and travel, or stopping dangerous narcotics before they reach American communities, CBP plays a critical role in both our national security and our economy. I represent a district in Western New York that shares a border with Canada. In my district, the border plays a part of everyday life. It supports jobs, commerce, tourism, agriculture, and cross-border trade through Western New York and the Southern Tier. In districts like mine, border security and economic security go hand in hand. The same officers helping lawful travelers in commerce move efficiently through our ports of entry are also stopping dangerous narcotics, criminal activity, and other threats before they reach our communities. If we expect CBP to continue delivering results that we have seen over the last year and a half, Congress must ensure the agency has the support necessary to sustain those efforts. Mr. Speaker, the legislation also provides critical funding for immigration and customs enforcement. Too often, people hear the name ICE and think only about immigration enforcement. But ICE's mission extends far beyond that. Every day, ICE agents combat human trafficking. They investigate gang activity. They dismantle narcotics trafficking organizations. They protect children from exploitation. And they work alongside state and local law enforcement to keep dangerous individuals off of our streets. Much of this work happens outside of the spotlight, but it directly impacts Americans every single day. My district recently saw an example, a clear example, of why this work matters. Just last week, a violent stabbing occurred in Cattaraugus County involving an illegal immigrant. Thanks to cooperation between the Cattaraugus County Sheriff's Office and ICE personnel in Buffalo, law enforcement uncovered additional violations and ultimately took a dangerous individual into federal custody. That case demonstrates an important reality. Keeping communities safe requires cooperation between local, state, and federal law enforcement. Criminal organizations do not care about county lines, state lines, or international borders. Law enforcement must be able to coordinate, share information, and work together to ensure that dangerous individuals do not fall through the cracks. Mr. Speaker, whether it's protecting taxpayer dollars from fraud or protecting communities from dangerous criminals, traffickers, cartels, and drug smugglers, Americans expect government to carry out its most basic responsibilities. I urge my colleagues to support this rule and this underlying legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this rule and to the underlying bills. At its core, this Republican reconciliation budget bill is a statement about priorities, and the priorities reflected in this bill could not be more out of step with the needs and values of the American people. Families across this country are struggling to afford housing, groceries, childcare, and health care. Americans are dealing with rising costs, economic uncertainty, and the consequences of another unending war in the Middle East. Americans were promised lower prices and stability, but instead they're watching gas prices climb back up to $5 a gallon, while inflation continues to rise and squeeze household budgets. Against that backdrop, Republicans have decided that what the country really needs is to spend another $70 billion on ICE and Border Patrol. This is on top of the roughly $140 billion Republicans already provided to those agencies last year, much of which remains unspent. Taken together, Republicans are proposing to spend nearly $250 billion, all deficit spending, to expand detention camps, fund mass deportation, increase surveillance, and accelerate an immigration crackdown that has already caused enormous harm across our country. And Republicans are doing this while simultaneously claiming that America cannot afford investments in schools, housings, nutrition assistance, or health care. So let's be honest about what this reconciliation bill represents. Republicans spent years pretending to be deeply concerned about deficits and debt, claiming to be the party of fiscal responsibility. They have attacked virtually every Democratic proposal to help working Americans and families, saying that those measures are fiscally irresponsible. But they have used their control of Congress and the White House to add trillions, with a T, trillions of dollars to the debt by giving tax cuts to their wealthy friends and corporate donors. Now Republicans are adding hundreds of billions more in debt to put more masked and armed ICE agents on our streets and to build out a nationwide network of corporate detention camps. Apparently, deficits only matter when the dollars are used to help everyday Americans instead of Trump's billionaire buddies. Mr. Speaker, it's also telling that Republicans are using a completely partisan process to ram through this S2 legislation. Once again, they're using the partisan reconciliation process to pass a budget because they refused to negotiate through the normal appropriations process, and specifically, they have refused to enact any reforms to address the lawless behavior of ICE and Customs and Border Patrol under the Trump administration. Democrats proposed bipartisan funding solutions for DHS. We proposed reforms, accountability measures, and guardrails after repeated abuses by ICE and CBP resulted in chaos and death on American streets. We asked for basic transparency and oversight after the killings by federal agents of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, American citizens. We asked that ICE and CBP be held to the same standards as every other responsible law enforcement agency in this country. Republicans said no. They said no to everything. There is not a single provision in this bill to rein in these rogue agents at DHS. The Senate rejected amendment after amendment that would have imposed even minimal constraints on those agencies. The House bypassed committee consideration altogether. And why? Because Republicans know the American people do not support the chaos that this administration is inflicting. They know Americans don't want masked and armed federal agents rampaging through their neighborhoods, at their kids' schools and soccer games, in shopping malls and workplaces. They know Americans are alarmed when lawful residents, law-abiding community members, and even citizens are roughed up or detained by ICE. They know people are questioning why the federal government is building expensive detention camps across the country, capable of imprisoning tens of thousands of people, while Americans can't find housing and their kids don't get enough to eat. And the reports of what is happening in those detention camps are increasingly horrifying. In the past year, there have been unprecedented numbers of deaths and suicides, reports of inedible and inadequate food, hunger strikes, lack of medical care leading to serious injury and death, and children, babies, suffering extreme mental and physical illness. Republicans know that Americans are increasingly recognizing that this administration is not arresting and deporting the so-called worst of the worst. Instead, it's using immigration enforcement as a political weapon to distract and scare people so they don't see how this administration is selling our future to the highest corporate bidders. This bill isn't just about funding levels, it's about whether our Republican colleagues are willing to place any limits whatsoever on immigration agencies that under this administration have repeatedly demonstrated contempt for our Constitution, for basic American values like fairness and decency, and for the dignity and humanity of immigrants, even those who are in this country legally. The administration's record here should concern every American, regardless of party. We have seen our government target protesters and political opponents. We've seen our government spy on citizens opposing its unlawful tactics. We've seen people with no criminal record deported to dangerous countries they've never even lived in based on hearsay or lies. We've seen the expansion of child and family detention despite decades of evidence that it permanently injures children. We've seen Americans exercising their First Amendment rights to object to these cruel and unlawful policies. We've seen them be falsely labeled as domestic terrorists. And we've seen government agents invade our homes and arrest citizens with no warrants. And of course, we've seen those agents detain and even kill American citizens with no due process in the most grotesque violation of our fundamental liberties and rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But congressional Republicans appear okay with this chaos. So today, they plan to give ICE another $70 billion to supercharge those abuses without making any reforms to the agencies that have inflicted them. Paired with this awful reconciliation bill is a package of so-called anti-fraud bills. For the last year and a half, Republicans have lectured the country about waste, fraud, and abuse while doing nothing to address the real fraud that plagues government programs and turning a blind eye to the blatant corruption coming from this White House, or whatever's left of it. Even if we only look at DHS, ICE, and CBP, the scale of fraud and waste is staggering and should require close examination by Congress before dumping another $70 billion on those agencies. Of the $140 billion given to ICE and CBP last year in the big ugly bill, over $100 billion remains unspent. And we're supposed to believe it's a good use of taxpayer dollars to give those agencies another $70 billion when they already have more money than most standing armies in other countries and more than they apparently can responsibly use. At a minimum, Congress needs to look at where that money is going, because as the gentleman from New York suggested, when the government spends that amount of money, the fraudsters take note. The scale of money involved in this legislation and that last summer in the big ugly bill is staggering, and a great deal of it already has and will inevitably flow to politically connected contractors and private prison corporations that have spent years cultivating influence within the Republican Party. Perhaps that's why our Republican colleagues have no interest in oversight of the beneficiaries of their $250 billion spending spree. Companies like GEO Group and CoreCivic, both major donors to Trump's presidential campaign and to congressional Republicans, have received multi-billion-dollar no-bid contracts to operate ICE detention facilities, building a massive private prison camp system across our nation. GEO alone has reported an 800% increase in profits. And just last week, a watchdog group reported that GEO had made a $250,000 dark money contribution to a super PAC aligned with Judiciary Chair Jim Jordan, one of the bill's biggest boosters. In addition, DHS has purchased dozens of warehouses to be used as detention camps, with the government paying grossly inflated prices, in some cases several times the assessed market value of the property by hundreds of millions of dollars, and paying this to investors with direct financial ties to the president and his administration. Furthermore, most of those facilities were not designed to house people. leading to additional taxpayer costs to renovate them and imposing massive burdens on local infrastructure, governments, and services. Former DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and her special advisor, Corey Lewandowski, awarded hundreds of millions of dollars to their friends and associates through costly contracts, including a $200 million ad campaign funded to their friends, items of tens of thousands of dollars spent on hairstylists and makeup, $20,000 to rent a horse, and hundreds of millions of dollars spent on multiple luxury jets. So while we agree with our Republican colleagues that we should all be concerned about and investigate fraudulent government spending, we wonder whether they will ever acknowledge that fraud and corruption are the defining features of the Trump administration and whether they're going to leave Americans holding the bill. This administration has increasingly erased the line between public policy and political patronage. Americans see it in the contracting process. They see it in Trump's pardons to donors and allies, including corporate criminals who stole taxpayer dollars and seniors' investment funds. And they see it in the president's proposed slush fund to give himself and the election deniers and rioters who attacked this Capitol on January 6th $1.8 billion. He wants to give $1.8 billion to cop beaters and conspiracists, Proud Boys and pedophiles, insurrectionists and election deniers, and even the My Pillow guy. Republicans may argue that Trump has backed off his plan, but we know this is a charade. Once this reconciliation bill passes, I guarantee you the president will revive his fund. Just 2 days ago, the president doubled down on his support for his slush fund. You'd be naive to think it's dead. Mr. Speaker, the White House and congressional Republicans are openly using government power to punish and divide people and to enrich themselves and their friends. Republicans have shown no real interest in solving the problems facing Americans at their kitchen tables and in the real world, or in combating fraud, waste, and abuse by the most corrupt administration in our nation's history. People want affordable housing. They want stable jobs and good wages. They want functioning schools and safe communities. They want competent government and a basic sense that their elected officials are trying to improve their lives, not pad their own pockets. The scale of spending here can't be ignored. Nearly $250 billion. That amount of money could transform entire sectors of American life if it were directed toward public needs instead of ideological crusades. Congress could dramatically expand affordable housing. We could stabilize struggling hospitals and community health centers. We could strengthen public schools, modernize infrastructure, reduce child poverty, provide affordable child care, or lower health care costs for millions of Americans. We could even reduce the deficit that our Republican colleagues claim to care so deeply about. At some point, Americans are entitled to ask a very simple question. When does this administration actually start improving people's lives? Mr. Speaker, the country deserves better than this. We deserve leadership focused on solving problems instead of manufacturing fear and diverting taxpayer dollars. We deserve a Congress that lowers costs instead of inflaming divisions. We deserve immigration policies rooted in law, accountability, and humanity, not political theater and authoritarian tactics. And we deserve fiscal responsibility. This reconciliation bill fails every one of those tests. I urge my colleagues to reject this rule, reject this reconciliation bill, and reject this dangerous vision for our country. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentlewoman fails to recognize the reason that we have to advance this funding, because their party, time and again, has obstructed and shut down our government instead of paying the employees of this government, all in the name of their politics. It's their last gasp at attempting to take us back to the era of a borderless country where we didn't defend our country from invasion. They did this. I mean, when are we going to help improve Americans' lives? Well, I have to ask, how about the parents of Laken Riley who don't have a daughter because she was stolen, her life was extinguished by an illegal immigrant that came here and killed her? This is what this funding is here to do, to protect Americans. And we need to advance multiple years of funding so that those employees actually get paid and they don't get held hostage in the political games of the Democratic Party. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my distinguished colleague, Representative Schweikert of Arizona.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my friend from New York. Okay, I first came up here to talk about 3 of the bills which were in waste and fraud, but I want to make a simple point, being from a border state. What the chaos that was allowed to happen in my state and other border states for functionally 4 years, millions and millions and millions and millions, you didn't think there was ever going to be a societal cost, a government cost? Look, we've done entire presentations here from data from the Joint Economic Committee. Take a look at the Social Security Actuary Report of the suppression of working people's wages because the importation of low-skill populations. If you care about people and economics and wage growth, take some responsibility for the chaos you brought to my state and so much of this country. Okay. Mr. Speaker, we are on a battle right now trying to explain, so many of us all use the term waste and fraud. I am going to ask us as we move forward, we got 3 bills on this, wonderful. Now we need to actually add some of the definitions and the mechanics how we're going to take it on. Those of us in the Joint Economic Committee, we've been producing some reports that basically say we have access to technology today, so the fraudulent checks never, ever, ever go out the door. I would argue the model we use today is perverse. Pay someone, and then let's hire lots of auditors, lots of lawyers, lots of law enforcement. Let's chase it down. How often does someone ever go to prison? How often do we ever get any of the money back? So my first request is as we move forward on this agenda of taking on waste and fraud, and this shouldn't be partisan, but it is technology, we need to take that on. The second thing, and this one I have an absolute passion because it's a level of immorality that the criminals are producing all over the world. There's headlines and stories. Have you read the stories of basically the enslavement of thousands of people in these scam farms where they're basically locked up and their job is to scam the elderly in the United States, to scam working people all over the Western world. This is an article from just a couple days ago. We have the technology. Joint Economic Committee, Republican and Democrat, we sent a letter to the big telephone companies, the ISP providers, saying, are you moving forward with the technology that would stop the scam farms from being able to call grandma and do the evil of stealing billions and billions and billions? This is a bipartisan approach, and it exists. And if you've actually seen some of the videos of the misery these fraudsters, these criminal organizations are doing to people being collected off the streets all over the Pacific region and being locked up in scam farms in Cambodia. The third thing I would ask us to do, and this
the gentleman's time has expired.
I yield the gentleman 30 more seconds.
And I'm sorry, I'm trying to talk fast. I've already had a lot of coffee.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'll do this last one. The hardest part here, when we say waste and fraud, the waste is often the way we have designed programs where the rent seekers, whether it be in Medicare Advantage, whether it be in Medicare, whether it be the stories of the hospice fraud of New York, where the visitation is actually the fastest growing job production in New York City over the last 5 years. We're going to have to also take on pieces of legislation that we've passed and stop the scammers from scamming us on that. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm so glad that my colleague from Arizona brought up the impact of immigration on our Social Security system, because The fact that immigrants pay into our Social Security system but are not eligible to take benefits out has actually acted to extend the life of that system and is a very important component of keeping that system working, in addition to all the benefits that immigrants bring to our country. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Representative Simon.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ranking Member McGovern, thank you for the time, and Ms. Gallion, thank you for the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the rule and to the dangerous Republican reconciliation bill. One of my colleagues just talked about taking us back. One of the things that I think that folks can agree with all over this country, that the Republican Party is indeed taking us back to a Jim Crow America and to a space where sworn officers are taking folks off the streets who are American citizens and detaining them without due process. The majority wants an egregious $40 billion more for the Trump immigration enforcement machine, but let's not forget how we got here. People have been murdered and communities have been traumatized, and their priorities are clear. Instead of demanding accountability for the murder of 2 American citizens in Minnesota, Republicans are rushing to hand these agencies a blank check. Instead of working across the aisle to govern responsibly, my colleagues are pushing through billions of dollars to unaccountable agencies while cutting access to your health care. Instead of addressing affordability and investing in the well-being of our families, our children.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I would love to ask for 30 more seconds.
I would yield 30
Thank
seconds.
you, ma'am.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. Republicans would rather separate these families. Instead of investing in revitalizing communities, Republicans would rather invest in racist lawlessness. And I would like to yield back. Thank you,
The
ma'am.
gentlewoman yields back the balance for her time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my colleague, the distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Laken Riley, 22 years old. Jocelyn Ungari, 12 years old. Rachel Morin, a mom of 5. All preventable strategies. Every person in this room knows the pain when you lose a son or daughter. And that's what we're talking about today. The most fundamental responsibility of a government is to protect life and property. For 4 years, too many bad people were allowed to enter this country illegally. We're having a great struggle today rounding up rapists, murderers who committed crimes against these innocent Americans. And that's not to mention human trafficking. That's not the right word. The word is sexual slavery. These are what these animals were doing who are transporting young boys and girls across the border. And since January, when we had a deal, by the way, with the Democrats to fund this, they played politics with people's lives. The fundamentals of every society is trust. Where fraud is permitted to flourish, that foundation will crumble. That is where we're at right now. And to put a dollar amount on a person's life, I find unacceptable. And I keep hearing these allusions to somehow things were better a few years ago. I serve on the Financial Services Committee. I asked the chairman of the Fed Board, who the other side of the aisle champions every day, and I asked him a simple question. It's all on the record. Why do we have such inflation, meaning higher gas prices, rent prices, food prices? He said it. The government spent too much money. And now we have to spend more money because for 4 years, the other side were derelict in their responsibility to actually defend the border and allow these animals who committed the crimes against the individuals I speak of today to come into this country. And when they didn't allow local law enforcement, because 40% of the country is surrounded by sanctuary cities, we brought in ICE agents because they wouldn't do their job. I'm here to stand up for Laken Riley, Jocelyn Ungari, and Rachel Morin, And I'm glad we're finally passing legislation to secure our border. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Renee Good, Alex Preddy, Ruben Ray Martinez, all American citizens killed by federal agents in our names. And our colleagues are unwilling to stand up and do anything to prevent that kind of senseless death in the future. Instead, they try to get sympathy, which naturally should be provided to anyone who has suffered a family member's loss. But they can't lecture us that this is about human trafficking when DHS and the Department of Justice have pulled the resources from human trafficking prevention, from drug trafficking prevention, from corporate crime prosecution. They have pulled those resources to direct them towards their massive deportation and detention effort. 80% of the people that they are detaining have no criminal records. So it's all distract and divide. With that, I would yield a minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this rule and the underlying bill. This rule reflects the utter failure of this Congress to do its job, to listen to the voices of the people of the United States and to bring them to this chamber to address their concerns and needs. For months, people who live in my district have been calling my office every day, deeply concerned about the actions of ICE and CBP. They're calling for reforms. They're calling for accountability. They are calling for the United States Congress to recognize the American citizens who have been killed at the hands of ICE and CBP agents this year, and the thousands and thousands of families living in this country whose lives have been torn apart, who are living in fear because of the immigration policies and practices, the lawlessness of this administration. But none of that has happened here. Instead, this Congress has willfully refused even to discuss those calls to action on this floor or anywhere else debates.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I have 15 seconds.
Yes, I'd yield another 15 seconds to Ms. Fletcher.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Through this bill and others like it, this Congress has increased ICE and CBP's authority and decreased their accountability to the Congress and to the citizens of this country. For these reasons, I'm voting no, and I urge all members who believe that the people should have a say here to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my colleague, the distinguished gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Langworthy. I'm just one of the last members of Congress still serving in the reserves as a colonel in the U.S. Air Force. I've spent the past 2 decades serving the intelligence community and the national security community, but it doesn't take an intel expert to let us all know what we see before us. This bill is important for the safety of our country. It does one simple thing. It funds the men and women who defend our country and help secure our border. That's it. Clean funding for the agencies that stop fentanyl. Clean funding for those who check the ports. Clean funding for those who help immigration claims. Clean funding for those who remove criminals from our communities. For months, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have refused to join us in funding law enforcement. Those officers who are keeping our nation safe. The officers who are keeping mothers from being killed. Daughters. Children. What we've seen too tragically here in the last 4 years. Now, we're ready to pass a clean bill. But my friends are lining up on that side to say no. That tells you the objectives were never about the details, they were about our mission. Border apprehensions down 94%, 12 consecutive months of zero release of the border, a securest border in America's history, over 100 million lethal doses of fentanyl seized this year, the #1 killer of kids my children's age up to my age, and we're stopping it. Let's move forward. The other side is lined up against these policies, and these policies are delivering results. Let us fund the law enforcement officers on the front line. It's the same story On the other side, on fraud, the Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office estimates that the federal government loses up to $500 billion dollars a year to fraud. That's money being bled out of the country that hurts America's families. I encourage everyone watching, pay close attention. Those who vote to close loopholes like we are doing and stop the bleed out of tax dollars, and those who are voting for the status quo of fraudsters taking your hard-earned dollars. I urge my colleagues to listen to the American people, pass the Secure America Act. I yield my time.
The gentleman from Iowa yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I'm so glad to hear my colleague from Iowa express support for the safety of our law enforcement officers, and I'd like to offer him and the whole caucus the opportunity to live up to that sentiment. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to allow the House to take an up or down vote on an amendment to S2 authored by Ranking Member Raskin, which would prohibit anyone who was convicted of or pleaded guilty to assaulting a law enforcement officer on January 6, 2021, from receiving a settlement payment from the Department of Justice. This taxpayer-funded slush fund to compensate insurrectionists and Trump allies is a disgrace. And even though the DOJ has paused this effort, the president on Sunday said he loves the idea and doesn't know what's going to happen to it. But since my Republican colleagues seem unwilling to kill this slush fund outright, maybe they'll at least accept some restrictions on who can get legal settlement money from the federal government and from taxpayers. So this next vote is very simple. Democrats want to vote to enshrine the following language into law. The Department of Justice may not use taxpayer funds to make settlement payments to individuals convicted of or who pled guilty to assaulting law enforcement officers at or around the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. These individuals beat and injured dozens of law enforcement officers with bats, bike racks, fire extinguishers, and flagpoles on January 6th. They should not receive taxpayer-funded payouts. If there are just a few Republicans who agree and are willing to join us in defeating the previous question, we could fix this right now. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you. And to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member of the Rules Committee, Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we have given Republicans several chances to defeat the previous question so we can kill Trump's insurrectionist slush fund. They have refused time and time again. So we're giving them another chance. Let's defeat the previous question so we can consider Ranking Member Raskin's amendment to prevent taxpayer dollars from being used as a payout for anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th. Trump wants to turn convicted cop beaters into MAGA millionaires. It is disgusting. These aren't people who supposedly got caught up in the crowd and somehow found themselves in the Capitol. They are people who assaulted police officers, seriously injuring many of them. They pled guilty or were convicted. And Donald Trump not only pardoned them, but now he wants to give them your taxpayer money, America. And this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to corruption coming out of this administration. A super pardon for Trump and his family, bribes to pardon well-connected fraudsters, crypto schemes, pump and dump stock purchases, weaponizing the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents and a sexual assault survivor, handing out massive contracts to his wealthy friends, appointing unqualified lackeys to important national security and Department of Justice jobs, and the list goes on and on and on. Mr. Speaker, I am ashamed at what Republicans have done to this House of Representatives. We're not debating issues of affordability. We're not debating lowering gas prices or controlling health care costs or anything that matters to people. Instead, they've turned the Rules Committee into the Protect Donald Trump Committee. Last night in the Rules Committee, I offered 3 amendments to go after this slush fund. $1.8 billion. I offered 3 amendments, and every single Republican, including the gentleman from New York, voted no. They voted no to allow us on the House floor to have a debate and to vote on this matter. And this is a pattern that Republicans have. Remember the Epstein files? You know how we ended up getting a vote on the Epstein files? It wasn't because Republicans wanted one. Democrats offered a gazillion amendments in the Rules Committee to bring a bill to the floor to release the Epstein files. And the gentleman from New York and every Republican on the Rules Committee
voted no on every single one of them. It wasn't until we had a discharge petition and we forced a vote that all of a sudden Republicans saw the light. And they came down here and they voted with us. And it wasn't until we had a supermajority where the president couldn't veto it that the president signed it into law. But here we are, the president still isn't releasing the files, and silence from the other side. People are sick and tired of this president's corruption and his lying. They are sick and tired of Republicans going along to get along. That we're talking about $1.8 billion going to cop eaters. I hope my Republican friends will vote with us and defeat the previous question and do the right thing for a change. I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my distinguished colleague from North Dakota, Representative Fedorchik.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the rule providing for consideration of the Secure America Act. After 4 years of chaos at our southern border under President Biden, House Republicans and President Trump have restored order and delivered the most secure border in history. Illegal crossings have plummeted, cartel activity has been disrupted, and law enforcement finally has an administration who is willing to enforce the law again. But maintaining that progress requires more than strong leadership. It requires resources and it requires certainty. This bill does both, and more importantly, it sends a huge message that Congress stands with the men and women who serve on the front lines every single day. ICE and Border Patrol agents put themselves in harm's way to stop fentanyl trafficking, dismantle human trafficking networks, to remove criminals and terrorists from our country, and to protect American families. These officers deserve to know that Congress has their back. Unfortunately, the only reason we are here today is because of congressional Democrats. They don't want now, and apparently never did, want a serious agreement to fully fund the Department of Homeland Security. We made good faith efforts to negotiate reasonable reforms and funding solutions, body cams, more training, and the like, but Democrats refused. Instead of working toward a compromise, they dragged out negotiations for political purposes. At the same time, frontline officers and employees were left with long-term uncertainty. Time and again, families have been left wondering whether they would get paid. That's irresponsible. Border security, our national security, should not be partisan. Protecting our homeland should not be a partisan issue. The Secure America Act fully funds ICE and Customs and Border Protection through fiscal year 2029. It gives these agencies the tools they need to continue securing our border and protecting our communities. It modernizes border technology, strengthens operational support, and prevents future Democrats' obstruction efforts that put national security at risk. This bill sends a simple message. Republicans stand with law enforcement, we stand with border security, and we stand with American people. I urge my colleagues to support the rule and support final passage of the Secure America Act, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve? Yes. The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Yes, I'd reserve.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my colleague, the distinguished gentleman from Alabama, Representative Moore.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 4 years, the Biden administration opened the door to illegal immigration, drug trafficking, cartel activity, and violent crime. American families paid the price while Washington looked the other way. President Trump changed that on day one. He restored the will to enforce the law and put law enforcement back in the fight. Now Congress has a simple choice: to fund the mission or stand in the way of those carrying it out. A sovereign nation must be willing to enforce its own laws. Border security is not optional. It is a fundamental responsibility of government. Alabama may not sit on the Rio Grande, but the consequences of an open border reach every corner of our state. In my hometown of Enterprise, Angel and Jeremy C., a newlywed couple I knew personally, were killed when an illegal alien driving under the influence crashed into their motorcycle. Their lives were cut short by the tragedy that should have never happened. We also have seen cartel-linked fentanyl trafficking reach Alabama communities, families in Birmingham, Mobile, Huntsville, and Dothan, and across our state deserve a government that puts their safety first. Fentanyl does not stop at the border, and neither do the criminal networks bringing it into our country. S2 backs ICE, Border Patrol, and local law enforcement officers who have been left to deal with the consequences of Washington's failures. These men and women do not need more speeches. They need resources, technology, and support necessary to do their jobs. The cartels do not fear press releases. They fear consequences. I choose law and order. I choose secure borders. I choose families in Alabama who are tired of being put at last. President Trump set the mission. S2 helps fund it. Vote on S2, back law enforcement, secure the border, protect American families, and I'll yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve? The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Yes, I'd inquire whether the gentleman from New York is prepared to close. I am prepared to close if he has no more witnesses.
The gentleman from New York is prepared to close. The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, underneath all the rhetoric we've heard today, this debate comes down to a very simple question about what kind of country we want to be and what we believe government should do for the people it serves. As Americans struggle with rising costs, economic uncertainty, and the consequences of this reckless and expensive war in Iran, Republicans have chosen to spend nearly $210 billion in taxpayer dollars on ICE and CBP. At every turn, this Republican majority says there's no money for housing, for schools, for health care, for SNAP, for WIC, for food for infants and children. Yet somehow there's always enough to fight forever wars, to give tax cuts to the wealthy, and to drive chaos and division in our communities. And the tragedy is that Congress could choose a different path. We could invest in our communities instead of detention camps. We could lower costs for working families instead of enriching lobbyists and consultants and private prison companies. We could protect constitutional rights and strengthen public trust instead of rewarding agencies that have repeatedly abused both. We could implement humane and sensible immigration policies which support rather than suppress our economy and economic development, and don't scare away foreign visitors, whether it's from Niagara Falls in the Buffalo area or from Independence Hall in my district, where we're seeing the direct impact of bad immigration policy on visitors for our 250th anniversary and for the World Cup. So these are the choices before this House. This legislation is not a serious attempt to solve problems. It's an ideological project built around fear, division, and the concentration of executive power. Think about what this bill will do. Republicans are about to spend exorbitant sums to put more masked agents on our streets, to spy on their political opponents, and to build a sprawling network of detention camps, private corporate detention camps, capable of imprisoning tens of thousands of who? Political enemies? It doesn't take a lot of imagination to see where this authoritarian project is going. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question and demonstrate their support for law enforcement by denying payments from the President's slush fund to the people who attacked law enforcement officers here at the Capitol on January 6th. And I urge my colleagues to reject this dangerous waste of taxpayer money. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
For years, Americans have watched as Washington tolerated waste, fraud, and abuse while millions of illegal immigrants crossed our border and dangerous criminals exploited weaknesses throughout our system. The American people knew better. They lived with the consequences, and they voted for a president and a Congress committed to restoring accountability, enforcing the law, and putting taxpayers first. Fulfilling that promise means preventing fraud before taxpayer dollars disappear. It means securing our border, and it means ensuring government carries out the basic responsibilities the American people expect it to perform. I strongly support the rule before us today, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
The House be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1345 and the adoption of House Resolution 1345, if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1345 on the yeas and nays, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the resolution. The title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 79, House Resolution 1345. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8312 to establish fraud prevention and program integrity functions and data sharing authorities within the Department of Treasury and a permanent government-wide Inspector General for fraud, accountability, and recovery and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8464 to amend Title 31 United States Code to authorize pausing and segmenting payments and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the resolution, House Resolution 1335, condemning actors seeking to defraud the United States government and expressing the sense of the House of Representatives that government-wide fraud and improper payment prevention reforms will meaningfully improve the financial prosperity of the United States and that federal program eligibility should be verified before payment, and providing for consideration of the bill Senate 2 to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 33.
The question is on the ordering of previous question. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 211. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The independent chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from...
We request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 211. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2C of Rule 15, I rise to provide notice of my intent to offer a motion to discharge the committee rules further consideration on House Resolution 1140.
Did the gentleman sign the petition?
I did.
The chair will now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey to offer the motion just noticed. Does the gentleman offer the motion to discharge?
I do, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey calls up a motion to discharge the Committee on Rules from further consideration of House Resolution 1140, which the clerk will report by title.
Discharge calendar number 7, House Resolution 1140, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5408 to accelerate workplace time to contract under the National Labor Relations Act.
Under the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, will be recognized for 10 minutes, and the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, will be recognized for 10 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion to discharge H.R. 5408, the Faster Labor Contracts Act. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I oppose the motion and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Faster Labor Contracts Act creates a fair and reliable time frame for workers and employers to reach their first contract. Workers in this country are guaranteed the right to organize and collectively bargain. Together, by passing this bipartisan bill, we can close one of the biggest loopholes undermining their ability to get an actual contract. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. The question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from New Jersey to discharge the Committee on Rules from further consideration of House Resolution 1140. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. For what purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring the vote of the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 199. The motion is adopted. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. All members are asked, please take your conversation on the off the floor so that we can continue with the business of the House. The clerk will report the resolution.
Discharge calendar number 7, House Resolution 1140. Resolved that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the House shall proceed to the consideration in the House of the bill H.R. 5408 to accelerate workplace time to contract under the National Labor Relations Act. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, Clause 1C of Rule 19 and Clause 8 of Rule 20 shall not apply to the consideration of H.R. 5408. Section 3, the clerk shall transmit to the Senate a message that the House has passed H.R. 5408 no later than 3 calendar days after passage.
House will be in order. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a union electrician by trade and a proud member of IBEW Local 351. I spent my entire life fighting for workers to get a fair shake from their employers. So I'm proud to rise in support of what would be the most impactful protection for workers' rights in nearly 100 years, my Faster Labor Contracts Act. Whether it's safer working conditions, better pay, or even something as simple as getting the weekend off of work, unions have been making people's lives better for generations. They do so by helping workers get a seat at the table with companies who control the purse strings. And one of the most important tools a union has to get that seat is the right to collectively bargain. Workers' right to negotiate their contracts together have been the law of the land for almost a century. Yet for that entire time, there's been a glaring loophole in the system that allows employers to prevent unions from ever securing their first contract. Simply put, workers have no real option if their bosses hold out negotiations indefinitely. So that's exactly what employers have done. They've run out the clock. It can already take a year for workers to certify an election and actually be unionized. And that's when the start of the clock begins. It takes an average of 458 days for an employer to agree with the union to get their first contract. And that's just the average. Roughly a third of all those workers are forced to wait over 3 years before they can sign on the dotted line. Companies have every incentive to drag out this waiting game. For starters, delaying a new contract ensures their profits don't have to be shared with their workers. Employers also know they can hold up negotiation long enough, there's a chance their employees might get frustrated and decide this process simply is too long. And for some of the largest corporations, making collective bargaining as painful as possible might just prevent that company's other branches from trying to unionize in their workplace. Let's be clear, union busting is illegal and it's wrong, and it has been for generations. But the dirty tactics of indefinite delays, many employers are working relentlessly to kill their employees' unions. And if you live in America, you've likely crossed the path with many of those workers who were hurt by their employers' waiting games. Let's talk about the father of an Amazon driver dropping off home goods in an ice storm. I'm talking about a young woman at Starbucks who knows your coffee order by heart. The kind senior bagging your groceries at Trader Joe's, or the hiking expert going that extra mile for you at REI. Those workers are getting screwed, plain and simple. And many of those are also getting screwed by bosses like Jeff Bezos, who in a short time has accumulated more wealth than any human in our history of the world. At Amazon, the company Bezos helped found, there are currently over 5,000 warehouse workers in Staten Island who voted to form a union in 2022. 4 years they've been waiting. They've been waiting for Amazon to negotiate in good faith, and they're still waiting. If a partner gave you an engagement ring but didn't show up for 4 years at the altar, you would think there's a problem. Well, folks, we do have a problem. I believe workers deserve to hold their employers to those same standards. So my Faster Labor Contracts Act offers a simple 3-step solution to turn endless negotiation delays into fair contracts for workers. First, following the certification of the union election, it would require employers to begin contract negotiations with their new union within 10 days. Second, if a new agreement is not reached after 90 days, if it's not reached within 90 days, my bill would give workers or their employers a choice to refer the negotiations to an independent mediation. And finally, if mediation takes longer than a month, workers or the employer could ask for an arbitration panel to render a decision on the first contract. This 3-step plan would give both parties multiple opportunities to advance stalled contract discussions, if they choose to. Because right now, there are no opportunities if the other stops negotiating in good faith. My bill's clear timeline for contract negotiation will ensure workers can start benefiting from their new contract in months, not years. I'm also confident that not every negotiation will require outside help, because hundreds of employers already do this process the right way each day. The problem employers will be forced to sit down at the table when they know they're not allowed to run out the clock. Unions fight for American workers of all political stripes. That's why my Faster Labor Contracts Act has attracted bipartisan support. Especially during this nasty era in politics, I'm grateful for those members on both sides of the aisle who are willing to stand up with workers together. I'm also grateful to my friends in the broader labor movement for long calling out bad faith negotiation by employers. I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the congressional record letters by several of these partners in support of the Faster Labor Contracts Act.
Without objection.
Including the Teamsters, AFL-CIO, IBEW, the professional technical engineers, steel workers, and machinists.
Without objection.
The coalition we built behind Faster Labor Contracts Act bridges political parties, blue-collar, white-collar industries, young and old, and all walks of life. Our bill reaffirms that collective bargaining is a fundamental right even the richest billionaires must comply with. And by advancing this legislation, Congress can send a clear message that workers deserve a level playing field. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to vote yes, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. On those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan?
Recorded vote requested.
The gentleman asked for the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor by the yeas and nays will rise. As a sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1345, I call up the bill S2 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill. Senate 2, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate 2, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 33.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1345, the bill is considered read. The bill will be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, if Republicans today were not willing to use budget reconciliation and depart from appropriations in order to pass a funding bill that would restore funding to ICE and CBP, then what would happen is my Democrat colleagues would be able to achieve what many of them have held for a long time as their objective and have publicly stated was their objective, and that's to defund immigration enforcement, border enforcement, and to abolish ICE. That's effectively what would happen if Republicans didn't act using budget reconciliation to fund ICE and CBP. And that would send us back to the dark ages, to the 4 years of open borders and the unprecedented lawlessness and chaos and crime, with people and crime and gangs and drugs pouring into our communities, into our states, throughout our entire country, jeopardizing the safety of the American people. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone at this point in this country that that is the stated or unstated goal of some of my colleagues. And certainly it is the well-articulated and cited objective of the left. And quite frankly, a lot of this shutdown and a lot of this obstruction is really the Democrat Party pandering to the left. But what would happen is the same thing that happened for 4 years when we had a commander-in-chief who refused to uphold his sacred oath to enforce the laws. He refused, with Democrat control of Congress and the White House, refused to enforce the laws and secure our sovereign border, and basically surrendered our sovereignty and safety to the paramilitary terrorist drug cartels on the other side of the border, who were glad to make more money off of trafficking people than they did drugs. And we had, as a result, we had a complete meltdown in states like Texas, who spent billions of dollars and were completely overwhelmed. It's almost unfathomable today to think about it, Madam Chair, because we have a daily apprehension number at about 196. But the average illegal crossing or apprehension under the Biden-Harris administration was over 5,000. And I assure you, we would repeat that, and it would be disastrous if we didn't do the right thing, if we didn't govern our great country, if we didn't open up the people's government and fund the important offices of ICE and CBP. For 76 days, our Democrat colleagues held hostage the American people's safety and security. They held hostage the hardworking people at the Department of Homeland Security. It wasn't just ICE and CBP. We were completely dark at Homeland Security. We didn't have the safety protocols being administered by TSA. We didn't have our Coast Guardsmen keeping watch to prevent a terrorist attack at our ports. We didn't have CISA agents preventing an attack on our critical infrastructure. And of course, we didn't have ICE and CBP functioning to enforce laws and to secure our border. That is the dysfunction we have been dealing with, and we just said enough's enough. Okay? We were sent here by the American people who gave President Trump an overwhelming victory. Every swing state, the popular vote, the electoral vote gave us unified Republican leadership in Congress. And the number one reason they did that was to restore the rule of law and to put the American people's safety and security first. And that's exactly what we're doing today, in spite of the obstruction. And listen, your granddad and my granddad taught us the same thing. If somebody tells you what they want to do and who they are, believe them. And for years, we've been hearing this incendiary and dangerous rhetoric that ICE needed to be defunded. Governor Tim Walz said that ICE officers are an actual threat. These are the people risking their lives to defend us, to protect us in our communities. That ICE was a threat to the public. Governor Pritzker said ICE was turning the country into Nazi Germany. Chuck Schumer said ICE doesn't belong in our neighborhoods. Senator John Hickenlooper said that ICE was a reign of terror. All of this, while the risks have increased because of the shutdown, we have an 8,000% increase in threats to the lives of our ICE agents and Border Patrol agents. A 1,300% increase in assaults. And these are the dangerous games that my Democrats are playing, to obstruct the president so they can go brag as they pander to the left. But again, the reality is it's a de facto defunding of law enforcement and abolishing of ICE. And we will prevent that today because I'm confident that my friends in the Republican conference will do the right thing and put the American people and their safety first. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time. Those are my opening remarks.
And the gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
I want to start by reminding the American people that last year, Republicans passed Reconciliation 1.0, what President Trump and my Republican colleagues proudly boasted at the time was, and I quote, the big, beautiful bill. Notice you don't hear much about it anymore. Why? Because the American people figured out what was in it. The bill became one of the most unpopular pieces of legislation to pass Congress in decades, with disapproval more than 2-to-1 over approval. And the reason is simple, because it hurts America's families. The bill cut health care for 15 million Americans and raised health care costs for millions more. It made the largest cuts to food assistance in American history. It added trillions of dollars to the national debt, and all to help pay for the largest tax breaks for billionaires in our nation's history. That is the Republican record. They cut health care, they cut food assistance, they raised costs on working families, they exploded the debt, and then they handed the biggest benefits to billionaires. At the same time, this administration has failed miserably on the economy. We all remember Donald Trump campaigning in my home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and across this country, promising the American people he would, quote, lower prices on day one. Well, here we are, just past day 500, and costs are higher than ever. President Trump's reckless tariff taxes have driven up costs for families and businesses. And as if that wasn't bad enough, his choice of war in Iran has helped send gas prices soaring, a more than 50% increase in just a matter of months. Families are paying more at the pump, they're paying more at the grocery store, they're paying more for health care. And so with that, you would think that in Reconciliation 2.0, the Republican majority might actually want to do something to fix that situation, to fix the mess they created. But no, this bill does not include one dime to help American families pay for the crushing costs that they bear. And on top of all of that, we have the president who is continuing to openly say he wants to give billions of taxpayer money to January 6th insurrectionists. And even though a vast majority of the American people oppose that obnoxious notion, there is nothing in this bill to prevent that from happening. Madam Speaker, the American people deserve better than a bill that does nothing to lower costs, nothing to help families, nothing to stop Donald Trump from rewarding violent criminals who attacked our Capitol. We deserve better. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I have the greatest respect for my friend from Pennsylvania, but that's about as good of Washington obfuscation as I've ever heard. We're talking about funding ICE and CBP. If we don't do it today, the ICE and CBP doesn't exist. criminals are running around in our streets. We don't make good on the promises the American people sent us here to do. They want to talk about tax policy. And by the way, they are the party that didn't lift a finger when the tax cuts were going to expire and cause over $1,000 for every family in this country a tax hike. And it would have been a 22% tax hike. This on the heels of a cost of living crisis that they created by their failed economic policies and their unbridled spending, the likes of which we haven't seen in a half a century. So we can go through tax policy and the consequences of the American people having more money in their pockets because of no tax on tips and overtime, seniors getting a double deduction who are on a fixed income, people who have suffered from Joe Biden's unaffordability crisis. I'm happy to go down the line on that. People have more money in their pockets. The economy's growing. Inflation's down. Interest rates are down. The American people were paying $1,000 a month more in their mortgage as a result of the failed policies of my Democrat colleagues. But today, this isn't the debate. The debate is the safety of the American people and resourcing our brave, hardworking law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line to keep us safe. With that, let me yield 3 minutes to my friend from the great state of Ohio and our Judiciary Committee Chairman, Mr. Jim Jordan.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. We have to use reconciliation because Democrats won't pay the guys who enforce the law. I mean, we should have had this done 110 days ago when they shut down the Department of Homeland Security. And then they said, oh, we'll fund that, but we're not going to fund ICE and CBP. And this is all part of their scheme, their plan, their systematic plan they have, multi-step plan. First, they let in 10 million migrants in the Biden administration. Open border, let in 10 million. Then, second, they create sanctuary jurisdictions, which makes it difficult to remove those migrants when they commit another crime. And third, they say, we're not going to pay the guys to do the removing, we're not going to fund ICE. That's their plan. Systematically executing that plan. Let in 10 million with an open border, create sanctuary jurisdictions, which, by the way, I always remind folks of this. What is sanctuary jurisdiction? Politicians telling local law enforcement, don't work with federal law enforcement when it comes to enforcing the law. Dumbest thing I've ever heard. But that's going on in almost a third of the country. 18 cities, 11 states, 3 counties in the District of Columbia. And then third, of course, don't fund ICE. It's not enough to have all the left-wing crazies out on the street, doxing them, tracking them, spitting on them, yelling at them, swearing at them, and assaulting them. Now they're saying we're not going to pay you. That is their plan. And frankly, you could add a fourth step. We had this hearing in our committee a couple weeks ago. You get a fourth step. Some of these prosecutors in these sanctuary jurisdictions, like right over in Virginia in Fairfax County, some of these prosecutors actually take into account the immigration status of someone who's committed a crime when they decide what they're going to charge them with and what kind of plea agreement they're going to have. Mr. Descano, his policy is if an American citizen commits a crime, illegal migrant commits the same crime, illegal migrant gets a better deal. That is just crazy. And again, they will go to any length to execute this plan. Let in 10 million, create sanctuary jurisdictions, don't pay the guys who do the removing, and don't prosecute the people who commit crimes. They shut down the government 42 days last fall, 70 days of Homeland Security this spring, now upwards of 100 days for ICE and CBP. So I want to thank the great budget chairman for the work his committee has done. This is the right bill to do. It's unfortunate we have to do it this way, but this is the only way to pay the guys who actually enforce the laws that the Congress of the United States passes. I would urge a yes vote and yield back.
I thank the gentleman, Madam Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Virginia, the distinguished ranking member of the Education and Workforce Committee, also a member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, while working families struggle with high costs caused by this administration, Republicans' only focus is on spending more money for their lawless immigration enforcement agenda, even as ICE continues to abuse its authority and without any assurance that they will begin obeying the law by obtaining warrants before they go into people's homes, stop deporting citizens, and stop using excessive force. While Americans face increased costs, the president seems only interested about building his ballroom, rewarding violent insurrectionists and putting his face on passports and $250 bills. This reconciliation bill does nothing to block these initiatives, and it does also nothing to reduce gas prices, improve health care, preserve the Department of Education, or create jobs. And let's not forget this bill also increases the deficit after the first bill last year increased the deficit by trillions of dollars. But that's not a surprise because every Democratic administration since Kennedy has left for the Republicans a better deficit than they inherited, and every Republican administration since Nixon has left for the Democrats a worse deficit situation, all without exception. We need to be focused on a fiscally responsible solution that will actually do something to bring down costs for American families. This bill doesn't do that, so I urge my colleagues to vote no on this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Again, Madam Speaker, you're going to hear gas prices, tax policy, health care, ballrooms. You're not going to hear anything about what's happening as a result of my Democrats not supporting us funding ICE and CBP, because defunding ICE and CBP after the 4 years of chaos and lawlessness is just completely indefensible. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from the great state of Georgia, Mr. Buddy Carter, for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today infuriated by my Democratic colleagues who have put the safety and the security of American citizens last. First, they opened the border to millions of unvetted illegal immigrants. Now they have repeatedly refused to fund immigration and customs enforcement and customs and border protection agents, failing in the #1 responsibility of elected officials, keeping our citizens safe. The consequences have been devastating for families. Take, for instance, my district. Linda Davis, a beloved special education teacher at Hess K-8 schools in Savannah, was killed by an illegal immigrant who rammed into her while fleeing law enforcement. Danny Sharp, a husband, a father, a son, he was killed by an illegal immigrant who was driving under the influence and without a license in Effingham County. And then, of course, in the state of Georgia, Laken Riley, a bright nursing student who was murdered while out for what should have been a pleasant jog in Athens. Linda Davis, Danny Sharp, Laken Riley, these are real people who should be with us today. Their families have experienced unimaginable pain because of these reckless politics. It's time for Democrats to do the right thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Madam Speaker, it's now my great pleasure to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished Democratic leader of the House, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank my good friend and colleague, Representative Brendan Boyle from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, for yielding and for his leadership. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this Republican scheme to waste $70 billion in taxpayer money to give a blank check to ICE without any guardrails, any oversight, or any accountability. Immigration enforcement in this country should be fair, it should be just, and it should be humane. That's not what is going on right now as it relates to Donald Trump's violent mass deportation machine. Donald Trump promised America that he would target violent felons who are here illegally. But instead, taxpayer dollars are being used by ICE and his violent mass deportation machine to target and brutalize American citizens, in some cases killing them, as was the case in Minneapolis with Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, or to violently target law-abiding immigrant families, children, and in some cases, veterans who've served this country. As Democrats, we believe that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, as opposed to what the one big ugly bill represented and continues to represent in this Congress. Republicans making a decision to rip away health care and nutritional assistance from the American people, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, alongside the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history, literally stealing food from the mouths of hungry children, veterans, and seniors, in order, in the one big ugly bill, to give ICE and Donald Trump's violent mass deportation machine a $140 billion blank check. And as if that wasn't enough, ripping health care and nutritional assistance away from vulnerable Americans, hardworking American taxpayers, working class Americans, middle class Americans, and those who aspire to be part of the middle class. As if ripping health care and nutritional assistance in the one big ugly bill wasn't enough, Republicans have now come back for more, to give ICE and Donald Trump's violent mass deportation machine another $70 billion blank check with no oversight, no accountability, and no guardrails. We believe immigration enforcement should be fair, just, and humane, that ICE needs to be brought under control, and that ICE needs to conduct itself like every other cop, every other police officer, and every other law enforcement agency in this country. But instead, Republicans have decided to continue to waste taxpayer dollars to jam Donald Trump's extreme right-wing ideology down the throats of the American people. And so as Democrats, we rise in strong opposition to this Republican scheme, waste of taxpayer dollars. Donald Trump promised that the cost of living, Madam Speaker, would go down on day one. Donald Trump promised to lower costs on day one, but costs in the United States of America haven't gone down, they've gone up. The cost of living is totally out of control. Why? Because of Republican policies. First, the Trump tariffs, raising costs on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars per year. Second, in your one big ugly bill, in order to fund the Republican violent mass deportation machine, ripping away health care and nutritional assistance from the American people at a time when health insurance costs are already out of control and grocery prices are through the roof. And third, Donald Trump and Republicans have gotten this country into a reckless and costly war of choice that has skyrocketed gas prices through the roof, burdening everyday Americans who are already struggling to survive. Certainly can't thrive, struggling to survive. Living paycheck to paycheck. High rent, high groceries, high gas prices, high health insurance costs. And when I look at the Republican scheme that this budget represents, not a single sentence about making life more affordable for the American people. Republicans want to cut health care and cut nutritional assistance, send us to a reckless and costly war of choice, impose tariffs that are raising prices on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars per year, and then use taxpayer dollars to give a $70 billion blank check to ICE so that the Republican violent mass deportation machine can continue to brutalize or kill American citizens like Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good, or to violently target law-abiding immigrant families. Democrats here are not simply a no, we're a hell no on this legislation. And we are going to continue to fight to make life better for the American people. We believe that America is far too expensive. We believe that far too many people are working hard, playing by the rules, can't thrive, can barely survive. We believe that in this great country, when you're doing the right thing, when you're working hard, you should be able to live an affordable life. That's not happening right now. A comfortable life. That's not happening right now for far too many people. You should be able to live a good life, a good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. Which, by the way, means we will always defend Social Security and Medicare. And as a warning to the American people, the Speaker of the House recently said, in part as a result of what Republicans have done to skyrocket the debt and the deficit by trillions of dollars, to give your MAGA donors massive tax breaks that they don't need and do not deserve, that Republicans are coming next for the Social Security and for the Medicare of the American people. Madam Speaker, the Republican majority has failed. This Congress has failed. Life hasn't gotten better. Over the last 18 months, life has gotten worse, more expensive, because of policy choices that the Republicans have made to inflict policy violence and cruelty on the American people. And this toxic piece of legislation is just another example of how Republicans have failed the American people. And so we will be voting no against this Republican scheme, and we will continue to fight to drive down the high cost of living, fight to lower and fix our broken healthcare system, fight to get ICE under control, fight to end Donald Trump's reckless and costly war of choice, and fight for an America where everyone can afford a high-quality life for themselves and for their families. That's not the America that we have right now because of Republican policy failures and continued schemes like this Republican budget reconciliation bill to waste another $70 billion on your extreme immigration policies that have failed America. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, it's my honor to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, the Majority Leader of the People's House, Mr. Steve Scalise.
Without objection.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleague and friend from Texas for yielding. I rise in strong support of this bill. And Madam Speaker, we should all be here today to express our strong support for this important piece of legislation to properly, fully fund the Department of Homeland Security, including, yes, the people who actually are tasked with carrying out our immigration laws. That's the job of ICE and CBP. These are the laws that we all pass. I know our colleagues on the other side of the aisle would love to go back to open borders. But they're not, fortunately, going to go back to open borders because we won't let them. Madam Chair, we worked with President Trump to secure the border. In fact, it was the #1 issue in the 2024 election. The American people spoke loud and clear, and yes, that was on the ballot. And everybody knew where each side was. And you would think now that that issue is resolved, that we could be here in Congress to work together to properly make sure that we fund the Department of Homeland Security. But sadly, that's not what has happened. You've seen the Democrats time and time again shut this department down. The Department of Homeland Security, formed out of September 11th. You would think some people on the other side of the aisle are acting like it's still September 10th, like we don't have threats on our homeland. But we have threats coming from more places than ever because the other side let millions of people into our country. Millions of people illegally come into our country, including many violent criminals. They want you to think, Madam Chair, that it's just everybody coming in to seek the American dream. We have a legal method for that to happen, Every country does, by the way. The United States is the most generous nation in the world in terms of our legal process to come to America. Yes, legal. That means you have to follow the rules to be a part of this great American dream. And if somebody doesn't want to follow those rules, including the prior president, then what it does is wreak havoc. And what kind of havoc? I know the other side loves to just attack law enforcement every single day. The party that tried to defund the police, yes, they're still at it. This vote today, make no mistake, if you're voting yes, you're not only voting to secure America's border, you're voting to fund law enforcement. And if you vote no, you are voting to defund the police. Those are the people, the law enforcement officers, risking their lives to keep our community safe. And I think, Madam Chair, it's important to say safe from whom? Let's walk a little bit down memory lane and talk about some of the American citizens who are no longer with us today because of people who came into this country illegally, because of Joe Biden's open border, because of the policies that the Democrat Party on the other side, Madam Speaker, wants us to go back to. They want open borders. That's why they're voting no. Make no mistake about it. This vote is about opening the border again. This vote is about defunding the police. We cannot let that happen. Why? Let's remember Laken Riley. Did some on the other side already forget who Laken Riley is? 22-year-old nursing student killed while jogging near the University of Georgia campus in February of 2024. The man convicted of her murder was, yes, a man from Venezuela who entered into the United States illegally. Let's talk about Sheridan Gorman, Madam Speaker. 18-year-old Loyola University Chicago freshman who was shot and killed in March of 2026. The suspect, Jose Medina, an illegal immigrant from Venezuela. Stephanie Minter, a Virginia mother, was fatally stabbed at a Fairfax County bus stop in February of this year. Yes, anybody who votes no is voting against the people who are stopping criminal illegals who are murdering American citizens still to this day. And yet they're going to cast that no vote, Madam Speaker. Stephanie Minter, who was murdered, her suspect, Abdul Jula, came here illegally. An immigrant from Sierra Leone with over 30 police arrests. 30 times arrested over and over again until finally he murdered somebody. And you look at these sanctuary cities. By the way, go look at who's running these sanctuary cities. When these Democrats are coming up here saying they want to grab more power, asking you to give them power again, look at what they do with power. They install sanctuary city policies. They let murderers go out of prison over and over again until they murder innocent citizens. You can just go look at the leadership of every Democrat-run city in America right now. Most of the states that have major losses of population because of their policies. Now, where are they going? Mostly to red states. States that are run by Republicans who want to lower taxes, who want to have common sense policy to get away from the crazy policies that we're seeing over and over again in these Democrat-run states. In fact, the policies are so bad that you can look at the city of Chicago and know you will no longer be able to go to Chicago to see the Chicago Bears play football because Illinois ran the Chicago Bears out of the state of Illinois, out of the city of Chicago, over to Indiana because they're so anti-business, because they're so anti-worker, because they won't stand up and protect their own citizens. You listen to people that get up here, Mr. Speaker, day in and day out, and attack President Trump over and over again. What they don't tell you is that President Trump has gotten, because he focused on border security and protecting the American citizens, we now have the lowest murder rate in the United States in over 100 years. Over 100 years, the lowest murder rate, because President Trump cares about people, cares about protecting people in their communities. But of course, you look at some of these Democrat-run cities over and over again where they let illegals out over and over again. Go back to the suspect who murdered Stephanie Minter in Virginia. He was in prison and let out over 30 times. Let's talk about Kayla Hamilton, a 20-year-old Maryland woman strangled to death in 2022 by a known MS-13 gang member from El Salvador. Rachel Morin, a Maryland mother of 5 who was murdered while exercising on a hiking trail in 2023. Yes, it was someone who came here illegally who murdered her, who was finally later committed of that crime, convicted. Jacqueline Nungary, a 12-year-old Houston girl who was sexually assaulted and then murdered in June of 2024, Mr. Speaker. 2 Venezuelans who entered the United States illegally were charged in that case. Keep in mind, every one of these I'm reading, we're about to have a vote to say, should we have people working for ICE, working for CBP, protecting us from these violent criminals who are coming into our country illegally to kill our citizens? And you're going to be able to vote yes or no. And if you vote no, you're saying you want these people to keep coming in. You're voting to defund the law enforcement officers, Mr. Speaker, who are going to stop these criminals from coming into our communities. It's not like some hypothetical. It's happened over and over and over again. Sadly, there are more. Luis Jackson Nanas Lopez, 15-year-old, shot and killed while trying to protect his mother from an attempted rape by an illegal in Kentucky. The killer was a Mexican national. Haley Helgeson and Brady Heiling, 18 and 19-year-olds, killed in a car crash by a Honduran national who was driving intoxicated down the wrong direction on a highway. This took place in a sanctuary jurisdiction in Wisconsin. So they act like they're doing you a favor. Just look the other way at the laws, except their own citizens are dying. Megan Boss, killed by a Mexican in Illinois in 2025. After the killer's court appearance, a sanctuary city judge freed him onto the streets of Chicago. There that is again. Fortunately, it was ICE who rearrested that murderer. And they want to make ICE out to be the enemy? They're defending the murderers. Over and over again, they want to defund law enforcement to stand up for criminals who are wreaking havoc in our communities all across this country. Thank God we have a president in Donald Trump who's willing to stand up for the American people and protect us, to keep us safe in our homeland. That's the whole purpose of the Department of Homeland Security. It's why it needs to be fully funded. We need to pass this bill. It should have been done months ago, and it should not be partisan. Everybody should vote for it. But when that board lights up, you're going to see who's standing with the American people to keep us safe in our home and who's going to defend the criminals. I stand with the American people and say, let's keep our community safe, Mr. Speaker. Let's pass this bill. Let's fund this department. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the Majority Leader, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
You know, Mr. Speaker, we heard a lot of words there. What I didn't hear, though, was even one word, just one, about what this reconciliation bill would do to lower costs for the American people. I didn't hear one word for the 15 million Americans about to be kicked off their health care. I didn't hear one word about those who are paying 50% more for gas than what they were paying just a couple months ago because of this president's reckless war of choice. Nothing. No words, no plans, nothing in their bill whatsoever to bring down costs for the American people. Mr. Speaker, with that, I am very happy to yield 1.5 minutes to my good friend from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Panetta.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Republicans' reconciliation bill gives a blank check again to ICE and Border Patrol. Instead of reining in and reforming these two agencies that brought chaos and controversy to so many communities across our country, this bill instead provides $70 billion more to ICE and CBP without any guardrails or safeguards for the American public. Now, in the one big beautiful bill, you already injected $140 billion into these two agencies. Money used to rush agents through training, push them into the streets, to troll big box store parking lots and target immigrants well beyond gang members and felons. They called themselves law enforcement, but what we saw from many agents is acting like a lawless mob with impunity and a disregard for our humanity. Now, I support a secure border, but before I give one more cent to ICE and Border Patrol, all we are asking is for commonsensical reforms. Take off the masks, turn on the cameras, identify yourselves, independent investigation, stay away from polling places, and get a warrant before you come into our homes. But instead, your bill ignores bipartisan reforms, ignores high prices, ignores the war in Iran, and hands over billions more to ICE and CBP without any guidance on how to spend it and without any way to pay for it. By voting for this reconciliation bill, you're not only giving a blank check to ICE and CBP, you're giving in to Donald Trump, and you're giving up on your responsibility to the stability of our economy, the debt of our country, and the safety of American communities. And with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from the Keystone State, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. He's also Vice Chairman of the Budget Committee, Mr. Lloyd Smucker.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I'd like to thank the chairman for yielding. It's like the Democrats have developed amnesia. They talk about high prices, but inflation went to 9%, triple what it is today during the Biden years. It averaged more than double what it is today. And talk about working class Americans, they, by voting against the one big beautiful bill, voted for what would have been the largest tax increase on working families in history had Republicans not voted to pass that bill. And then Democrats held hostage $14 million in wages from working Americans by shutting down the government and cost the American economy $11 billion. And despite their efforts, though, to undermine the success of the working families' tax cuts, we're still seeing strong job numbers and a resilient economy as a result of Republican policies. But let's talk about the border for just a second. Maybe it's not amnesia. Maybe they want the thousands of people pouring across the border.
Another minute, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized.
Maybe they want the thousands of people, the caravans that came across the border during the Biden years. President Trump was right. It just takes a president to make that change and to secure the border. The American people deserve a secure border. They want a secure border. They deserve a functioning immigration system, and they deserve a government that's focused on them, not these partisan games. Today, by passing this bill, we stand ready to finish the job of funding border security, restoring immigration enforcement, and putting the safety and interests of American citizens first. I urge support for this legislation, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, Mr. Speaker, and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Vermont, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Balint.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to the Republican reconciliation bill. While American families struggle to afford housing, health care, and groceries, Republicans are proposing to spend more than $150 billion on immigration enforcement, roughly $59 billion for detention and deportation operations. Working families right now can't afford a doctor's visit. And Republicans are worried about multiplying our budget for detention facilities, not lowering health care costs, not giving relief to families who are struggling with obscenely high insurance premiums, but instead giving even more money to ICE and Border Patrol. This bill says that while American families pay nearly $27,000 a year for health insurance costs, Congress should prioritize spending even more on ICE detention beds. Healthcare costs are rising faster than wages for many Americans, and this is what we're focused on. It's incredibly screwed up. This administration wants you to believe that people who don't look like you or don't sound like you are the source of your financial struggles. Trump and his allies do this so you don't see that their policies benefit billionaires and greedy corporations that have hollowed out the middle class in this country. Don't believe them, not for a minute. We should be lowering healthcare costs. We should be investing in the working families in our communities across this country, not weaponizing our government agencies.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The lady's time has expired.
Yeah, I'll yield an additional 15 seconds.
Gentleladies are recognized.
We should be lowering healthcare costs and investing in the working families and communities across this country, not weaponizing our government to go after the most vulnerable. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from the state of California, Mr. Tom McClintock, also Budget Committee member.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for 4 years, Democrats actively encouraged the largest illegal mass migration in history, including the most vicious criminals in the world. For the last year, these same Democrats have done everything they can to obstruct, impede, and even attack federal officers who are trying to enforce our immigration laws. Without CBP and ICE enforcing our immigration laws, we have no borders, which means we have no country. That is the effect, if not the design, of the Democrats' refusal to fund these agencies. This bill breaks the Democrat stranglehold over ICE and CBP funding. Reconciliation is specifically designed to bring mandatory spending in line with limits set by the budget resolution. Instead, we have no choice but to use it to restore the security of our nation. We'll have one more shot at reconciliation for the coming fiscal year, and it must be used to fulfill our responsibility to future generations who are already drowning in our debt. I yield back.
Expired.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
From Pennsylvania?
I'm sorry, Pennsylvania.
That's an insult, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Jayapal.
The lady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gas prices have almost doubled since Trump came in and started his illegal Iran war. Groceries, housing, and health care are all unaffordable. Republicans would have you believe that there's no money to help working families. Trump himself said that he does not, quote, think about Americans' financial situation. And he said that it's, quote, not possible for the government to fund Medicare, Medicaid, and child care. Just last week, Republicans slashed $141 million for food for pregnant women and children. But now, magically, Republicans have found another $70 billion for ICE and CBP, even though those agencies still have $100 billion left from the $140 billion that Republicans gave them in the big bad betrayal bill. Meanwhile, Trump's masked ICE agents are killing U.S. citizens in broad daylight, kidnapping and disappearing parents in front of their children's schools, and ramming down doors without warrants. Private for-profit prison operators are laughing all the way to the bank as they rake in billions in profits by incarcerating over 60,000 immigrants of all immigration statuses every single night, refusing to uphold basic standards or give medical care to people in custody. And since Trump came back into office as ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee,
Yield an additional 15 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
as the ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee, I get notified every time there is a death in detention, and there have been 50 unprecedented deaths in detention since Trump came into office. This bill, zero guardrails, throws another $70 billion. Vote no. It's a sham.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from the Hoosier State, Mr. Stutzman, again for a minute, member of the Budget Committee.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank the chairman. I rise today in support of the Secure America Act to fund ICE and CBP. ICE and CBP agents risk their lives daily to keep bad actors out and protect our nation's citizens. With the strong leadership of Secretary Mullen, CBP reached a milestone by seizing more than 100 million lethal doses of fentanyl along the southwest border since October. ICE agents also have made progress towards making American cities safe again, with over 1,400 arrests of known or suspected terrorists. These federal agents don't just protect our borders, they defend and protect American families across the country, especially as the U.S. hosts the World Cup starting this week. I stand in strong opposition to the Democrats who wish to put American lives at risk by refusing to fund these two agencies. Start supporting the American citizens and not illegals. I encourage all my colleagues to support the funding for the vital work of ICE and CBP. And I'll yield back.
Reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the member from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentleman from California, Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Once again, Republicans are showing the American people exactly where their priorities lie. They claim there is no money for health care, no money for affordable housing, no money for child care, no money for gas, which costs an arm and a leg. Yet today, Republicans are demanding another $70 billion to supercharge Trump's mass deportation agenda. Plus, ICE already got $170 billion from Republicans' big, ugly bill, making them our highest funded law enforcement agency. The message couldn't be clearer. There's always money to target immigrants, but never enough for working families. And let's be clear what Republicans are asking taxpayers for. These agencies have failed to produce meaningful accountability, transparency, or reform, even after killing 2 U.S. citizens. At the same time, detainees are dying in ICE custody at record rates. Last week, I visited Adelanto ICE Detention Center in Southern California. I spoke directly with detainees who described inhumane conditions like dirty drinking water, inedible food, and non-existent medical care. Some have even watched their neighbors die. This is what this administration wants another $70 billion for. At a time when Americans are desperate for relief, Republicans are choosing to invest billions in a system that fails to uphold basic standards of safety, dignity, and accountability. I'm voting no. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute to my friend from Texas, Mr. Gill, who's also a proud member of the Budget Committee.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's no surprise that the party of defund the police is the party that also votes to defund Border Patrol for 70 days. It's no surprise that the party who runs a Senate candidate in Texas who wants to welcome Matt on the southern border is the party that will vote to defund ICE. This is the same party that for 4 years intentionally flooded our country with millions of illegal aliens. And we hear questions like, how does this make life better for the American people? Well, I'll tell you that deporting criminals, murderers, rapists, and thugs out of our country makes our communities safer. Deporting illegal aliens who are clogging up our schools and our hospitals, who are on welfare and using our social services, makes life in America better for our people. Mr. Speaker, I would ask, when will our colleagues on the other side of the aisle finally put the interests of our people, the people we represent, ahead of the interests of illegal aliens? I'm waiting. I urge my colleagues to support this bill because it's a great bill, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Tonko.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've spent my career fighting for improved mental health care in our schools and communities. I believe that every single child should grow up in an environment built around love, around learning and safety, which is why I'm so disgusted by the actions of this administration that are terrorizing an entire generation of children. children who are seeing their friends and teachers taken by ICE, children who are being held at gunpoint by masked agents, children who are living in fear that their parents will be picked up by ICE, children who are being detained for months on end, children who are being used as bait so that ICE can detain their family members. Those experiences do not fade easily. Our government is inflicting trauma on our kids. We should all be ashamed of these actions. Yet, instead of stopping ICE's reign of terror, Republicans are pushing legislation that provides this out-of-control agency with tens of billions more in funding, billions of taxpayer dollars to terrorize our children, our neighbors, instead of supporting our schools, our hospitals, or our communities. My choice is clear. I urge my colleagues to join me and reject this cruel bill. Our children and their families demand it. With that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if anybody's living in fear, it's because of the fear-mongering that we continue to hear from our Democrat colleagues. And it's no wonder. It starts at the top, right? The nominee or the anointed presidential nominee of the Democrats in the last presidential election, Ms. Kamala Harris, compared ICE to the KKK. We heard references to the Gestapo, a reign of terror, we just heard. It's no wonder that there are people in the streets obstructing and putting at risk the lives of our law enforcement officers who are trying to clean up our neighborhoods from the deluge of gangbangers and criminals who have flooded cities and towns all across this great nation. And it's a travesty to hear such denigrating terms, to see my colleagues in the United States House chamber vilifying people who wear the uniform on behalf of all of us and our families. And like I said, assaults are up by 1,300%, death threats by 8,000%. It's a wonder more law enforcement officials and ICE agents haven't been hurt, but let me tell you who's going to get hurt. Lots of people across this land, if ICE and CBP were defunded on account of not having willing Republicans to fund them fully, not just for 1 year, but for 3 years, so we never end up here again being held hostage by shutdowns and defunding of our law enforcement. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield to my friend and the gentlelady from the great state of Florida. 1 minute, Ms. Laura Lee.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for a minute and a half.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Secure America Act, legislation that will secure our border, provide critical resources to law enforcement, and make our communities safer. I want to highlight a provision of this bill that I've spent years fighting to advance, along with the Tim Tebow Foundation and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the bipartisan Renewed Hope Act. Today, more than 89,000 children depicted in child sex abuse material remain unidentified. That means 89,000 children who have not yet been found, not yet rescued, not yet safe. The Renewed Hope Act will give Homeland Security investigations the analysts, forensic specialists, technology, and training that are needed to identify those children, rescue them, bring them home, and bring their predators to justice. For every child still waiting to be found, this is renewed hope. Every vote for this bill is a vote to find these children. I urge my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats alike, to do the right thing, fight for these children, and support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas will be recognized for a minute and a half.
This bill should really be known as the Big Slush. It's a slush fund to enrich our corrupt president and a slush fund for ICE to continue abusing communities across America. Grocery prices soar, gas prices surge, and to the Trump regime, it's really just peanuts. peanuts of the type, perhaps, that are served on that luxury jet that Kristi Noem purchased and wasted taxpayer funds on so she could ride in style to support her ICE agents terrorizing too many Americans. After filing a $10 billion bogus lawsuit against his own administration, Trump incredibly reached a sordid deal with his personal criminal defense attorney, who he has appointed acting attorney general, to stop tax evasion audits of Trump, his family, and all of the Trump enterprises. Special treatment that has been estimated to save him over $100 million. And on top of that, he gets to control a taxpayer-funded $1.8 billion tax slush fund that can be used to reward the rioters that were here on January 6 who assaulted police and other Trump pals and criminals. Law-abiding neighborhoods facing ICE cruelty, while convicted criminals get a check at your expense. What we need is a genuine check on the Trump regime, but there's no rule of law, no checks and balances. Trump knows that a compliant Republican Congress will let him get away with anything. This bill doesn't secure America, it secures Trump's stranglehold on the Republicans. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, we're attempting here in a Republican-only exercise to fund ICE and CBP at last year's operating budget plus inflation. That's all we're talking about. And their position is they want to zero it out. In fact, they already have. And they refuse to fund ICE and CBP. They would effectively abolish it. So this is not a slush fund unless you're calling what is the normal and regular operating budget of our immigration enforcement and Border Patrol officers slush fund. It's regular, normal funding. And we're going to do it not for 1 year, but for 3 years so that we don't end up here again. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield to my friend from the great state of Texas for 1 minute, member of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Lance Gooden.
The member from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we've heard today from Democrats is Trump, 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 Trump. They're obsessed. They won't talk about the bill. They're talking about the president because they're ashamed, they know they should be, of their record when they were in charge. When President Biden was president, the border was wide open. Americans were getting killed, and Democrats wouldn't acknowledge it. And that's why we have the majority now. That's why President Trump is in the White House, because he promised to clean it up, and he has. And this bill continues that. And for 76 days, Democrats blocked funding for the entire Department of Homeland Security. And they're continuing to stand against this today, but they won't actually come out and say what we know they mean, and that's that they want an open border. Instead, they want to talk about Trump. And the Secure America Act ensures that that border is never open again. By fully funding ICE and CBP through President Trump's term, this bill gives our homeland defenders the resources they need to strengthen deportation operations, dismantle criminal networks, and stop fentanyl before it reaches our communities. And so while my colleagues across the aisle continue suffering from Trump derangement syndrome, I urge passage, and I thank the Republican majority and President Trump for leading on this. I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting. I've been participating and listening to this entire debate. Actually, the president's name who has come up the most is President Biden. I think they actually miss him because they would like someone to blame other than the man who is in the White House right now. The American people make it clear. Some of the worst approval ratings on the economy in 20-plus years. By a 3-to-1 margin, the American people disapprove of this president's handling of the economy. 72% disapprove. Again, the worst numbers since the Great Recession. So they need someone else to blame because they know just how poorly things are going right now under this president and Republican leadership. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, Distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. McGarvey.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for a minute.
Mr. Speaker, we got to stop saying this is about $70 billion for ICE. This is about $240 billion for ICE. Republicans gave ICE $170 billion last July, and in less than 1 year, they want to give them $70 billion more. That's more for ICE this year than Russia is spending on its military, and they're currently at war. $240 billion for honest-to-God stormtroopers, masked, armed agents, kidnapping people off the street, murdering U.S. citizens, separating families, and detaining children. We shouldn't give them another dollar. We cannot give them another $70 billion. But if you're so willing to spend it, imagine the good we could do with that kind of money. We could make people's lives better. A free school breakfast and lunch for every kid in America. Free childcare for every American family with a kid under 5. We could bring back the health care tax credits that Republicans killed because they were too expensive for 3 more years. But since feeding kids and fixing health care apparently aren't your thing, maybe we can agree on veterans. You guys say you care about our veterans. Then let's do something about it. For $70 billion, we could end veteran homelessness forever, probably 7 times over. In fact, I offered an amendment to this bill that does just that. And actually, with $70 billion, we could end homelessness in America. And that's just one example. There's so much good we could do with this money, and just about anything would be better than giving it to ICE. Vote no. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's often been said that budgets are a statement of our priorities and our values. Repeatedly, President Biden would propose cuts to the Department of Homeland Security. The last year he was in office, in fact, Homeland Security was cut by 3.5%. Remember, this is all the while we had record numbers of illegal immigrants flooding into this country, record numbers of immigrants who are on the terrorist watch list, record number of criminals, record number of drugs killing Americans at record levels, about a plane load of Americans dying a week. Meanwhile, my Democrat colleagues found time to give $800 billion in tax subsidies to green energy corporations. Just think about that. Tax cuts for the rich green energy corporations, tens of billions of dollars with a cell phone and a pen by Joe Biden. That's the monies that were given to illegal immigrants for health care that U.S. hardworking taxpayers funded. According to Numbers USA, we're spending about $9,000 per illegal immigrant in this country, Mr. Speaker. That's more than we spend on our most vulnerable for Medicaid, U.S. citizens. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to my friend from the great state of South Carolina, Mr. Russell Fry, who is also a House Judiciary Committee member.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for yielding time. The Mexican cartels have never had better lobbyists than the Democrat politicians across the aisle, who insisted that nothing was wrong for years. As our communities were flooded, Democrats told the American people not to believe their own eyes, not to see the rising crime and the malaise and the fracturing and the problems in every community across this country. When the border was overwhelmed, they said it was secure. In fact, they told us that we were imagining a border crisis. When communities demanded action, they offered excuses. And when law enforcement came forward and said, we need resources, they were lectured by the ivory tower that Democrats sit in about compassion. Their immigration policy boiled down to 3 simple words: deny, deflect, and delay. Their strategy was overwhelmingly rejected, thankfully, at the ballot box in the last presidential cycle, but they refused to accept it. They refused to accept the reality. The American people are done being put last at the expense of themselves and put in place illegal immigrants. They're tired of being treated as if nothing is wrong. Something has been fundamentally wrong with our border for a long time, and when we want to come and fix it and listen to the people who sent us to Washington to fix the most fundamental thing about a country, its borders. We're told all types of measures of things. We're here on an immigration bill or on a border bill, and we're told we're dealing with the economy on their end. This is about the border and securing the most fundamentally sacred thing in our country, which is our border. I think this is basic stuff. Fund law enforcement. Don't defund them. Let them enforce the law and do their job. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Omar.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this reconciliation bill. Last year, Republicans handed ICE and CPP an $85 billion slush fund. Today, they want $70 billion more with no reforms, no accountability for the crimes they have committed. And this is at a time when Americans are barely making ends meet. Let me tell you what the money could mean for working families. It could provide free childcare for over 1 million children for 2 years. We could expand and extend the ACA premium tax credit for at least a year. And we could cancel the Medicare debt of 1/3 of Americans. Instead, congressional Republicans want to hand more money to the same rogue agents that have kidnapped and killed Americans across the country. We know who is really paying for this. When federal agents flooded Minneapolis, our city suffered $200 million in economic damages at least. Workers stayed home, small businesses shattered, and tens of thousands of residents were left thrown out into food and housing insecurity. This is why I will be introducing a bill to redirect ICE's slush fund to the very communities that the agency has terrorized and harmed. This is who this money should be going to, everyday Americans who are just trying to survive in Trump's disastrous economy. I won't support another dollar for ICE, and I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill. And I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's true. We did put tens of billions of dollars in the first reconciliation bill because the Democrats' open border policies absolutely wreaked havoc on the current system. It overwhelmed us. My state spent $14 billion to do the job the federal government wouldn't do. We didn't have the infrastructure. We didn't have the boots on the ground. We didn't have the judicial process set up to take on the millions of people, over 10 million people, over 5 of them released, not apprehended and held accountable, caught and released. And so the system was overwhelmed. We needed to infuse some capital to boost the infrastructure so we could seamlessly work through that. We're talking about regular operating budgets now. And the regular operating budgets, not what we had to put in for the system that was overwhelmed by the record numbers of illegal immigrants. We're talking about last year's budget plus inflation. The bottom line is, my Democrat colleagues stand on the position of defunding immigration enforcement and effectively abolishing ICE. And I think that's an untenable position in this country. And only a few radicals hold that position. And most people know what we're up against and what these hardworking, brave people do for us. With that, I yield a minute to my friend from South Carolina, Ms. Sherry Biggs, who's on the Homeland Security Committee here in the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much to my colleague. And Mr. Speaker, the Secure America Act gives Border Patrol and ICE the resources they need to keep doing what is working. Southwest border apprehensions are down 94% compared to the Biden administration. This fiscal year's total CBP encounters are already 13% lower than April of 2024 alone, and CBP has seized 61% more drugs this fiscal year than during the same period last year. That means fewer illegal crossings, more fentanyl stopped, and stronger enforcement. This bill invests in agents, in officers, in technology, and the tools needed to dismantle cartels, stop human trafficking, and remove criminal illegal aliens from our communities. President Trump has proven that a secure border is possible. Now Congress needs to back him up. South Carolina families deserve safety. They deserve sovereignty and a government that puts America first. I urge my colleagues to support the Secure America Act, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I'll reserve my time. How much time do I have?
Gentleman has a minute and a quarter remaining.
Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Amo.
The gentleman from Rhode Island will be recognized for a minute.
Mr. Speaker, when I first heard the bill name, I thought someone said Less Secure America Act. After reading it, I realized that's what it is. Republicans already handed Trump's immigration machine a massive windfall in their big ugly law as they cut your health care. Now they're back for more. This latest scheme is about pouring $70 billion into ICE and CBP while leaving untouched Trump's $1.8 billion slush fund for his political allies and January 6 cop beaters. It does nothing to lower costs, nothing to stop corruption, and nothing to help working families. Think about that. If you're worried about your grocery costs or your utility bills, Republicans have nothing for you. If you're worried about your health care costs, Republicans have nothing for you. If you're worried about affording child care, Republicans have nothing for you. But if you're Donald Trump, looking for billions more to expand ICE and bankroll more abuses of power, Republicans are happy to write the check with your money. This bill isn't about security. It's about cruelty, corruption, and misplaced priorities. You deserve better than this latest devious deception. The American people deserve lower costs, safer communities, and a government that works for them, not another blank check for Trump's chaos. I urge a no vote on Republicans' latest betrayal, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The question is, does the gentleman from Texas reserve?
I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas shall reserve. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Raskin.
The gentleman from Maryland will be recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you. I can understand why our colleagues talking about deranged Trump syndrome don't want us talking about the actual president himself. He just said, I don't think about Americans' financial situation, not even a little bit. Well, no kidding. But our let them eat crypto president, who's pocketed a cool $5 billion since he was inaugurated, spends a lot of time thinking about his own financial security and the bankrolling of his MAGA foot soldiers, whom he pardoned en masse and released from jail last year. He wants you to pay for not only a $1 billion golden ballroom, because he bulldozed the White House, but a $1.776 billion political slush fund under his exclusive control to pay out to his favorite convicted criminals, anti-democracy rioters, and cop-beating insurrectionists, 96 of whom have already committed new crimes since he let them out of jail, including child sexual assault, domestic violence, home invasion, and first-degree criminal assault. He wants to turn this street-fighting mob into a permanent private militia of MAGA millionaires. His acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, cooked up a collusive plan with the plaintiff president to cancel out all criminal, civil, and tax liability for himself and the rest of the Trump family and their businesses for all time. In all caps, they wrote forever. for any crimes they've committed up until this point. Nothing like this has ever happened before in American history. And now they want to hand DHS another $70 billion after the $170 billion they got last year, despite, could I have 30 seconds? Despite the fact that DHS still has $100 billion sitting around unspent, and despite the fact they've done nothing, zero, to reform the King Kong police practices that left 2 American citizens, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, dead, lying in their own blood in the streets of Minneapolis. Vote no.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president, and their comments should be directed to the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve, and may I also inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
The gentleman from Pennsylvania has 7 minutes and 3/4.
Thank you. I reserve.
The question is, does the gentleman from Texas reserve?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say it's notable that not once has any reference been made by my Democrat colleagues to the victims of crimes perpetrated by criminal aliens on them and the loss and the pain and suffering of their families. Not one time. Not one time. Not one time. And no, not once have we heard, Mr. Speaker, any reference with respect, with honor and dignity to the law enforcement officers who wear the uniform, who fight the fight to keep us safe, risking their lives to rid this country of the threats to our neighborhoods and our families. And not one time we heard reign of terror, we heard Gestapo, we hear all these things. Not one time. Mr. Speaker, I yield or reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, distinguished ranking member of the Homeland Security Committee, Mr. Thompson.
The gentleman from Mississippi will be recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand with my Democratic colleagues in strong opposition to this bill. This bill is yet another attempt by MAGA-controlled Republicans to give billions of dollars to the violent, lawless, and unconstitutional Trump administration. In last year's Big Ugly Bill, Republicans starved working families and stripped health care from millions of Americans to fund DHS's immigration crackdown without any guardrails. DHS used these funds to break into homes without warrants, surveil and lock up nonviolent protesters, deport sick children with cancer, and kill 2 American citizens who were lawfully exercising their First and Second Amendment rights. This bill, just like the last one, does not prohibit any agent from wearing masks. It does not require officers to get judicial warrants. This bill does not prohibit racial profiling or surveillance databases of unlawful protesters. It does not stop raids at daycares, churches, or even hospitals. And this bill does not prevent the Justice Department from creating a slush fund to pay Donald Trump's insurrectionists who assaulted law enforcement. Instead, this bill gives the Trump regime a blank check to execute more out-of-control, unaccountable crackdowns on migrants and American citizens supporting them. Americans know the difference.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Additional 15 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized.
Americans know the difference between a government that works for them and one that works only for Donald Trump. We must oppose this awful bill. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlewoman from New York will be recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, almost a year ago,
we debated a horrific piece of Republican legislation that cut more than $1 trillion from health care and nearly $200 billion in food assistance for hungry families. Also, billionaires could get another tax cut. That same bill handed over $170 billion to DHS for immigration enforcement, money used to supercharge ICE and CBP as they terrorize immigrant communities, trampled the Constitution, brutalized and killed American citizens in the streets. Since then, life has only gotten more unaffordable. So what is the Republican answer? Another $70 billion for immigration enforcement that is already out of control. It is a slap in the face to every American struggling to get by. It is a slap in the face to every small business in this country that is struggling. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Does the gentleman from Texas continue to reserve?
Yes, I do, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Colorado, the Assistant Democratic Leader, Mr. Neguse.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker. I want to thank the ranking member of the Budget Committee for his leadership. I don't serve on the Budget Committee, but my understanding of the Budget Committee, perhaps a naive understanding, was that the committee would try to build a responsible budget to live within its means. But I must say with deep regret, Mr. Speaker, I have respect for my colleague, the chairman of the Budget Committee, but every time he comes to the floor, it ends up costing us all more money. This bill is going to increase the deficit by $70 billion. $70 billion with a B, dollars. That's how much the Republican Budget Committee proposes that we spend, that we impair our national deficit. For all of the Freedom Caucus members, for all of the Republicans who have come to the floor to shed crocodile tears about the fiscal health of our country, understand that in half an hour you'll be voting in favor of a bill that increases the deficit
Gentleman's time is expired.
by $70 billion, Mr. Speaker. We ought to reject
the gentleman will suspend.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas, do you continue to reserve?
We're talking about last year's budget plus inflation, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Arizona, member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Mr. Stanton.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this extreme Republican budget bill, an additional $40 billion to ICE, an agency that has already received unprecedented amount of taxpayer funds with zero reforms, zero accountability, not a single dollar in this bill to lower the cost of living, nothing for families drowning under Trump's tariffs, nothing for skyrocketing grocery bills, nothing for the gas prices that have been driven up by a failing war of choice in Iran. This budget shows the American people where the MAGA Republicans' priorities lie. They will roll over to Trump every single time while their own constituents struggle to make ends meet. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to use the remainder of my time to once again point out, as I said in the beginning, that this bill does absolutely nothing to prevent Donald Trump from handing taxpayer dollars to the violent criminals who attacked police officers here on January 6th. Now, we know this is not hypothetical. The president has said repeatedly that he wants to compensate January 6th rioters. Just this past weekend, he refused to rule out payments even for those who assaulted law enforcement officers at the Capitol. Mr. Speaker, let's remember what these criminals did. Rioters trapped Officer Daniel Hodges in a doorway, ripped away his gas mask as he was crushed and assaulted. Officer Michael Fanone was beaten, tased again and again, dragged into the crowd, and suffered a heart attack. Other officers were attacked with flagpoles and pepper sprayed. These rioters were not tourists. They were violent thugs who attempted to overturn an election by force. Now, let's not forget, this president has already pardoned them. He already gave them a free pass. Now he wants to reward them again with our taxpayer money. What a disgrace. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to commit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would make clear that not one penny of taxpayer money may be used to create, administer, or pay for any slush fund, settlement payment, or any other payout to January 6th insurrectionists. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to commit, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, as the good book says, where your treasure is, there your heart is also. Our treasure as Republicans and our hearts as the American people have reflected in this last and most historic election is with the law-abiding citizens of this great nation and the brave men and women who risk their lives to defend it every day. This is regular budget, normal budgets, and this is the least we can do to support those folks who stand on that thin line to defend our sovereign borders and our safety. I urge my Democrat colleagues, do not defund
The gentleman's time has
the
expired.
ICE and Border Patrol.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1345, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on the third reading of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
An act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 33.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Boyle of Pennsylvania moves to commit the bill Senate 2 to the Committee on the Budget.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to commit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is not.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the
For
yeas.
what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to commit will be followed by a 5-minute vote on passage of the bill, if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 1140. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 211 and the nays are 215. The motion is not adopted. The question now is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded
For what purpose
vote.
does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek attention?
I ask for a recorded vote of the yeas and nays.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 212. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 1140, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
Discharge calendar number 7, House Resolution 1140. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5408 to accelerate workplace time to contract under the National Labor Relations Act.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 201. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. To order. The chair would ask members to please take conversations off the floor. We're about to begin debate and consideration on another measure. Pursuant to House Resolution 1140, the House will proceed to the immediate consideration of House Resolution H.R. 5408, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 5408, a bill to accelerate workplace time to contract under the National Labor Relations Act.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1140, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, but before we begin that, the House will come to order. Members are asked again to please take conversations off the floor. At this time, Mr. Wahlberg is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 5408.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 5408. The so-called Faster Labor Contracts Act, I will give credit to whoever named this bill, because it certainly accomplishes 2 things faster. It fast-tracks government intrusion into private workplaces, and it erodes workers' rights faster than we have ever seen before. Under the FLCA, if the private parties involved do not reach a first contract on an accelerated timeline, a government-appointed arbitration panel steps in and imposes one. The panel does not merely recommend contract provisions or serve as a neutral entity while parties work to reach an agreement. Instead, it imposes a contract on employers and employees for at least 2 years without their consent. Let's call this bill what it really is: a massive expansion of Washington's power over American workers and job creators. It is the latest attempt to put workers under the thumb of federal bureaucrats. Under the bill, government bureaucrats can parachute into workplaces they've never set foot in, override the voices of workers in industries they know little about, and leave them with contracts that may not serve their interests. Mr. Speaker, supporters of this bill assure businesses and workers that it is about worker empowerment and efficiency. I may be misremembering the definition of empowerment, but I can guarantee it does not mean taking away a worker's right to vote on his or her own contract and giving that power to a Washington bureaucrat with no stake in the outcome. As for efficiency, this bill inserts the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service, FMCS, an agency that President Trump rightly sought to eliminate for its corruption, into the bargaining process. Reports came out last year about the agency's alleged mismanagement of funds and other fraudulent activities. Now we're expected to give this agency a role in deciding workers' wages, benefits, scheduling rules, disciplinary procedures, and working conditions whenever contract negotiations extend beyond an arbitrary time frame. I really doubt this agency will be able to do much of anything efficiently if the bill's supporters truly care about efficiency, and I believe they do. But this is a strange way to show it. For more than 90 years, Federal labor law has required employers and unions to bargain in good faith. Despite what supporters of this bill seem to suggest, that system is still working today. Whether it's the Teamsters and UPS or United Auto Works and the big three automakers, countless agreements across the country have been reached because both sides negotiated, compromised, and arrived at terms that made sense for their unique workplaces. Under this bill, small businesses in particular could be forced into long-term, expensive, one-size-fits-all contracts written by bureaucrats. Those contracts could mandate spending that small employers cannot sustain, threaten jobs, kill growth, and in some cases, shut businesses down entirely. Mr. Speaker, simply put, the FLCA is not pro-worker. It's an ideological Trojan horse that harms the very people it claims to help, empowers bureaucrats over workers, and undermines the collaborative process that has long defined American labor relations. Ultimately, workers value having a voice in workplace decisions. The Trump administration has prioritized putting America's workers first and strengthening the nation's workforce. This bill goes directly against the President's vision for America to have the most capable and competitive workforce in the world. It takes decisions out of the hands of workers and job creators and places them in the hands of unelected bureaucrats. Mr. Speaker, we do not need government-imposed contracts. We do not need bureaucrats writing workplace rules. And we certainly do not need a bill that claims to champion workers while stripping them of their ability to approve contracts that govern their livelihoods, whether they understand that or not. If Congress truly wants to support American workers, we should strengthen workplace democracy, protect workers' rights, and encourage honest bargaining, not replace negotiation with government mandates. The FLCA is wrong for workers, wrong for businesses, wrong for the economy, and wrong for the country. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself to chambers and may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5408, the Faster Labor Contracts Act, which ensures that workers can quickly and efficiently reach a first contract between a union and their employer. This is also one of the many important provisions of the Protecting the Right to Organize, or the PRO Act, which critically bolsters working people's ability to organize and form a union while holding union-busting employers accountable. This bill would amend the National Labor Relations Act to require employers to begin negotiations with a newly certified union within 10 days. This bill further provides that if no agreement is reached after 90 days, either party may request mediation from the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service. If mediation fails after 30 days, the dispute will be referred to an arbitration panel selected by the union and employer to secure an initial contract. For too many workers, the hard work doesn't end when they vote to form a union. It just begins. Reaching a first contract to form a union can take months, even years. In some cases, it never happens at all. It is not unusual for workers to sit through endless delays and other dilatory tactics by employers, including shifting proposals and stalled negotiations. Workers endure all of this while trying to balance their jobs, their families, and their livelihoods. When workers choose to organize, they are choosing a unified voice to negotiate for their rights with management. But without a first contract, that voice can be effectively silenced. And dragging out negotiations gives corporations a long chance to break up a union. Faster Labor Contracts Act brings accountability to this process. It sets up reasonable timelines and ensures that both sides engage in serious, good faith negotiations. It helps prevent delay tactics and keeps the focus where it belongs on reaching an agreement that works for everyone. This bill is about making the right to organize real, not theoretical. And thank you again to Congressman Norcross for your leadership on this issue. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from North Carolina, the Chairman Emeritus of the Education Workforce Committee, Ms. Fox.
The Rules Chair has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Chairman of the committee. I rise in opposition to the Faster Labor Contracts Act. Republicans should always be pro-worker, and we are always pro-worker. But being pro-worker does not mean handing more power to Washington, and it certainly does not mean taking decisions away from the workers themselves. Yet that is exactly what this bill does. For nearly 90 years, federal labor policy had been guided by a simple principle. Workers and employers should determine the terms of employment through voluntary, good faith bargaining. That framework, established under the National Labor Relations Act, has governed labor relations for generations. The Faster Labor Contracts Act turns that principle on its head. If negotiations fail to conclude within a federally prescribed timeline, government-appointed arbitrators are empowered to impose wages, benefits, schedules, and workplace rules for years to come. In other words, this bill replaces negotiation with compulsion and substitutes private agreements with federal mandates. Most concerning, workers themselves may be bound by contracts they never approved. Under the FLCA, employees would lose one of the most fundamental rights they have today, the ability to vote on the terms and conditions governing their own employment. This is not pro-worker, it's pro-government, and Congress should not be in the business of silencing workers or stripping them of their voice. I urge opposition to this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The lady yields back to the gentleman from Michigan, the Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to a member of the Committee on Education and Workforce and a sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
The gentleman from New Jersey has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Scott, for yielding. When a union wins more fair pay and better working conditions for its members, it sets a bar higher for everyone. Even if you're not part of the union yourself, you can still thank organized labor for negotiating some of what is in your contract. But for millions of workers, the first contract can take years to negotiate if an employer decides to play the waiting game. Some negotiations collapse before the contract ever becomes law. In fact, that's exactly what many corporations are banking on. So if we can't count on billionaires negotiating ethically, and we can't count on existing rules to stop employers from running out the clock, what can we count on? We can count on ourselves to fight back, and my Faster Labor Contracts Act is what is an unprecedented coalition of lawmakers, labor leaders, and workers across this great nation are now fighting back with. We're proposing that workers get a choice, that if an employer won't meaningfully come to the table, my legislation would give workers and employers the option to invoke hard deadlines. It is an option, it is not mandatory. And if the bill offers a clear path to a first contract and it doesn't pass, this has an end to it. It's really simple change. Yet we need that level playing field. The Faster Labor Contracts Act would be the most significant new protection for workers since before World War II. I want to thank Bobby Scott and my friends on both sides of the aisle for helping get this Faster Labor Contracts Act to this point. Now, let's pass it out of the House, get it over to the Senate, and get it to the White House to get signed. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly respect my good friend and colleague from New Jersey, the sponsor of this bill, and his desire to move processes forward. I just have a significant concern that it's short-sighted to think that government intrusion into this process will ever work in the end, and what would be considered optional wouldn't eventually become mandatory, and the fact that the workers themselves aren't making these decisions, and the best interest of the union leadership may be carried on, but not the workers. That's my concern. I'm pleased now to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, a man who knows what it means to be involved in negotiations from both sides, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding the time. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 5408, the Faster Labor Contracts Act. Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of this House majority and the Trump administration, we are working to deliver a 21st century economy that benefits the working class. We are putting workers first and giving them the freedom to champion their own future and achieve the American dream. This legislation before us today, to put simply, is a significant step backwards. There's a reason this bill is opposed by hundreds of organizations and stakeholder groups, including HR professionals, franchise businesses, retailers, and more. The Faster Labor Contracts Act would allow government-appointed arbitrators to impose a union contract on workers and employers if the two sides cannot reach an agreement on their own. At its core, HR 5408 rips power away from workers and job creators and lays it in the lap of the federal government. I can tell you firsthand that the hardworking Georgians I represent want no part of this. Georgia has been named the #1 state to do business for 12 consecutive years. We are a right-to-work state. One reason for that is that we have great state-level leadership that rejects destructive policies like this. Current law already requires employers and unions to bargain in good faith and provides remedies for parties that refuse to do so. The goal of this body should be to fuel growth for Main Street, not force employees and employers into union contracts without their consent. The Fair Labor Contracts Act is bad for our economy, bad for American workers, and I strongly urge a vote in opposition, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia yields back. The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford.
The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the distinguished ranking member for yielding. I rise as a son of the labor movement and co-chair of the Congressional Labor Caucus in strong support of the Faster Labor Contracts Act. When workers come together to form a union, they are not asking for a handout. They're asking and fighting for what they've already earned: better wages, safer working conditions, stronger benefits, and the dignity of having a voice on the job. Collective bargaining is a fundamental right, guaranteed under federal law, and it is one of the most powerful tools working people have. But, Mr. Speaker, winning the union election is supposed to be the end of the fight. Instead, for far too many workers, it is just the beginning. It is just the beginning because current law provides no meaningful timeline for reaching a first contract. Employers who want to stall can stall for months, for years, all while workers wait. And here's the number that should outrage every member of this body: 458 days. On average, it takes 458 days to reach a first contract after workers have already voted. Think about that. More than a year after workers have spoken clearly with their vote, they are still waiting. They're still waiting for wages that they've organized to win. They're still waiting for the benefits that their families need. And they're still waiting for basic dignity on the job. And too often, that delay is not an accident. It is a strategy to wear workers down and to preserve the status quo. The Faster Labor Contract Act, introduced by my friend and fellow co-chair of the Labor Caucus, Representative Norcross, closes that loophole. It does not guarantee any particular outcome at the bargaining table. It simply ensures both parties show up and negotiate in good faith on a reasonable timeline. A right delayed is a right denied. Workers cannot wait. Families cannot wait. I urge my colleagues to support the Faster Labor Contracts Act and to bring this PRO-Act to the floor for its full approval, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We talk about efficiency and moving the issue forward 400-some days, but this bill is being rushed. It's being rushed in other ways. It requires a report from the Government Accountability Office examining the length of time between recognition of a union in a workplace and the initial collective bargaining agreement. However, that report will not be issued up till 1 year after enactment of the bill. We're passing a bill that could impact millions of employers and employees, only then to request a report to understand the alleged issue this bill aims to address. I think back to the 2010 Obamacare vote, when members of this body were told to pass the bill so you can find out what's in it. We face a similar question today. Why must we vote on a proposed solution before we even know the problem? Instead, let us do the reasonable thing before this bill goes to vote. That's just something we ought to consider, especially when we have the opportunity to do that, as opposed to pushing this directly to the floor without even having a GAO study beforehand. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Illinois, a great member of our Education and Workforce Committee, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chairman.
The gentlelady from Illinois has the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I joined the majority of my Republican colleagues in voicing strong opposition to H.R. 5408, the Faster Labor Contracts Act. This bill puts the selfish needs of the union bosses above the welfare of American workers. It would force employers to begin bargaining with new unions within 10 days of certification. It would force federal mediation to intervene if no contract is signed, and it would force the arbitrated contracts to last 2 years and cannot be appealed. Let me be clear. Employers and unions already meet at the negotiating table. There is no need to use government overreach to force labor negotiations. The Faster Labor Contracts Act is bad for employers, bad for employees, and bad for the economy. And I urge my colleagues to reject this bill and vote no.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 5408, the Faster Labor Contracts Act, and I salute Mr. Norcross and Mr. Scott for their outstanding leadership on this bill. Across America, workers exercise one of the most fundamental rights protected under our labor laws, namely the right to organize and bargain collectively. But for far too often, after workers vote to form a union, they are forced to wait months and even years before seeing the benefits of that decision. In fact, the average time to secure a first contract exceeds 450 days. During that time, workers can face uncertainty, delays, and frustration while negotiations drag on with no clear path to resolution. There are countless examples. A few years ago in my home state of Illinois, Teamsters drivers at XPO Logistics in Aurora voted to form a union. Yet more than 1 year after they voted, they were still fighting simply to get the company to come to the bargaining table. Those workers had exercised their legal right to organize, but they remained without a first contract and without the certainty they voted for. The Faster Labor Contracts Act addresses this problem with a straightforward and common sense framework. It requires newly certified unions and employers to begin bargaining promptly. If negotiations stall, The bill provides mediation and, if necessary, a neutral arbitration process to help both sides reach an initial agreement. This bill ensures that when workers make their voices heard through a lawful election, that decision is respected. Workers deserve to know that their vote to organize will not be rendered meaningless by endless delays. That is what this bill provides. It's practical, it's bipartisan, and it strengthens confidence in our labor system, supporting working families and helping to create more stable workplaces. I strongly urge my colleagues to support the Faster Labor Contracts Act, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 7 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, another great member of the Education Workforce Committee, Mr. Under.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tomorrow, members from both sides of the aisle will head to the field for the annual congressional baseball game. It is a great tradition in Washington, reminding us that no matter how intensely we disagree, we believe in the basic American principle of fair play. But today I want to talk about a piece of legislation that completely upends the rules of fair play for Americans, the Faster Labor Contracts Act. To understand why this bill is so dangerous for our workforce, let's stick with the baseball analogy for a second. Imagine a tie game, the bottom of the ninth, a close play at the plate, and the call is challenged. Well, in Major League Baseball, we know how the replay review works. It goes to a centralized room in New York, filled with veteran umpires who have spent decades in the field. Both teams accept the final decision because they trust the expertise of the people making the call. Now imagine if the MLB suddenly changed that rule. Imagine replay reviews were handed over to a rushed three-person panel, with one reviewer picked by the home team, one picked by the away team, and a third tiebreaker member chosen at random from the stadium's front office staff, and then given a 2-minute clock to issue a final unappealable ruling. None of us would accept that. The fans would protest and the integrity of the game would be destroyed. Yet remarkably, that is exactly the framework this legislation wants to force upon collective bargaining in the American workplace. The Faster Labor Contracts Act invites federal bureaucrats directly into the private negotiations and empowers them to dictate contracts between employers and employees. Under the text of this bill, once the union is certified, negotiations must begin within 10 days. The parties are then given a rigid window of just 90 days to reach a first contract. If they cannot reach a deal in that brief window, the bill forces them into mediation, but it only gives the process 30 days. If the mediation doesn't resolve every single issue in those few weeks, a government-imposed binding arbitration automatically kicks in. Just like that hypothetical baseball panel, a three-person arbitration board takes over. The employer picks one, the union picks one, and a third so-called neutral arbitrator is chosen. And if the parties cannot agree on those selections within 14 days, the Federal Mediation Conciliation Panel steps in and chooses all three arbitrators for them. This panel is given sweeping, unprecedented power to dictate wages, benefits, safety procedures, leave policies, and virtually every term of employment. And then comes the worst part of all. This three-person panel votes, and that contract becomes legally binding for a full 2 years. What about the rank-and-file workers? The men and women on the factory floor, on the construction sites. They are completely shut out of the process. Under this bill, the workers are denied the right to vote on the very contract that governs their work lives. There is no ratification vote. There is no right of appeal. Think about that. The moral argument for labor unions is to give workers a collective voice. But this bill strips them of that voice and hands it over to a panel of outside lawyers and bureaucrats. Last spring at a Senate hearing, an International Association of Machinists shop steward testified on this point. He warned that removing the right of workers to ratify their own contract removes democracy from the workplace. He said, giving the worker a say is the whole point of a union. If we value the voices of working people, we should not support a bill that silences them. Our government already furnishes help and protection from the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service, which employers and employees and unions can voluntarily utilize to resolve disputes. We do not need a heavy-handed law that prioritizes speed over fairness, centralization over consent, and government control over workplace democracy. Let's keep the federal government out of the dugout and the American workers and businesses calling the balls and strikes themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as they may consume and ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the American Federation of Teachers, which says in part, "For this reason, we call on all members of the House to vote for the bipartisan Faster Labor Contracts Act. It is far from being a complete set of labor reforms, but it is an incredibly important step in the right direction." The letter goes on to say that under current law, for far too many workers, including many who seek to join the AFT, organizing a union is marked by employer anti-union campaigns that include pressure tactics and a refusal to negotiate a first contract after workers have voted to unionize.
Without objection.
And so, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Mrs. Hoyle.
The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard enough to form a union, and in this building and in states across the country, we see efforts every day to make it even more difficult. We're seeing yet another strategy to delay and deny union representation from workers who've overcome every hurdle to vote to belong to a union. The average time between forming a union and a contract being signed is 458 days, 548 days for nonprofits. Workers should not have to wait years after forming a union to get a contract, and employers should not be able to move the goalposts after the decision has been made to form a union. My friend Representative Norcross brought forward the Faster Labor Contracts Act to address this issue, and I'm proud to speak in favor of this bill. Being pro-worker does not mean being anti-business, and being pro-business shouldn't mean being anti-worker, because when workers do well and have a clear path to the middle class, have access to fair family wage jobs, safe working conditions, our economy thrives and our businesses do better. I'm a member of Congress as a third-generation union member. Because my father and grandfather fought for and won better wages, hours, and working conditions with their unions, I'm able to be here today. This bill corrects a loophole and gives a timeline to negotiate a contract. That's what it does. This is a pro-worker bill, should not be a partisan issue, and it's not. We have Republicans that have stood up for workers as well. And either you stand with workers or you don't. And today, I am proud to stand with the workers of this country and support this very good bill. I urge an aye vote and yield my time.
The gentlelady yields, and the gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, one who stands up for workers and is a great participant in the Education Workforce Committee as well. Mr. Fine.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong opposition to the so-called Faster Labor Contracts Act. I used to run businesses. That's what I was good at. And I understand the importance of collective bargaining. But I also know that the process shouldn't be rushed. Labor contracts are not minor administrative details. These are life-changing agreements. But this legislation imposes rigid timelines and artificial deadlines that could actually hurt both parties. Negotiations take time because real compromise takes time. Workers deserve the opportunity to organize, consult with representatives, and review proposals carefully. The current law provides the right incentives for good faith bargaining, but the Faster Labor Contracts Act does not do that. It doesn't even promise a quicker turnaround for labor contracts. It just promises that a third party will step in sooner. The bill gives union workers and employees 90 days to reach an agreement before being referred to mediation, and then 30 additional days before going to arbitration. But there's no time limit on the arbitration, which could last for months or even years. Think about that. The only participants who do not face a deadline under the bill are the arbitrators. The government is forcing employers and employees to submit to. So despite the name of the bill, there's no guarantee the process will actually become faster, only a guarantee that workers and businesses may have no say in the final product. This bill doesn't promise higher wages, it doesn't improve workplace safety, it doesn't strengthen retirement security, it does not protect health care benefits. What it does do is place private negotiations on an accelerated timetable that increases pressure on workers to settle before they have fully fought for what they deserve. This is a bad idea, and I hope that we vote it down today. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Menifee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you to my colleague, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Faster Labor Contracts Act. Mr. Speaker, I'm just astonished to hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle argue that this bill was rushed when they failed to take it up in committee, when we all know that under their leadership, the committee has focused on attacking unions and attacking trans kids. Maybe if they focused more on education and workforce, we would see more bills like this come to the floor through a proper process that actually help unions. I represent Houston, longshoremen in the ship channel, like my grandfather, freight drivers, steel workers, electricians, folks who without them, this country would come to a screeching halt. And right now, when those workers vote to form a union, what the law requires is that the employer bargain in good faith. That's exactly what the law requires, but we all know that's not what happens in real life. In reality, employers stall. They run out the clock. That's why the average time between a union vote and the first contract is over a year where the bosses hold all of the cards. And that's a loophole that lets employers act in bad faith. And all this bill does is close it. Sets clear deadlines, a fair process, mediation if needed, arbitration as a backstop, and it only applies to first contracts. So it is focused and it is reasonable. When workers follow the rules have to work for them. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I urge my colleagues across the aisle to spend their better time when they're managing their committees. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former union steel worker, I certainly understand the value that unions play in the workplace. I also understand the values that employers play in the workplace. I sometimes have my concerns about union officials and where they put their greatest agenda items at and their greatest concerns. You see, unions can only force workers to pay dues or fees if there's a signed contract in effect. This means that between the time a union is certified and when a first contract is signed, the union is not getting paid to represent workers. Once the dues spigot is open, nearly all unions funnel that money to opposing President Trump and the Republican Party goals to lower taxes and make the American dream affordable. For decades, unions have increasingly spent more of their money on political campaigns, it's part of the record, and fringe social issues, with a paltry sum spent on actually representing their members at the bargaining table and fighting for their rights. From 1990 to 2010, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, was the second largest political donor on record, but spent 98% of its dollars on the other party, Democrats. President Trump is a strong supporter of Israel, but millions of dollars of union dues from unions like the SEIU, United Electrical Workers Union, and United Auto Workers are going to pro-Hamas, anti-Israel agenda. President Trump has fought to get DEI initiatives out of our schools, workplaces, and government agencies. Union money has been propping up that agenda for more than a decade. These are hard truths. President Trump supports a pro-life policy, but union money flows into Planned Parenthood and other pro-abortion organizations. Union-funded House Democrats have not spent their time fighting for workers like they promise. Instead, they've spent their time undermining President Trump's agenda and trying to get him removed from office. Hard truths. The Faster Labor Contracts Act is just the latest attempt to undermine the president and his pro-worker agenda. It will go to union leadership. They'll still be pulling it in while the bureaucrats make decisions for the employees. I urge colleagues to vote no on H.R. 5408, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the vice-ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Mr. Cesar.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Mr. Speaker, I rise today for us to pass the Faster Labor Contracts Act tonight in the U.S. House, to uphold a fundamental right for all American workers, the right to bargain collectively for a fair contract. American workers marched and bled and died for the right to form a union, marched and bled and died for the right to join together and bargain for fair wages and working conditions. But for far too many Americans, that right exists in name only, because far too often employers drag out contract negotiations for weeks and months and then years. On average, it takes more than 465 days to secure a first union contract. That's 465 days that workers go without fair wages, benefits, and the protections that they've earned. That is unacceptable. Today, we say when you exercise your fundamental right to organize a union, you deserve a contract without needless delay. And after we do our job in the House, the Senate should pass this bill without delay. I'm very grateful to the ranking member and to Mr. Norcross for this effort. And I also want to say a word about how the bill came to the floor. The bill itself is critically important, but today's vote is about more than any one bill. After the Speaker refused to bring the bill to the floor, working people got to work and organized 218 signatures needed to force this vote. This vote sends a clear message that when working people stand together, we can win under the most difficult of circumstances. It's happening more and more. Just this Congress, we have stood together to demand a vote on collective bargaining for federal workers, the right to form a union, affordable health care, defense for the people of Ukraine, and the rights of those with temporary protected status. The vote sends a message that the Speaker may hold the gavel, but in the United States of America, working people are still in charge. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, a great member of the Education Workforce Committee, Mr. Grothman.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the gentleman from Michigan for fighting this onerous bill. I'll add, in addition to all the other things he pointed out, the candidates that the unions back usually are in favor of big welfare. I think part of that is because people, I'm sure, on welfare are more likely to vote Democrats. So they like a lot of people taking advantage of that system. When I look at this bill, I wonder on which planet the drafters were from. I love to get around my district and talk to my employers, talk to the factories, talk to the warehouses, and again, I find happy people and well-paid people. This bill is drafted by somebody who wants as many businesses, I think, to be in a confrontational mode of using the government to negotiate an arbitration on this contract or that contract, or how we're going to be able to run the factory, which is a primary way that you can make American business less competitive. You also see, as other speakers have pointed out, that we have a situation here in which government officials are going to impose a contract. In other words, government officials are going to determine how a factory is run. I can't think of a way to make American business less competitive than this. And I encourage my colleagues to tour a non-union factory sometime over the weekend. Thank you.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, could you advise how much time is remaining on both sides?
Yes, sir. The minority side has 15 and a half minutes, and I believe the majority side has 7 minutes left.
Could you say that again?
15 and a half for your side, sir.
Remaining?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Scott and Representative Norcross, for bringing this to our attention. The men and women who pour our steel and power grid our power and built our middle class with a union card in their pocket, what this bill does, this makes sure the next generation of workers can earn one without waiting to be heard for years and months and decades. I rise today to express my strong support for H.R. 5408 for a Faster Labor Contract Act. My good friend, the chairman of the Education Committee, mentioned this administration and their likeness for the working public and working men and women. It was in March and on Labor Day that they stripped collective bargaining in the greatest historical moment in stripping collective bargaining from the workforce of federal employees to the tune of 445,000 federal workers. So when we talk about, and you talk about union workers and working men and women, this administration made history by stripping collective bargaining from almost 500,000 people. Throughout my career as a public servant, I have been proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with all union members of organized labor because working families are worth fighting for. They are the foundation of the strength of our communities, our workforce, and our economy. It is because of decades of their efforts and their advocacy that they have built not just our infrastructure, our roads and bridges and waterways, but they have built our middle class through promoting safe working conditions, affordable health care options, and a sound retirement. When workers vote in the affirmative to form a union, the government should ensure that businesses immediately acknowledge and respect their voice. I applaud the leadership of Rep. Norcross in a bipartisan process. Again, in a bipartisan process. There are Republicans who crossed over to vote for this.
One additional minute.
There were Republicans who crossed over to allow this bill to come to the forward. And again, in a bipartisan process to bring this matter to a vote, because working men and women matter. And in Northwest Indiana, they're worth fighting for. So with that, I encourage all my colleagues to support this important measure. And again, this administration made history by cutting collective bargaining to over 500,000 of federal employees and did that on Labor Day.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my friend from the region where we both grew up, Hammond, south side of Chicago, Calumet City, Steel area, and all of the rest. I just make one point. Our president is clearly for private sector workers, very much so. When he dealt with the federal government, it follows the pattern of trying to reduce the cost, the size, the scope of the federal government. And in fact, that's what we're talking about here, of expanding the scope of the federal government to come in and force on employees and employers contracts that, in many cases, they will not have voted on. I just remind my good friend of that. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. And before resuming the debate on this, the chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 2, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 33.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my very dear friend from Virginia for allowing me the time. I shall return some of it to you. First, an acknowledgement. I am a dues checkoff member of AFSCME. I am proud to have been a member of this union for more than 20 years. And I rise to say that I support the legislation, but more importantly, I rise to say that we should not engage in insidious prevarications to solicit the support of legislation. It is not true, and I defend all of the unions, especially SEIU and AFSCME. It is not true that any of these unions support Hamas. That is below the belt. There is no empirical evidence to indicate that any of the unions support Hamas. When I heard that, it really touched a nerve. We can debate these issues without the prevarications that can become incitive. This is about whether we should have collective bargaining and it should be fair, and that industry and labor should compromise and work together. I can support compromise, but I cannot support language indicating that labor unions are supporting Hamas. It is not true, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to bring clarity, my exact words were, President Trump is a strong supporter of Israel, but millions of dollars of union dues from unions like SEIU, United Electrical Workers Union, and United Auto Workers are going to support a pro-Hamas, anti-Israel agenda. I stand by that. And with that, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, when workers vote to form a union, they don't want their first contract to come in years. After endless stalling by an employer, negotiating in bad faith, they want a voice in the workplace. The Faster Labor Contracts Act helps prevent these delay tactics and smooths the transition to an organized workplace. And so the saying goes, forming a union should be a right, not a fight. This legislation is an important first step towards ensuring that workers can more easily form a union and negotiate for higher wages, better benefits, and safer workplaces. Unions are critical to leveling the playing field and addressing rising economic inequality. This bill will help achieve those goals, but we cannot stop there. We must also pass the Protecting the Right to Organize, the PRO Act, to comprehensively advance workers' rights. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill asks us to believe that workers are empowered when their right to vote on a contract is taken away and handed to a government-appointed arbitrator. That's not empowerment. That's Washington deciding it knows better in the end than people actually doing the job. For decades, employers and unions have negotiated contracts through good faith bargaining. And certainly it's not always easy. But it works because the people closest to the workplace are the ones making the decisions. This bill replaces that process with federal intervention and a one-size-fits-all mandate. Congress is being asked to make these sweeping changes without the scrutiny they deserve. No committee process, no serious examination of the costs, and no opportunity to fully consider the consequences. Workers deserve a voice. Businesses deserve certainty. And the American people deserve better than rushed legislation that puts bureaucrats in charge and leaves everyone else with the bill. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter raising concerns about H.R. 5408 from G. Roger King, Senior Labor and Employment Counsel at Chiro Association, and Alex McDonald, co-chair of the Workplace Policy Institute at Littler Mendelsohn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1140, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to accelerate workplace time to contract under the National Labor Relations Act.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Ask for the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 230 and the nays are 193. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, I hereby resign my position on the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Signed sincerely, Summer L. Lee, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1352, resolved that the following
Mr. Speaker,
named member...
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago this Friday, our happy little town of Orlando was the subject of the deadliest mass shooting in history at that time. It happened at the Pulse nightclub, an LGBTQ plus nightclub, during Latin night. We lost 49 of our brothers and sisters, and 53 others were wounded. Tonight we rise to remember them, the first responders, their family, and our community as we continue to heal after this terrible tragedy. And I ask for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Purpose does the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1333, I call up H.R. 7892, No Aid for Ghost Students Act of 2026, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 583, H.R. 7892, a bill to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to require to the Secretary of Education to use an identity fraud detection system to review each FAFSA to determine whether the FAFSA presents a reasonable suspicion of identity fraud.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1333, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-31 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7892.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 7892, No Aid for Ghost Students Act of 2026, a simple and common sense piece of legislation to fight fraud in our federal student aid system. This legislation, authored by Representative Burgess Owens, also includes key provisions from Representative Glenn G.T. Thompson's H.R. 7891, Student Aid Fraud Oversight and Accountability Act of 2026, which further strengthens this important bill. Student aid should go to real students. This is simple, but somehow contested. An idea that Republicans are committed to protecting. Over the past few years, it's become increasingly apparent that fraudsters are exploiting federal programs at every level. Instead of helping children get meals or supporting students' educations, Americans' tax dollars have been lining criminals' pockets, helping fraudsters get rich while Americans suffer the consequences. On the Committee on Education and Workforce, Mr. Speaker, we've been examining this issue closely and working hard to expose the rampant fraud in our federal assistance programs. And while child care and hospice care have dominated the headlines in recent months, our federal student aid programs have also fallen victim to fraud. The most pressing threat comes from ghost students, fraudsters who use stolen or synthetic identities to submit the free application for federal student aid, or FAFSA, and steal student aid dollars. These fraudsters commonly operate in foreign or domestic crime rings, submitting large numbers of FAFSAs to net huge amounts of cash. And until recently, these schemes were far too often successful. This was largely possible because the Biden-Harris administration removed, and I say removed, critical common sense guardrails during the COVID-19 pandemic that weakened fraud prevention measures and made it easier than ever to loot our federal student aid programs. Those foolish policies didn't help students. In fact, they did the opposite by creating more opportunities for fraudsters and criminals to endlessly exploit federal student aid assistance programs and steal from taxpayers. The good news, Mr. Speaker, is that under Education Secretary Linda McMahon's leadership, the Department of Education has made great strides in combating this fraud, restoring key safeguards, increasing identity screenings, and strengthening verification requirements. As a result, the department blocked more than $1 billion in attempted fraud in 2025. But those efforts, while effective, are not guaranteed to remain in place under future administrations, as we saw under the Biden administration. That's why committee Republicans are advancing legislation that not only builds on the Trump administration's efforts to stop fraud, but also puts effective fraud prevention measures where they belong, in law. I know we all want to help students pursue an education and attain a degree if they choose to do so. Unfortunately, that opportunity is stolen from students and borrowers when we allow fraud to continue unchecked. H.R. 7892, No Aid for Go Students Act of 2026, creates an invaluable opportunity to stop this kind of incessant fraud and protect access to higher education. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7892, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise. I yield myself for such time as they may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 7892, the so-called No Aid to Go Students Act. Let me state at the outset that the protecting taxpayer dollars and preventing fraud in our student federal aid program is always a good idea. As stewards of public funds, we should all agree that fraud should be identified, investigated, and stopped. But this bill is not about a thoughtful, evidence-based solution, as its supporters claim. The bill would direct the Department of Education to create an identity fraud detection system within the free application for federal student aid process and authorize the department to open accelerated program reviews against colleges. Mr. Speaker, I've got to point out that the Department of Education just recently, this past April, launched a new identity fraud detection system as part of the FAFSA process. That system is still being tested, and Congress has not seen any meaningful evidence about its effectiveness or its impact on students. Yet this legislation would rush to codify requirements and penalties before we know whether the department's current efforts are even working. Federal student aid helps nearly 13 million students every year who are pursuing higher education and economic opportunity. However, the bill's creation of vague enforcement standards and punitive mandates without clear guidance for students and institutions risk making it harder for legitimate students to access the aid they need to attend colleges. For example, we don't have evaluations on the effect that this bill may have on legitimate students who are incorrectly flagged as suspicious. The bill prohibits colleges from distributing funds to those students until the suspicion is cleared up. These students could face hardships, obtaining housing, transportation, or even buying books for who knows how long. Mr. Speaker, we should allow the department's new anti-fraud system to operate and wait for the department to evaluate the results. The department should work with colleges, financial aid administrators, and fraud experts to determine what additional tools and guardrails may be necessary. Codifying this new system without assessing its effectiveness just doesn't make any sense. Moreover, H.R. 7892 could reasonably be viewed as part of a broader strategy to weaponize student aid. The Trump administration has issued numerous threats and made efforts to withhold Title IV funding as a weapon to enforce ideological control over educational institutions. Already, this administration has rewritten the accreditation handbook, threatened funding to select institutions that violate its legally dubious executive orders, and embedded ideological conditions into annual participation agreements. The bill would give the administration another tool to further target colleges by allowing the department to initiate and conduct program reviews based on little evidence. In fact, during the committee's debate on the bill, the committee Democrats sought to have a clear definition of what reasonable suspicion of identity fraud actually means in the legislation. Regrettably, the bill has made its way to the floor without addressing this concern. As a result, the vague language in the bill would enable the Trump administration and future administrations to weaponize fraud investigations to target certain colleges or states. Fraud prevention and student access to affordable college education are not competing goals. We can achieve both, but unfortunately, this bill does not strike that balance. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I have reserved the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my good friend, colleague, and ranking member's comments. I'm a bit surprised because I had hoped that he could support this bill since in committee he supported this bill. In fact, one of the two bills in this bill that has been combined was unanimous in support by my Democrat colleagues. But in response to weaponization that this bill could provide, the bill does not single out any state, any student, or institution. The bill's identity fraud detection system simply screens and assesses each FAFSA submission, which is working now, for indicators of fraud risk. When an application is flagged for identity verification, it's based on real fraud risk, not political agenda. Further, the bill's program review priority categories applies only to institutions that display a pattern of dispersing aid to flagged applications, and only after giving those schools an opportunity to demonstrate compliance with the bill's reasonable, common-sense identity verification requirements. In other words, the bill simply requires institutions to do their part in ensuring that taxpayer dollars are going to real students, not fraudsters. Additionally, the bill promotes transparency. It requires the department to provide Congress with a written description of the system, notice of substantial changes, and annual reports on the system's use and effectiveness. Mr. Speaker, bottom line, this bill keeps the focus where it belongs on stopping fraud and protecting legitimate students. With that, I'm pleased to recognize and yield 4 minutes to the gentleman, the sponsor of this legislation, the gentleman from Utah, the Vice Chairman of the Education Workforce Committee, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a speech given by Frederick Douglass in 1894, he said, "Education is the light only by which men can be free. To deny education is one of the greatest crimes against human nature because it is to deny them of the means of freedom and their rightful pursuit of happiness." Mr. Speaker, this is why the issue of fraud in our financial aid system is so pernicious. Taxpayer dollars are finite, and each dollar that's been defrauded represents another lost opportunity for students who need it the most. Ghost student fraud is a growing problem in higher education. Bad actors use fake and stolen IDs to enroll in classes, collect refundable portions of the student aid, and then disappear, leaving taxpayers on the hook and denying real students an education. Students and taxpayers deserve a student aid system that supports opportunity, not fraud. This bill builds on the good work already done by the Trump administration to protect taxpayer dollars and help safeguard the integrity of the student aid system by ensuring federal aid goes to real students. The No Aid for Ghost Student Act takes a straightforward approach, identifies suspicious student aid applications, and ensure these applications are for who they say they are before dollars go out the door. The bill requires the Department of Education to use identity fraud detection systems to screen and access faster applications for fraud risk. Just as importantly, the bill requires schools to verify a student's identity for applications flagged by the Department of Education for identity fraud risk before dispersing federal aid, student aid. This is common sense safeguard to ensure taxpayer dollars are kept out of the hands of fraudsters. The verification methods in the bill are practical. Institutions may verify identity through in-person verification or a variety of other secure methods that must keep a record of each successful verification. Legislation also requires the department to establish guidelines for verification procedures, helping ensure schools have a consistent framework for carrying out these straightforward processes. Since taking office, the Trump administration has made significant progress in combating student aid fraud. Last year, the department blocked more than $1 billion in attempted fraud. In April, the department implemented a new identity fraud detection tool directly into the FAFSA form, which blocked $60 million in the first 2 weeks. But these safeguards, while effective, are not guaranteed to remain in place. Under the Biden administration, we saw verification safeguards rolled back under false pretense of equity and fairness, opening the door for fraudsters. This legislation addresses that vulnerability by putting fraud protection where it should be in law. Finally, the bill also promotes transparency and oversight. It requires that the department to provide Congress a written description of the fraud detection system, notify Congress of substantial changes, and provide annual reports on the system's use and effectiveness. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Menifee.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you to my colleague, Ranking Member Scott, the gentleman from Virginia. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose H.R. 7892, the so-called No Aid for Ghost Students Act. Think about a first-generation student who is applying with a FAFSA for the first time. It's already one of the most confusing processes out there, but all this bill does is make it worse. This bill would require the government to run every single financial aid application through a fraud detection algorithm. And if you get flagged, the college that you've been admitted to cannot release a single dollar until you jump through hoops to prove who you are. When a student gets flagged, there's no timeline, there's no appeals process, there's no accuracy standards. For a kid who does not know the system, that could mean a missed enrollment deadline, could mean lost housing, it could mean the end of a dream before it even starts. And I know that as a first-generation college grad. But I want to be very clear about how this bill will impact folks. We heard earlier that this only applies when there's a real fraud risk, but that is a misnomer. Study after study on identification verification programs and fraud detection algorithms consistently show a higher false positive for Black and Hispanic users. So who are the students who are going to get flagged the most here? I bet they're going to be disproportionately Black. I bet they're going to be disproportionately Latino. I bet they're going to be lower income. Those experiencing homelessness, eligible non-citizens, working adults who can't afford to take a day off to drive to the financial aid office. And my colleague on the other side of the aisle said it best, and I completely agree. Taxpayer dollars are finite. So why is this body supporting the president in his war of choice? Why is this body supporting the president's creation of a ballroom? Why is this body supporting a president who is creating a fund for folks who stormed the Capitol? My colleagues on the other side of the aisle could have targeted the fraud where it actually exists in higher education, but they didn't. Instead, they're locking in a brand new, unevaluated system into law with zero guardrails. That does not protect taxpayers. It just gives this administration unchecked power to delay aid to the students who need it the most. If even one student in this country is denied financial aid wrongfully because this algorithm did not work out properly, because we rushed this process and didn't have accuracy standards, that would be an absolute travesty to the people that we serve. I oppose this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague from Texas's concern about students and not missing one. We certainly don't want to do that. But we've been doing that for years until the reforms that have taken place in FAFSA, and we know they're working now. It's come down to days as opposed to weeks and months before in getting feedback. Now, in fact, most recently it's gotten down to immediate feedback in most cases. We're seeing it work, and we have no evidence that it is unjustly pulling out certain groups or certain individuals. And again, we don't want that to take place, but we do not want fraudsters and ghost students, and that's what we're dealing with. FAFSA finally, is working. And people, parents, and students are calling my office, and I bet other offices as well. With that, let me yield 2 minutes with great appreciation to the gentleman from California, the subcommittee chairman on education and workforce of early childhood, elementary and secondary education, Mr. Kiley.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, as a co-sponsor of the No Aid for Ghost Students Act, I'm very glad that it passed our committee with overwhelming bipartisan support, and I look forward to it receiving bipartisan support on the floor. Our experience in California has demonstrated the need for this legislation. California community colleges were victimized by a staggering amount of fraud. We learned there were 1.2 million fraudulent applicants. A third of the applicants were fake. I talked to my local community college, and they said they noticed something odd going on where they saw this huge spike in applications, like 3 times as many as they normally get. And they said, well, we know we're doing a good job, but maybe not that good of a job, that the number of applicants suddenly triples. So they actually were on top of things and managed to root out the fraud. But not every community college has the wherewithal, the resources to do that. The state has frankly been kind of missing in action. So myself and some of my colleagues, Representative Kim from California, asked the Secretary of Education to institute new identity verification requirements, and this has largely solved the problem. And so this bill is simply going to codify those best practices to prevent fraud going forward. And this is important because it'll save our taxpayers millions of dollars, but also because it'll assure that the aid goes where it's really needed. What these fraudsters were doing is they'd basically submit fake applications, then get the financial aid, and then pocket that portion of the financial aid that was above and beyond room and board for discretionary use by the student. And so when these funds are going to fraudsters and scam artists, they are not going to the students who really need the aid at our community colleges. And our community colleges are vital ladders of economic opportunity. They're vitally important to our workforce. And so we need to assure that they do not continue to be victimized by scam artists and fraudsters at the expense of the students who use them as ladders of opportunity. So I thank the gentleman from Utah for introducing the measure. I'm proud to co-sponsor it, and I urge an aye vote.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
And ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record a letter in opposition to the bill from the American Federation of Teachers. It says, in part, H.R. 7892, the No Aid for Ghost Students Act, is seemingly about cracking down on the real concern about fraud in the federal financial aid system. However, according to the Secretary of Education's own recent congressional testimony, that fraud is already being successfully addressed with existing tools at the Department of Education's disposal. The main impact of this bill will be to provide the Secretary with a wide-ranging authority to subject colleges to additional review for failing to meet vague and ill-defined metrics around, quote, suspected fraud.
Without objection.
And another article, Mr. Speaker, entitled The Hidden Power Grab in Fraud Prevention and the Students Who Will Pay, from the Alliance of Higher Education and Hope Center, which says in part that the bill's operative trigger, reasonable suspicion of identity fraud, is a broad legalistic term with little history in federal financial aid policy. This term has typically been used only when referring to potential matters to be when referring to potential matters to the Department's Inspector General, where facts and evidence could be carefully gathered by career employees with experience in fraud investigations. This bill radically expands the agency's power to make the Secretary the judge, jury, and executioner. It goes on further to say the reasonable suspicion standard should require articulable, credible grounds to believe that fraud has occurred, not an unexamined hunch. It is also critical that such powers cannot be weaponized against perceived political enemies, perhaps a state or college that isn't politically aligned with the administration. And another article, Mr. Speaker, the article is entitled Stop Fraud, Not Students, a Balancing Act for Financial Aid Officers and Administrators, from the Institute of College Access and Success. It says in part, while the goal is to ensure that limited financial aid resources are distributed appropriately, verification creates a real tension, trying to safeguard public taxpayer dollars without introducing delays, confusions, or additional barriers that disproportionately impact the students who can least afford them and potentially pushing them out of the education pipeline. And finally, an article from State Scoop and a letter from Al Sharpton of the National Action Network outlining many issues involved in identity verification done by artificial intelligence.
Without objection.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I was caught with the first entity that was mentioned, AFT, American Federation of Teachers, concern about higher education. They've messed up our K-12 education and the pipeline going into higher education. I don't see them as any voice that we ought to be listening to, especially dealing with fraud, waste, and abuse. It's important to recognize the progress the Department has made, Mr. Speaker, in addressing ghost student fraud. In just its first 2 weeks, the Department's new real-time identity fraud detection tool blocked over $60 million in ghost student fraud. That's real money for students. That's real success. And it's exactly why this bill is drafted this way. The bill makes clear that the Department may satisfy the bill's identity fraud detection requirement in whole or in part through a system already in use, while also giving the Department room to adapt its system to evolving threats. The trouble is that without this bill, strong safeguards against fraud are not guaranteed, as we've said, to remain in place and could change from administration to administration, especially if the AFT is pushing. We know that risk is real because of the Biden administration's failures. If we agree the current safeguards are working, we should make sure they remain in place to protect students and taxpayers alike, not just for now, but far into the future. Having said that, I'm pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to add my voice in strong support of H.R. 7892, the No Aid for AI Go Students Act. In California, 34% of community college applicants have been flagged as likely fraudulent. That is more than 1 in 3 applicants. These so-called AI ghost students are scammers using fake identities to enroll in classes, pocket taxpayer dollars, and disappear without ever setting foot in a classroom. Between April 2024 and April 2025, criminals stole more than $10 million from California's community colleges, robbing taxpayers and hurting real students who depend on that aid. That is why I sent a letter to the Department of Education demanding an investigation and stronger safeguards to stop this fraud before taxpayer dollars go out the door. This bill builds on those efforts by strengthening application verification requirements and ensuring future administrations cannot weaken them. I thank Congressman Burgess Owens for introducing this very common sense legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized. Or the gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, a working member of our Committee on Education and Workforce, Mr. Grothman.
Yes, and in our committee,
Gentleman is recognized.
In our committee, Education and Workforce, as in so many other committees, we have discovered rampant fraud. In this case, in federal financial aid programs, as ghost students have been submitting applications for aid and getting the aid, and then the money just disappears because there is no real student. Imagine that. The first lesson we can take out of this, and the program's here now, we're not going to get rid of it. Anybody who thinks that we're going to institute a federal program and there's not going to be fraud in it is nuts. This is one more example of out-of-control things. We believe we found $350 million of ghost student fraud uncovered since 2019. In any event, Burgess Owens has the answer here. In part, we're going to work to identify these fraudsters before the money goes out the door. And if we identify them before the money goes out the door, we will dramatically decrease the amount of money that disappears. So I'd like to thank Burgess Owens for doing this, and I hope the rest of the body will remember what was done with these federal aid programs. Again and again and again, it doesn't go for the purposes designed. It goes to fraudsters who take advantage of this situation. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this debate is not about whether or not fraud should be stopped. Everybody agrees with that, like when Trump University paid $25 million to settle their fraud investigation. We should be debating not whether or not fraud should be stopped, but we should be debating the provisions of the bill, not the merits of the title. So the question before us is not whether or not we should try to reduce fraud, but whether or not Congress should codify into law a process that has barely begun to operate and whose effectiveness has not been evaluated, especially as it affects students who are incorrectly flagged under the bill. and it doesn't add anything to what's already being done. It only codifies what is being done before the program can be evaluated. We should not substitute politics for due diligence. We should wait for that evaluation. As I said in committee, I was willing to work in good faith to improve the legislation. Regrettably, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle chose not to consider the fixes needed to support students in colleges while also addressing the responsibility to defer fraud. This bill circumvents deliberative processes, imposes new punitive requirements before we have the facts, and risks creating new barriers for students seeking an education. We should pursue smart enforcement, be flexible when honest mistakes occur, and be informed by evidence rather than assumptions. So I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, fraud has no place in America. I think we could all agree with that, at least in word. But unfortunately, fraud has spiraled out of control and allowed criminals to steal billions from American students and taxpayers. H.R. 7892, No Aid for Go Students Act of 2026, is a powerful opportunity to put a stop to fraud in our federal student aid programs and expand the dream of higher education for the next generation of Americans. While Democrats and the Biden-era administration allowed fraudsters to steal from students and taxpayers, Republicans and the Trump administration are committed to righting that wrong and ensuring federal student aid goes to the people who are meant to receive it, students. And as lawmakers, it's imperative we do everything in our power to ensure taxpayer dollars are spent correctly. That means stopping fraud and putting an end to the parade of criminals who have exploited our federal student assistance programs. Makes sense to me. And so I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7892, and I yield back.
For debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1333, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to require to the Secretary of Education to use an identity fraud detection system to review each FAFSA to determine whether the FAFSA presents a reasonable suspicion of identity fraud.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
That's the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask members consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Laura Garza, an immigrant leader who has dedicated her career to remind us that worker rights are immigrant rights. Born in Monterrey, Mexico, Laura Garza has made Chicago, where she has organized and built coalitions for over 30 years, her home. From leading organizations like Arise Chicago and SEIU Local 1 to founding the SEIU International Latino Caucus, Laura has fought to uplift all workers and their families, no matter zip code, no matter background, or citizenship status. Her advocacy and leadership helped realize the Deferred Action for Labor Enforcement Program, delivering temporary protection and stability and opportunities for over 1,000 immigrant workers. As immigrant workers across the country are under attack, Laura reminds us that worker solidarity will, in fact, protect us. So on behalf of the Illinois 3rd Congressional District, it is my honor to commend Laura Garza for blazing trails, leading with intersectional solidarity, and building worker power for all of us. Thank you, Laura, and congratulations. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, it's nearly 10 years ago this Friday that our happy little town of Orlando was forever changed. I remember getting text messages at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. on June 12, 2016, and wondering what people could possibly be reaching out to me at that early in the morning. And by the time it was 10, 12, 15 different texts and calls, I remember waking up around 4:30 p.m. or a.m. and realizing that our world had changed, that our happy little town of Orlando was the site of the deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history at that time. It was at the Pulse nightclub, an LGBTQ nightclub, one that allies and the LGBTQ community alike got to attend. It was a safe place. It was Latin night. And what we saw is a domestic terrorist kill 49 angels, 49 folks who were just trying to have a good time and hang out with their friends that night and enjoy fellowship. 53 other Central Floridians were injured during that mass shooting. We also saw law enforcement and firefighters step up to help. We know so many EMTs and doctors and nurses helped those who were injured and saved their lives. And we know that to this day it's left a scar, one that we will always remember, along with the families who lost loved ones, along with friends who lost loved ones, and along with our community who lost our fellow neighbors. That next day, I remember going to the blood bank on John Young because the one in downtown Orlando had so many people going to it that the line went around the block and down several blocks. People came out with different snacks and drinks and food to make sure that those who were online to donate blood were able to stay there all day. I was at the blood bank off of John Young in our district, and I remember helping organize the lines. Everybody wanted to do something, even as we felt helpless, just something that might help out a little bit during that tragedy. The very next night, in front of our art center, we saw a makeshift memorial begin to take shape. Flowers, posters, people congregated. And over those next 2 days, it became the site of a massive vigil where people started coming in from across the nation, where memorials and well wishes and cards and condolences were sent from areas across both the nation and the world. We even had artists come in to help express what had hurt us so much in that community. And then we had our final vigil a week later in Lake Eola. I've never seen that many people in downtown. And we know it was unnecessary and deadly gun violence. We know it was an attack on the LGBTQ community. We know it was an attack on Latin Night during Pride Month. Over the years, we've tried to memorialize both what happened so that we'll never forget those we lost, but also to talk about how our community responded and came together during this tragic time. I was proud to introduce in June 2019, 3 years later, the first National Pulse Memorial resolution. And that very next year, in the 116th Congress, we were able to pass H.R. 3094 out of the House to make it the National Pulse Memorial, because literally every state across the nation mourned and had vigils from what had transpired on June 12th of 2016. Unfortunately, that term it didn't pass. However, the very next term, the 117th Congress, we filed it again, introduced as H.R. 49 to designate the National Pulse Memorial. And just a few months later, May 2021, 5 years later, it passed the House. And eventually we had Senator Scott sponsor it in the Senate and President Joe Biden sign it into law on June 2021. In December, 2 years later, the city acquired the land where the Pulse nightclub sat. And we've been through a long process to help make sure we could hear from families, hear from friends, hear from our community. And although that was a difficult process, it was one that I want to applaud the city for helping lead ultimately to get to a final plan that we're in the process of putting together, a final National Pulse Memorial. In March of this year, the building was torn down to create this space, a memorial honoring the 49 lives lost. And the permanent memorial, I'm proud to say, is now about 60% complete. When we were in the Natural Resources Committee talking about why this needed to be a national memorial, I was able to point out that we saw vigils in every state, including the states of all the members of the Natural Resources Committee who were on that panel. Some of our colleagues I remember were from Utah, others were from New York, others were from other states on the panel, and it was an amazing moment to show how in just about every major city across America, we saw folks standing in solidarity. And so today it is with a heavy heart and with a sad remembrance that we mark this 10th remembrance coming up. Mr. Speaker, I'm joined here tonight by a dear friend, a neighbor, a young man who had graduated high school a little before that. He went to school in our district, we're proud to say, and did from an early age take on the issue of gun violence, and also served as the student representative on our school board in Osceola County. And has played a big role ever since in gun safety. And I ask now to yield to the gentleman from Orlando, Representative Frost. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Representative Soto, for your leadership. 10 years ago today, in my home district in Orlando, a man walked into Pulse nightclub, opened fire, and killed 49 innocent angels. The pain from that day still hasn't subsided in our community. I still feel the same despair, the anger, the fear that I felt that day, the day this tragedy happened. I remember getting the call. I wasn't home at the time, but I knew the area very well. In high school, I got this internship to be a techie at a music venue in downtown Orlando. So I knew a lot of the people that worked at a lot of the clubs. And I was in Fort Myers working my first campaign when I got the call that this had happened. And I was actually about to perform with the local symphony there for the first time, but I got in my car and drove back home. At the same time, Pulse was the deadliest mass shooting in modern American history at the time. Since then, there have been over 4,500 more shootings across this nation. It's 10 years later, and absolutely nothing has changed. It is still too easy to acquire a gun. Congress has failed to pass common sense laws like universal background checks or to pass an assault weapons ban. And if you're outraged hearing this, you should be. I'm outraged that I've spent the last about 15 years of my life fighting for gun violence prevention, and we're still in the same place. I don't want to live in a country or in an America where people can walk into schools, grocery stores, churches, concerts, nightclubs, and immediately look for the nearest exit. I'll always remember the first time I had an elementary school come visit me here from my district when I first got into Congress my first year. I was really excited. I stayed up really late practicing what questions I would ask them to inspire them to learn more about government. And one of the questions I asked was, if you were a congressperson, what law would you pass? Excited to hear ice cream for dinner, no homework, soda in the water fountain. And I picked this little girl, I think she was 7 or 8 years old, and she said, I would ban assault weapons so I don't get shot in school, is what she told me. Today, I hold the victims of Pulse and their loved ones in my heart. Pulse was more than just a nightclub. It was a place of joy, community, and belonging for Orlando's LGBTQ+ community. And on that night, as people gathered for Latin Night, the attack also devastated Orlando's Latino community as well. But we'll continue the fight because I do believe that the best way to honor their lives is to honor their lives with action. I'll always remember when I first got involved in this, I always had this sticker on my driver's license that a lot of young people put on their license at this point that said, if I die due to gun violence, politicize my death to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else ever again. And so after every shooting, I will always speak out, because true justice is more than words, but it's ensuring that we then not live in a country where the leading cause of death for a child is a bullet, because that is the reality of the United States of America in 2026. So we honor their lives. We don't just remember how they died, but how they lived, but we do remember the fact that it was a preventable death, and this body has done nothing to ensure it never happens again. There's a lot more work to do, and I urge my community in Orlando to continue to speak out and keep fighting and remembering, and we will do the same. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Orlando, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say a brief word about the passage of today's reconciliation bill. At a time when Congress is more polarized than ever, today's vote is likely to make things worse. The House is giving away its most important power, to make appropriations on an annual basis and assure funds are spent in a way that carries out the intent of Congress while reflecting the will of the American people. This precedent also threatens a last vestige of bipartisanship in Washington, turning appropriations into a party line exercise. The issue of interior immigration enforcement, in particular, the tragic events in Minnesota, have deeply divided the country. Congress needed to come together with bipartisan reforms to restore trust and focus the mission of our immigration agencies. Reforms like body cameras, training, identification, warrants, and non-enforcement zones near schools are supported by the vast majority of Americans and would receive strong majority support in the House. I made it clear for months that I would not consider voting for a party line reconciliation bill absent these policy changes. And there is no national security imperative for additional immediate funding when last year's reconciliation bill provided $170 billion for immigration enforcement. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to vote for what is best for my district, irrespective of partisanship, and will fight for common sense solutions to the challenges facing our country. Mr. Speaker, as part of the California Congressional District 3 Police Honor Roll, and in recognition of National Police Week 2026, I wish to honor Detective Austin Alvarez, a dedicated member of the Folsom Police Department, for his exceptional dedication to public service. Throughout his distinguished career, Detective Alvarez has exemplified the highest standards of professionalism, integrity, and courage in service to the communities of Sacramento County. With 7 years of experience in law enforcement, he has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to protecting public safety and fostering meaningful community engagement. During his ongoing tenure, Detective Alvarez has served in roles such as officer and detective, earning the respect and admiration of colleagues and constituents alike. He has been recognized with Folsom Police Department Life-Saving Award and Unit Citation Award, reflecting his commitment to excellence and a record of exemplary service. Detective Alvarez is known by others for his compassion, exceptional investigative skills, and unwavering commitment to justice. Over the past 2.5 years, he has been working on highly sensitive and emotionally difficult cases during his assignment to the Sacramento County High-Tech Task Force. In this role, his primary mission has been investigating internet crimes against children and identifying those who exploit and prey upon some of the most vulnerable members of our community. His efforts have directly contributed to the identification, arrest, and prosecution of offenders involved in the exploitation of children, while also helping safeguard victims from further harm. The nature of these crimes often requires long hours, extensive follow-up, and exposure to deeply disturbing material. Regardless of these challenges, Detective Alvarez is regarded by his colleagues and leadership for his ability to continue to perform at the highest levels while representing both the task force and his department with distinction. He also stands out for his ability to build strong working relationships with partner agencies and prosecutors at the state and federal level, enhancing regional collaboration in combating crimes against the most vulnerable members of our community. Mr. Speaker, it is my great honor to recognize Detective Alvarez of the Folsom Police Department as part of this year's District 3 Police Honor Roll. Mr. Speaker, as part of the California Congressional District 3 Police Honor Roll, and in recognition of National Police Week 2026, I wish to honor 7 dedicated members of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office for their exceptional dedication to public service, including Sergeant Blake Alvarez, Deputy Josh Stillman, Deputy Craig Rimke, Deputy Vincent Durant, Deputy Griffin Ocam, Detective Zachariah Kraus, and Deputy Tyler Costier. Throughout their distinguished careers, this team has exemplified the highest standards of professionalism, integrity, and courage in service to the El Dorado County community. With their many years of experience in law enforcement, they have demonstrated an unwavering commitment to protecting public safety and fostering meaningful community engagement. They've earned the respect and admiration of colleagues and constituents alike. Their commitment to excellence and exemplary public service is commendable. This team stands out for their heroic actions during an officer-involved shooting in the town of Camino earlier this year. After they had received a report that a man had shot and wounded a PG&E contract worker and was barricaded in his home, these El Dorado County Sheriff's deputies arrived on the scene, formed a perimeter, evacuated neighboring homes, and attempted numerous ways to establish contact with the suspect to resolve the situation safely. After their efforts to contact the suspect were unsuccessful, The El Dorado County Sheriff's SWAT team was summoned to take over the scene and work towards a safe surrender of the suspect. As they were establishing their presence on the scene, the suspect abruptly exited his home and ran up to an elevated nearby embankment that offered tree cover and limited visibility for officers. The suspect began shooting at the deputies below him. Deputy Rimke was shot in the lower leg, causing him to fall to the ground. Deputy Stillman was struck on the upper thigh and went down. Their fellow deputies moved them to safety and administered aid, even breaking cover and risking their own safety to do so. As the shooting began, deputies Durant and Costier maneuvered towards the suspect, bounding from tree to tree until they were able to restrain the suspect and take him into custody, also providing the suspect with a medical assessment and treatment, as well as transfer to a nearby hospital. This event illustrates the core foundation of selfless sacrifice and service that embodies the men and women who swear an oath to protect our communities every day as peace officers. They remained calm under fire even after being wounded, addressed the suspect as he fired on deputies, pulled deputies to safety under fire, applied life-saving intervention care, and transported the wounded to medics. Their decisive actions and effective teamwork made a meaningful difference towards stopping the threat of the suspect and resolving the incident. It is an honor to represent exemplary individuals like these officers in Congress. On behalf of California's 3rd Congressional District and the United States House of Representatives, I extend my sincerest gratitude to this team in the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office for their continued dedication to safeguarding and serving our communities. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring these officers and all those who serve in law enforcement during National Police Week. Mr. Speaker, as part of the California Congressional District 3 Police Honor Roll and in recognition of National Police Week 2026, I wish to honor Officer Philip Brooks, a dedicated member of the Nevada City Police Department, for his exceptional dedication to public service. Throughout his distinguished career, Officer Brooks has exemplified the highest standards of professionalism, integrity, and courage in service to the Nevada City community. Within his 16 years of experience in law enforcement, 2 in law enforcement and 14 in probation, he has demonstrated an unwavering devotion to protecting public safety and fostering meaningful community engagement. He has earned the respect and admiration of colleagues and constituents alike, and his commitment to excellence and record of exemplary service is commendable. Officer Brooks stands out for his dedication to servant-oriented policing and to building strong relationships with the public. He represents his city with distinction and to a level that is highly regarded by his community, colleagues, and leadership. He is known for the great number of written compliments that he receives. In fact, it is not uncommon for his department to see a new compliment submitted every week, recognizing Officer Brooks for his outstanding service. It is an honor to represent remarkable individuals like Officer Brooks in Congress. On behalf of California's 3rd Congressional District and the United States House of Representatives, I extend my sincere gratitude to Officer Brooks for his continued dedication to safeguarding and serving our communities. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring Officer Philip Brooks and all those who serve in law enforcement during National Police Week. Mr. Speaker, as part of the California Congressional District 3 Police Honor Roll, and in recognition of National Police Week 2026, I wish to honor the Placer County Cold Case Unit with the Placer County Sheriff's Office for their exceptional dedication to public service. This specialized team of investigators focuses on unsolved cases, utilizing advanced DNA technology and genetic genealogy to secure breakthroughs in decades-old murders, including the recent arrest of James Lawhead Jr. in the 1991 case of Cindy Warner. For 34 years, investigators continued pursuing answers in relation to Cindy Warner's murder, never allowing the case to be forgotten. After detectives identified Lawhead as the suspect, they collaborated with other law enforcement agencies and used facial recognition technology to locate him under his new identity. Their steadfast efforts in cases such as these represent a meaningful step towards justice for victims, some of whom have waited decades for answers. The investigators of the Placer County Cold Case Unit have exemplified the highest standards of professionalism, integrity, and courage in service to the Placer County community. With decades of experience in law enforcement between them, they have demonstrated an unwavering commitment to protecting public safety and fostering meaningful community engagement. This team has earned the respect and admiration of colleagues and constituents alike. Their commitment to excellence and record of exemplary service are commendable. It is an honor to represent exemplary individuals like the investigators of the Placer County Cold Case Unit here in Congress. On behalf of California's 3rd Congressional District and the United States House of Representatives, I extend my sincere gratitude to the Placer County Cold Case Unit for their continued dedication to safeguarding and serving our communities. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring the Placer County Cold Case Unit and all those who serve in law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, as part of the California Congressional District 3 Police Honor Roll, and in recognition of National Police Week 2026, I wish to honor Lieutenant Greg Jensen, a dedicated member of the Rockland Police Department, for his exceptional dedication to public service. Throughout his distinguished career, Lieutenant Jensen has exemplified the highest standards of professionalism, integrity, and courage in service to the Rockland community. With more than 19 years of experience in law enforcement, he has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to protecting public safety and fostering meaningful community engagement. Lieutenant Jensen has earned the respect and admiration of colleagues and constituents alike. His dedication to excellence and record of exemplary service are commendable. Lieutenant Jensen is widely regarded by others for his devotion to community safety, visionary leadership, and results-driven policing. He stands out for his reliability, strong work ethic, and innovative approaches. His contributions have made a meaningful impact to the Rockland Police Department, resulting in measurable improvements in investigative outcomes, operational coordination, community engagement, and organizational performance. His willingness to take on demanding assignments, in addition to his primary duties, demonstrates a commitment to his role that far exceeds expectations. Lieutenant Jensen oversees some of the most complex and high-impact operations within the Rockland Police Department and performs with distinction in this role. His leadership is defined by strategic direction and an ability to translate extensive experience into quantifiable outcomes that strengthen organizational effectiveness and reinforce public trust. He fosters an environment rooted in accountability, mentorship, and collaboration, ensuring that team members are supported, empowered, and held to the highest professional standards. Last year, he supervised a team comprised of 4 detectives and a sergeant in the investigations unit that delivered truly outstanding results for the department. This team was responsible for 193 criminal investigations and achieved an exceptional clearance rate of 89%. Lieutenant Jensen's leadership was instrumental in guiding this highly skilled team of detectives to solve numerous high-profile, multi-jurisdictional cases. In one notable organized retail burglary investigation, approximately 9 suspects used a stolen vehicle to forcibly enter a business and steal nearly $100,000 in merchandise. Working collaboratively across multiple jurisdictions, including agencies in Oakland, Santa Rosa, Campbell, and Berkeley, Lieutenant Jensen and his investigative team coordinated a complex and far-reaching effort. Through the team's diligent investigative work, detectives identified stolen property being sold online, secured search warrants, and ultimately recovered more than 1,200 stolen items. This marks just one of the many cases successfully led by Lieutenant Jensen. Beyond his operational accomplishments, Lieutenant Jensen has demonstrated initiative in developing programs that strengthen community relationships and invest in the future of the law enforcement profession, including the administration of Justice Dual Enrollment Program with Sierra College and the Rockland Unified School District. Additionally, he played a key role in implementing the Blue Envelope Program in the department, enhancing communication, safety, and trust during law enforcement interactions, particularly for individuals with specific communication needs. My district team and I have had the pleasure of working with Lieutenant Jensen in his support of our district office. He has played a key role in ensuring the safety of my team and visitors, preserving our ability to provide constituent services. We've been touched by his positive and proactive approach to public safety. It is an honor to represent remarkable individuals like Lieutenant Greg Jensen in Congress. Therefore, on behalf of California's 3rd Congressional District and the United States House of Representatives, I extend my sincere gratitude to Lieutenant Jensen for his continued dedication to safeguarding and serving our communities. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring Lieutenant Greg Jensen and all those who serve in law enforcement during National Police Week. Mr. Speaker, as part of the California Congressional District 3 Police Honor Roll, and in recognition of National Police Week 2026, I wish to honor investigator Elena Gruchot, a dedicated member of the Placer County District Attorney's Office, for her exceptional dedication to public service. Throughout her distinguished career, Investigator Gruchot has exemplified the highest standards of professionalism, integrity, and courage in service to the Placer County community. With 14 years of experience in law enforcement, she has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to protecting public safety and fostering meaningful community engagement. During her ongoing tenure, Investigator Gruchot has served in roles such as deputy for the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office, officer for the Roseville Police Department, detective for the Roseville Police Department, and investigator for the Placer County District Attorney's Office, earning the respect and admiration of colleagues and constituents alike within these roles. She has been recognized with the 2019 Elks Lodge Roseville Police Officer of the Year and numerous other accolades from coworkers, supervisors, and citizens, reflecting her commitment to excellence and a record of exemplary service. Investigator Gruchot is widely regarded by others for her strong work ethic, her unmatched positive attitude, and her unwavering support of victims. She stands out for her tenacious approach to investigations and commitment to faithfully supporting her colleagues and serving her community. Investigator Gruchot began her career in the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office, where she worked as a deputy. She later moved to the Roseville Police Department in 2015 and has been an integral part of Placer County's law enforcement team since that time. In 2023, Investigator Gruchot lateraled to the Placer County District Attorney's Office as an investigator where she handles the child abuse and sexual assault caseload. In navigating these difficult cases, Investigator Gruchot meets and exceeds expectations through her dedication to the fine details of a case and willingness to exhaust all leads. She has handled at least 400 cases in the past 4 years, guided victims through trying court processes, and has played a crucial part in keeping dangerous criminal offenders off the streets. In addition to the management of her caseload, Investigator Gruchot proactively brings her peers and law enforcement partners together in meaningful ways. For example, she leads a team comprised of law enforcement representatives from Placer County for the Baker to Vegas annual relay race that spans from Baker, California to Las Vegas, Nevada. It is the world's largest law enforcement sporting event that hosts over 10,000 participants each year. With Investigator Gruchot's leadership, the Placer Regional Law Enforcement Team has finished at the top of its category for the past 2 years, bringing home a coveted mug. This success, enforcing regional camaraderie and helping to improve morale across agencies, could not happen without the tireless devotion of Investigator Gruchot. It is an honor to represent remarkable individuals like Investigator Gruchot in Congress. Therefore, on behalf of California's 3rd Congressional District and the United States House of Representatives, I extend my sincere congratulations and gratitude to Investigator Gruchot for her continued dedication to safeguarding and serving our communities. I ask my colleagues to join me in offering Investigator Gruchot and all those who serve in law enforcement their gratitude as well in honoring these amazing individuals and public servants during this National Police Week. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize school librarians across California's 3rd Congressional District as part of National School Librarian Day, which was on April 4th, 2026. School librarians play a critical role in a student's educational journey, from collaborating with both students and teachers to enable the access of educational resources in a wide variety of formats, to guiding them on how to acquire, evaluate, and use new information. In doing so, they promote curiosity and learning experience by introducing young scholars to new literature and other types of resources. As such, it is my privilege to honor a select group of outstanding school librarians from California's 3rd Congressional District for their dedication to supporting the education of our country's future leaders and workforce. But there is one librarian who received the highest number of nominations across my district, that being Bobby Gagnon of Orangevale Open Elementary School in the San Juan Unified School District. This outpouring of support from students, parents, colleagues, and community members alike is an inspiring testament to the impact she makes every day. And I will say I happened to get the chance to see her read a book to her students, and I can understand why she's so popular and has such a great impact on students there. Therefore, I'm proud to name Bobby Gagnon as the 2026 School Librarian of the Year for California's 3rd Congressional District. Through her role as school librarian, she has enriched her school and the Orangevale Fair Oaks community, making a meaningful and positive difference in the lives of all those she serves. She's known for her kindness, passion, care, and commitment to student success. Bobby opens the library doors before school and during lunch to provide a welcoming place for students to come and finds unique ways to connect with each individual student in the school. In doing so, she fosters a love of learning and an environment of support that motivates students to grow. It is an honor to represent exemplary individuals like Bobby Gagnon in the United States House of Representatives. Therefore, on behalf of California's 3rd Congressional District and in celebration of National School Librarian Day, it is my privilege to recognize Bobby for her tireless efforts and devotion to the students and families of the Orangevale Fair Oaks community. Thank you and congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and congratulate James Berardi on his retirement from the Sierra Plumas Joint Unified School District earlier this year. Throughout his career in education, Mr. Berardi was known for his creative thinking, positive energy, and his commitment to students, families, and staff. Mr. Berardi had the unique experience of retiring from a school district where he not only worked as a teacher, principal, and superintendent, but where he was also a student. Mr. Berardi was born and raised in Downeyville, California, located in Sierra County, and attended the local high school. After high school, he joined the U.S. Merchant Marines and then went on to start his teaching career at Lyndhurst High School. He then returned to Sierra County as a teaching principal, later serving as both the principal and superintendent of the Twin Ridges Elementary School District. He then went on to serve as the Sierra County Superintendent of Schools while simultaneously working as principal, teacher, and superintendent. Not only did Mr. Berardi wear many hats during his career, but he also navigated through unique challenges, including the COVID-19 pandemic, and developed innovative solutions to continue to support students in their academic journeys during these difficult times. Deeply valued by his community, Mr. Berardi is seen as a pillar of inspiration to his peers, students, and family. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to join the community in celebrating Mr. James Berardi's successful career and service to the communities of the Sierra Plumas Joint Unified School District and to wish him the very best in his retirement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I know it's been a long day for everyone, but a couple things to walk through. One of the themes we've had the last couple weeks is waste and fraud. And I thought it would be important to actually come here and sort of show what we calculate the math to be, where it comes from, and then something huge, Today was also the issuance of the annual Social Security Actuary Report. And look, I have not read the whole thing. I've just gone to the basic tables. I promise you I will read it over the next couple weeks. And I'm going to make some commentary. Some of it's going to be based on last year's report, but we also have the CBO analysis and some of the outside groups and where the math doesn't match. But I need all of us to grow up and understand some of the realities out there. This last weekend, I had the joy, I'm traveling around the state running for governor because I'm leaving this this fine place. And some of the folks will come up to you and say things like, well, if you just got rid of the waste and fraud, look, it's huge, but I'm going to show you some of the charts of what the reality is on the percentage of our spending. Joint economic economists, our best estimate right now is we're going to borrow $2 trillion this year. My personal number, and I'm the outlier, is we're going to borrow about 2.2. But then I'm a little more pessimistic. Remember, when we went into this year, we were going to borrow 1.7, 1.6. So, and there's some games we play in that for those who are keeping score. Hey, here's student loans. We're going to credit that back because we're not writing them off. Does that actually go on the books as a credit, even though there's no cash it comes with? These are the sorts of things, if you really want to understand government accounting, will drive you insane. All right, let's first actually do some stuff on waste and fraud. This is the full kit and caboodle, or whatever colloquialism I can come up with, of estimating government fraud would cover 71 days of borrowing. Now remember, that's on the assumption that we're borrowing about $7 billion a day. But take the high, the low. But this is everything. This is the bad actors from other parts of the world that have figured out how to steal from unemployment fraud. This is the corporations that found leakage, that actually been able to designate people as sicker than they actually are, so they get the risk premiums in some of the programs. It's a stunning amount of money. But if we borrow $2.2 trillion this year, it actually covers about a quarter of our borrowing. But you start to think about that, 71 days if you actually do the mean here. It's a big deal. Doesn't solve our problems. And my frustration is this place has a habit of saying, we're against waste and fraud. Let's do a piece of legislation. Let's do another analysis of waste and fraud. Let's actually say we condemn fraudsters. Damn it. How many years have some of us worked on just simple concepts? There's these things called, what do you call that, Mr. Speaker? Oh yeah, computers and data. If someone is billing and you have a dozen different organizations billing the same P.O. box, maybe you know you have hospice fraud. If you have a Social Security number being used over and over and over, maybe there's a problem. Maybe if you have data that says, hey, this person is saying they made $24,000 a year last year, so they deserve these credits as our society, but we have data that shows their consumption was $88,000, maybe we should look at this. We have the systems today that the $2.8 billion of sober living home fraud that basically punished Native Americans in my state and exploited them. We could have stopped with a simple data system. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's just dragging this government into maybe this century of technology instead of doing another resolution. It's like the absurdity. Absolutely, we all vote for it. Let's do a balanced budget. Great. Tell me how. I'll tell you how to do it. You won't like it, but there's a path to do it. We actually have some math that says if you told me to balance the budget next year, I can do it. We have to cut almost half of all federal spending because of the economic effects. Why is it so hard for us to tell the truth about math? So let's actually get ourselves in some real trouble here. All right. And this is using the most optimistic number saying, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be able to stomp out every bit of fraud and waste and misalignment and exploitation in this government. We're going to spend, estimated government fraud is almost 7.8% of the outlays for this year. That's a remarkable amount of money. It's remarkable. Do you really think we're going to get all of it? How about if we could get half of it? How about if we could get a third of it? We think, our economists think, we can nail down a third of this waste and fraud if you just take some of the legislation we've worked on for years of the use of data, matching benefits, matching Social Security numbers, matching addresses, matching codes coming out of CMS, matching these things. Why is it so scary? Well, I'll tell you, some of the lobbyists marching down the hallways hate this stuff. How many times did I come behind this microphone and say, let me give you an easy intellectual one to process. We did some analysis almost a year ago. You're a doctor. An MRI scan, an ultrasound, a CT, an X-ray. We think there could have been $25 to $35 billion last year in duplication. You bust up your knee on the ski slope, you get an MRI. They patch you up, you go home, and a week later before the ortho's about to work, you do it again. Why? When you can attach that scan to a simple app right here, put it up on the screen. If it's not good enough, then redo it. Something as simple as that, that's $350 billion on the outside over 10 years. Why is that scary around here? But it is. Does it annoy some of the lobbyists? Does it annoy some of the real estate investment trusts that have been putting up MRI centers? Does it sell the equipment? Look, I'm sure they're all wonderful people. But if you and I were operating in the real world and not in government, we would be insisting on these things that say, we're not taking away benefits, we're using technology, and in many ways I would argue it makes people's lives better, faster, cheaper, to stop these duplications, to stop. That's in this number we're calling waste and fraud. So understand, when you get the politician in front of you going, we're going to stop out waste and fraud, and then they make it sound like it's someone from the other side of the world stealing from us, that's some of it. But the vast majority that's in these numbers is how we have designed benefits, how we have designed healthcare reimbursements, how we have designed these programs. How do we work with our states, our vendors, all the bureaucracy to actually say, let's just do the things that technology now allows us to do to stop the American taxpayers from being bled, being scammed. So now, the number of times I've come behind this microphone and say, Social Security Trust Fund, the Medicare Trust Fund, little over 6 years. And I've actually had debates. Matter of fact, we had some sparring today where I spoke for a couple moments behind, and the Democrat who was speaking goes, yes, but illegals pay into Social Security. Yes, but if you actually read the Social Security actuary report, it would have shown you saying, yes, they're paying into fake Social Security numbers. Okay, that's a little money. But the suppression of wages that happened from the millions and millions and millions and millions of people it came across the border in the Biden years is greater than. It's in the tables. I know it would require reading the Social Security actuary report and maybe pulling out a calculator and doing some math. One of the things that's going on in our country right now, particularly for, as we arrogantly often say, the lower quartiles of education and labor, why are they getting poorer? Have you looked at the wage growth numbers of our working class brothers and sisters, particularly those without high skills, where they sell their labor, they're out hanging drywall, and now they're competing with how many, potentially millions of people it came across the border during those years that are competing with them selling their labor. That was the great cruelty. And no, I know I'm trying to think like an economist, I'm just wired that way. I would argue the morality of prosperity is what we as conservatives believe in, and trying to explain all the horrible things policy-wise, our inability to fixate on making people's lives better. You know, we talk about affordability. The fastest way you get affordability is wage growth. Because to magically start to make prices come down, you have to change systems and supply chains, legalize automation of ports, all the things that then the unions and everyone else is going to come lobby and scream at us. So let's actually walk through a couple things that were out there in that Social Security Actuary report today and from last year, so there's an understanding. I got up here last summer and said, my math, my board, joint economic economists on the Republican side, we were guessing about sometime in late, mid 2032. We nailed it. We got the number right. The only controversy right now is the Social Security Actuary report that came out today said it's a 22% cut in 6 years. CBO said 24% cut. My folks say 24% cut. Both are miserable. Both will double senior poverty 7 years from now. We will double the number of baby boomers who live on the street 7 years from now. How many times did you see people come behind the microphones today because the report is out and actually say, this is immoral. Maybe we should actually hold hands, get the crap kicked out of us because we're telling the truth about the math. And instead in this place, and God knows I've gone through it election after election after election, where the Democrat consultants go, oh, Schweikert used the word Social Security. He used the word Medicare. Let's beat the crap out of him. And then you wonder why members here are scared to death to actually save these trust funds, save our brothers and sisters who are seniors from poverty because we're not allowed to talk about it. And then you'll get some idiot who goes out, but we'll just raise the taxes. That covers it. It doesn't. I've done presentation after presentation after presentation showing just even raising the cap doesn't come close to covering 2033, Mr. Speaker. The money needed to cover the Social Security shortfall and the Medicare shortfall, because remember, the Medicare trust fund's also empty at the same time. And this was our calculation from last year. We actually haven't had time to recalculate. We believe it's more now, was $638 billion in a single year. There's this let's just call it a misunderstanding. I would never say people just make crap up around here. So let's take a look, just to understand how fast the Social Security Trust Fund is eroding. 2026, we got $2 trillion in there, and it's loaned to the general fund. It is paid interest. It's actually paid a pretty darn good interest rate. So when people say they stole the money, no. Just like you might have bought a note, a T-bill, a bond from the federal government, and the federal government every 6 months pays you interest, and then at the end you get your money back. That's the exact same thing the trust funds did. Here's the problem. Then next year, there's $1.9 billion in the fund. And then you get over here, and boom, in 2031, there's nothing left in the trust fund. And so you start to walk into 2032, and it's empty. The debate now is what month in 2032 is it gone? But what's happening here? It's the checks going out the door are bigger than the tax receipts coming in from payroll taxes. So every month, Social Security says, hey, we hold all these, let's call them magic Social Security T-bills. And they call Treasury and say, hey, guys, I got to make my monthly Social Security checks. Please send us some cash. And Treasury goes and says, well, this month they have some tax collections. They send a check from that. This month they don't have enough, so they sell some debt. And that's actually, if you ever look at the Treasury statement, they explain how they finance. It's called the Treasury Management System. That's how fast the numbers are eroding. And it's basically because baby boomers. I'm one of them. What is it? 67 million of us born during that time. And now we're down to the last few years of them moving into their benefits. This is what happens. We functionally have a country without enough children. And we haven't had enough children starting 40 years ago. Now we're going to pay the price for it. So you start to look at some of these. And the reason I put this one up, and I will tell you, this is done by my economists and some of the others. I'm actually believe the number's a little more dour, but the math is the math. Social Security, Medicare, and net interest account for 81% of the spending growth over the next 10 years. So 10 years from now, actually 9 budget years from now, we calculate, and this is before the rise of interest rates that have happened the last 4 months. CBO calculated in 2036, the annual debt will be $3.1 trillion. $2.1 trillion of it just being interest. The $1 trillion being the baseline deficit. We are, and heaven forbid, if interest rates go up, these numbers get much, much uglier. But trying to help folks understand, once we cover Social Security, once we cover Medicare, then we have to pay the interest bill. That is the majority of the spending growth. The rest of the spending growth, 19%, is everything else. And if interest is a little bigger, it's actually almost all the spending growth. It's uncomfortable to talk about, but it's demographics. Look, there's a data set out there that says next year we'll functionally have the same or fewer children than we had 20 years ago, but double the number 65 and up. That's not Republican. It's not Democrat. It's just demographics. Now, I would argue it's caused by a number of social policies and then other things that the Democrats promoted. But now some of us have to figure out a way to manage this, tell the truth, how we're going to keep our promises to seniors. And every day we wait, we make it a bit harder for ourselves. So let's walk through a little bit of this. 2026 old age survivor account with Social Security, annual balances are much worse than previously predicted. Now this is only functionally, this is what we had in 2025 was up here, and this is population. Now we're starting to believe our population falls further. Except the problem is, if you actually go and look at the Census Bureau numbers, CBO numbers, they're actually way down here. They're actually much worse than the numbers this Social Security actuaries are using. Well, I can't look there. Look, the head of the Social Security is going to be in front of Ways and Means in the next couple of weeks, and we need to ask him why the other demographers are actually saying fertility calculations in future years are much worse than Social Security is using. This should scare the hell out of us because it means these numbers that are dour are actually worse. Look, and I know some of this is geeky, but it's important. This is millions and millions of people who are planning for their retirement. How many of them are prepared for a 22 or 24% cut just a few years from now? Where's the morality of this place? And look, all I'm trying to do is show on this is the trustees' calculation in future years. This is everyone else's calculation that we trust. Mr. Speaker, that's one hell of a gap. We need to come up with a way to either say, okay, when we produce the Social Security Actuary Report, where we as policymakers should actually be reading it and doing something instead of hiding from it, maybe we could also add in there saying, hey, we're going to also add other, academic demographers. We're also going to add maybe the Census Bureau, which has had historically the most accurate numbers of fertility rates. Matter of fact, I think there's a new number that came out that the United States now is down to 1.57 births per thousand. You do realize our fertility rates are now under much of many countries in Europe now. And we thought they were crashing and burning. We are. So let's do a couple more of these. And all I'm trying to do is make this make sense. The trustee population projections are significantly more optimistic than other sources. Census Bureau, Congressional Budget Office. Am I saying it again in another way? These gaps, because they're calculating suddenly, we're going to actually have fertility rates going up. That's wonderful. Please, Social Security actuaries, I look forward to the explanation of how you came up with that, because no one else has that number. And understand what these numbers mean. National effects of Social Security insolvency. It's basically the depletion of the trust fund in 6 years, 3 months? On recipients, a 24 to 27% benefit cuts over those years. Social Security actuary report said 22. Everyone else is saying 24. I'll give them 22. I think my 24% number is more correct. Monthly cuts exceed $500. So in 29 states. So basically, they were adding up how much of the population, average income they paid into Social Security. Remember, and a number of people don't understand, Social Security is means adjusted. High income earners get less back of the taxes they paid in. Lower income earners actually often get much more than the FICA taxes they paid in. You're a poor senior. Are you ready for a $500 a month cut? And then let's take a look at my state, Arizona. Insolvency of Social Security, what does it mean to my recipients, my folks that receive a Social Security check in Arizona? Estimated monthly cuts of $511, and this starts in 6 years. That will affect 8.2 billion in benefits lost a year. 18.3% of the residents are affected in my state. Mr. Speaker, this is an avalanche coming at us. It's really hard to fix. It's really expensive to fix. And every day we wait, we make it worse. And the ugliest part of this punchline, the Medicare trust fund is empty almost at the same time. So hospitals are going to take about a 12% cut. Medicare Part A trust fund. And yet, the political class, because either they're good at math or they're terrified to tell the voters the truth. On Social Security, you functionally get, for the average couple, you get the money you put in plus a tiny, tiny spiff. It's a horrible rate of return. If 25 years ago, we had done what President Bush and others had talked about, saying just a little bit of your Social Security money going into a side account, the retiring populations today would be so much more prosperous. Democrats and unions crushed that, okay? It's on them. They should be the ones standing up and saying, we apologize, we're going to create a wave of poverty, but hey, we're going to just tax the hell out of people who are still working. At least they could admit what they did. But the hardest part is also showing the chart after chart after chart. It's Medicare that's actually the biggest contributor to U.S. sovereign debt. Average couple, the dollars they put in, they're going to get about $6 back. That's a pretty good rate of return. And that's because we as a body have been terrified to fix the cost of delivering health care. We know the waste and fraud. You remember the couple of charts we started with? When the Medicare actual, or excuse me, the MedPAC report comes to us and says, hey, it's like $1.5 trillion to $2 trillion of not fraud, because it's, well, partially it's fraud. What would that be worth if we just fixed the misalignment in Medicare Advantage, let alone all the durable medical equipment, all the things that are now happening in Medicaid, whether it be, you know, the scams we found in New York, where, you know, you hire family members to be the visitor in New York City over the last 5 years. It's the #1 job creator. For every 1,000 people 65 and up in New York City, they have what was the number? It was like 141 signed up for this program. Even the Democrat governor of New York says, you know, this is pretty much a scam. Why is it so hard for us to step up and fix these things? And the first time I gave a presentation on this a couple months ago, it was fascinating. All of a sudden there's articles popping up on the internet, I think written by AI, beating the crap out of me. Turns out they have their own lobbyists for the fraud. That's how perverse this society has become. The fraudsters now have lobbyists. Mr. Speaker, I'm fixated on debt and deficits and demographics because I'm going to argue We have a country that about every 13 and a half seconds we're borrowing $1 million. Yet today even, we have debates around here and we're arguing about saving a couple $1 million. Great! We borrowed more money during the debate than the debate actually would save if it became law. That's how screwed up we are. Mr. Speaker, I beg of you, and anyone out there that's listening, can we do something real? I have a 3-year-old and a 10-year-old that we've brought into this world, well, we've adopted. A child, my 3-year-old, the data says we will need 104% of little Matthew's lifetime earnings just to pay the pensions of this government. Just to pay the pensions of this federal government. Every dime he'll make plus 4%. So we as a society have decided the next generation will be poorer than we are. Welcome to the morality of the modern Congress. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
And have a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.